21st, 6:40 a.m. My daughter liked to sleep in on Sundays. Normally, I hated losing the time with her. I only had her every other weekend and Wednesdays, but this Sunday was different. I was happy to let her sleep while I got up early to go back to work on the motion to save my chief witness's testimony. I was in the kitchen pouring the first cup of coffee of the day when I heard knocking on my front door. It was still dark out. I checked the peep before opening it and was relieved to see it was my ex-wife with Harry Bosch standing right behind her. But that relief was short-lived. The moment I turned the knob, they pushed in, and I could immediately feel a bad energy enter with them. "We've got a problem," Maggie said. "What's wrong?" I asked. "What's wrong is that Jessup camped outside my house this morning," Bosch said. "And I want to know how he found it and what the hell he's doing." He came up close to me when he said it. I didn't know which was worse, his breath or the accusatory tone of his words. I wasn't sure what he was thinking, but I realized all the bad energy was coming from him. I stepped back from him. "Haley's still asleep. Let me just go close her bedroom door. There's fresh decaf in the kitchen, and I can brew some fully leaded if you need it." I went down the hall and checked on my daughter. She was still down. I closed the door and hoped the voices that were bound to get loud would not wake her. My two visitors were still standing when I got back to the living room. Neither had gone for coffee. Bosch was silhouetted by the big picture window that looked out upon the city, the view that made me buy the house. I could see streaks of light entering the sky behind his shoulders. "No coffee?" They just stared at me. "Okay, let's sit down and talk about this." I gestured toward the couch and chairs, but Bosch seemed frozen in his stance. "Come on, let's figure it out." I walked past them and sat down in the chair by the window. Finally, Bosch started to move. He sat down on the couch next to Haley's school backpack. Maggie took the other chair. She spoke first. "I've been trying to convince Harry that we didn't put his home address on the witness list." "Absolutely not. We gave no personal addresses in discovery. For you, I listed 2 addresses, your office and mine. I even gave the general number for the PAB. Didn't even give a direct line." "Then how did he find my house?" Bosch asked, the accusatory tone still in his voice. "Look, Harry, you're blaming me for something I had nothing to do with. I don't know how he found your house, but it couldn't have been that hard. I mean, come on. Anybody can find anybody on the internet. You own your house, right? You pay property taxes, have utility accounts, and I bet you're even registered to vote. Republican, I'm sure." "Independent." "Fine. The point is, people can find you if they want. Added to that, you have a singular name. All anybody would have to do is punch in." "You gave them my full name?" "I had to. It's what's required, and what's been given in discovery for every trial you've ever testified in. It doesn't matter. All Jessup needed was access to the internet, and he could have—" "Jessup's been in prison for 24 years. He knows less about the internet than I do. He had to have help, and I'm betting it came from Royce." "Look, we don't know that." Bosch looked pointedly at me, a darkness crossing his eyes. "You're defending him now?" "No, I'm not defending anybody. I'm just saying we shouldn't rush to any conclusions here. Jessup's got a roommate and is a minor celebrity. Celebrities get people to do things for them, okay? So why don't you calm down and let's back up a little bit. Tell me what happened at your house." Bosch seemed to take it down a notch, but he was still anything but calm. I half expected him to get up and take a swing at a lamp or punch a hole in a wall. Thankfully, Maggie was the one who told the story. "We were with the SIS watching him. We thought he was going to go up to one of the parks he's been visiting. Instead, he drove right by them all and kept going on Mulholland. When we got to Harry's street, we had to hang back so he wouldn't see us. The SIS has a bike car. 2 of them saddled up and rode down. They found Jessup sitting in his car in front of Harry's house. "God damn it," Bosch said. "I have my daughter living with me. If this prick is—" "Harry, not so loud, and watch what you say," I said. "My daughter's on the other side of that wall. Now please, go back to the story. What did Jessup do?" Bosch hesitated. Maggie didn't. "He just sat there," Maggie said, "for about a half hour. And he lit a candle." "A candle? In the car?" "Yeah, on the dashboard." "What the hell does that mean?" "Who knows?" Bosch couldn't remain sitting. He jumped up from the couch and started pacing. "And after a half hour, he drove off and went home," Maggie said. "That was it. We just came from Venice." Now I stood up and started to pace, but in a pattern clear of Bosch's orbit. "Okay, let's think about this. Let's think about what he was doing." "No shit, Sherlock," Bosch said. "That's the question." I nodded. I had that coming. "Is there any reason to think that he knows or suspects he's being followed?" I asked. "No, no way," Bosch said immediately. "Wait a minute, not so fast on that," Maggie said. "I've been thinking about it. There was a near miss earlier in the night. You remember, Harry? On Breeze Avenue?" Bosch nodded. Maggie explained it to me. "They thought they lost him on a walk street in Venice. The lieutenant sent a guy in with a pizza box. Jessup came out from between 2 houses after taking a leak. It was a close call." I spread my hands. "Well, maybe that was it. Maybe that planted suspicion and he decided to see if he was being followed. You show up outside the lead investigator's house, and it's a good way to draw out the flies, if you've got them on you." "You mean like a test?" Bosch asked. "Exactly. Nobody approached him out there, right?" "No, we left him alone," Maggie said. "If he had gotten out of his car, I think it would have been a different story." I nodded. "Okay, so it was either a test, or he's got something planned. In that case, it would have been a reconnaissance mission. He wanted to see where you live." Bosch stopped and stared out the window. The sky was fully lit now. "But one thing you have to keep in mind is that what he did was not illegal," I said. "It's a public street, and the OR put no restrictions on travel within Los Angeles County. So no matter what he was up to, it's a good thing you didn't stop him and reveal yourself." Bosch stayed at the window, his back to us. I didn't know what he was thinking. "Harry," I said, "I know your concerns, and I agree with them. But we can't let this be a distraction. The trial is coming up quick, and we have work to do. If we convict this guy, he goes away forever, and it won't matter if he knows where you live. So what do I do till then? Sit on my front porch every night with a shotgun?" "The SIS is on him 24/7, right?" Maggie said. "Do you trust them?" Bosch didn't answer for a long moment. "They won't lose him," he finally said. Maggie looked at me, and I could see the concern in her eyes. Each of us had a daughter. It would be hard to put your trust in anybody else, even an elite surveillance squad. I thought for a moment about something I had been considering since the conversation began. "What about you moving in here, with your daughter? She can use Haley's room because Haley's going back to her mother's today, and you can use the office. It's got a sleeper sofa that I've spent more than a few nights on. It's actually comfortable." Bosch turned from the window and looked at me. "What? Stay here through the whole trial?" "Why not? Our daughters will finally get a chance to meet when Haley comes over." "It's a good idea," Maggie said. I didn't know if she was referring to the daughters' meeting or the idea of Bosch and child staying with me. "And look, I'm here every night," I said. "If you have to go out with the SIS, I got you covered with your daughter, especially when Haley's here." Bosch thought about it for a few moments, but then shook his head. "I can't do that," he said. "Why not?" I asked. "Because it's my house, my home. I'm not going to run from this guy. He's going to run from me." "What about your daughter?" Maggie asked. "I'll take care of my daughter." "Harry, think about it," she said. "Think about your daughter. You don't want her in harm's way." "Look, if Jessup has my address, then he probably has this address too. Moving in here isn't the answer. It's just running from him. Maybe that's his test, to see what I do. So I'm not doing anything. I'm not moving. I've got the SIS, and if he comes back and so much as crosses the curb out front, I'll be waiting for him." "I don't like this," Maggie said. I thought about what Bosch had said about Jessup having my address. "Neither do I said. Chapter 24. Wednesday, March 31st, 9 a.m. Bosch didn't need to be in court. In fact, he wouldn't be needed until after jury selection and the actual trial began. But he wanted to get a close look at the man he had been shadowing from a distance with the SIS. He wanted to see if Jessup would show any reaction to seeing him in return. It had been a month and a half since they had spent the long day in the car driving down from San Quentin. Bosch felt the need to get closer than the surveillance allowed him to. It would help him keep the fire burning. It was billed as a status conference. The judge wanted to deal with all final motions and issues before beginning jury selection the next day, and then moving seamlessly into the trial. There were scheduling and jury issues to discuss, and each side's list of exhibits were to be handed in as well. The prosecution team was locked and loaded. In the last 2 weeks, Haller and McPherson had sharpened and streamlined the case, run through mock witness examinations, and reconsidered every piece of evidence. They had carefully choreographed the ways in which they would bring the 24-year-old evidence forward. They were ready. The bow had been pulled taut, and the arrow was ready to fly. Even the decision on the death penalty had been made, or rather, announced. Haller had officially withdrawn it, even though Bosch assumed all along that his use of it to threaten Jessup had merely been a pose. He was a defense attorney by nature, and there was no getting him across that line. A conviction on the charges would bring Jessup a sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole, and that would have to be enough justice for Melissa Landy. Bosch was ready as well. He had diligently reinvestigated the case and located the witnesses who would be called to testify. All the while, he was still out riding with the SIS as often as possible. Nights that his daughter stayed at the homes of friends or with Sue Bambrow, the assistant principal. He was prepared for his part and had helped Haller and McPherson get ready for theirs. Confidence was high, and that was another reason for Bosch to be in the courtroom. He wanted to see this thing get started. Judge Brightman entered, and the courtroom was brought to order at a few minutes after 9. Bosch was in a chair against the railing, directly behind the prosecution table where Haller and McPherson sat side by side. They had told him to pull the chair up to the table, but Harry wanted to hang back. He wanted to be able to watch Jessup from behind, and besides, there was too much anxiety coming from the two prosecutors. The judge was going to make a ruling on whether Sarah Ann Gleason would be allowed to testify against Jessup. As Haller had said the night before, nothing else mattered. If they lost Sarah as a witness, they would surely lose the case. "On the record with California versus Jessup again," the judge said upon taking the bench. "Good morning to all." After a chorus of good mornings fired back to her, the judge got right down to business. "Tomorrow, we begin jury selection in this case, and then we proceed to trial. Therefore, today's the day that we're going to clean out the garage, so to speak, so that we can finally bring the car in. Any last motions, any pending motions, anything anybody wants to talk about in regards to exhibits or evidence or anything else, now is the time. We have a number of motions pending, and I will get to them first. First, the prosecution's request to redress the issue of the defendant's use of makeup to cover certain body tattoos is dismissed. We argued that at length already, and I do not see the need to go at it further. Bosch checked Jessup. He was at a sharp angle to him, so he could not see the defendant's face. But he did see Jessup nod his head in approval of the judge's first ruling of the day. Brightman then went through a housekeeping list of minor motions from both sides. She seemed to want to accommodate all, so neither side emerged as a clear favorite. Bosch saw that McPherson was meticulously keeping notes on each decision on a yellow legal pad. It was all part of the build-up to the ruling of the day. Since Sarah was to be McPherson's witness to question during trial, she had handled the oral arguments on the defense motion 2 days earlier. Though Bosch had not attended that meeting, Haller had told him that Maggie had held forth for nearly an hour in a well-prepared response to the motion to disqualify. She had then backed it with an 18-page written response. The prosecution team was confident in the argument, but neither member of the team knew Brightman well enough to be confident in how she would rule. Now, the judge said, we come to the defense motion to disqualify Sarah Ann Gleason as a witness for the prosecution. The question has been argued and submitted by both sides, and the court is ready to make a ruling. Your Honor, could I be heard? Royce said, standing up at the defense table. Mr. Royce, the judge said, I don't see the need for further argument. You made the motion, and I allowed you to respond to the prosecution's submission. What more needs to be said? Yes, Your Honor. Royce sat back down, leaving whatever he was going to add to his attack on Sarah Gleason a secret. The defense's motion is dismissed, the judge said immediately. I will be allowing the defense wide latitude in its examination of the prosecution's witness, as well as in the production of its own witnesses to address Miss Gleason's credibility before the jury. But I believe that this witness's credibility and reliability is indeed something that jurors will need to decide. A momentary silence enveloped the courtroom, as if everyone collectively had drawn in a breath. No response followed from either the prosecution or defense tables. It was another down-the-middle ruling, Bosch knew, and both sides were probably pleased to have gotten something. Gleason would be allowed to testify, so the prosecution's case was secured, but the judge was going to let Royce go after her with all he had. It would come down to whether Sarah was strong enough to take it. Now, I would like to move on, the judge said. Let's talk about jury selection and scheduling first, and then we'll get to the exhibits. The judge proceeded to outline how she wanted voir dire to proceed. Though each side would be allowed to question prospective jurors, she said she would strictly limit the time for each side. She wanted to start a momentum that would carry into the trial. She also limited each side to only 12 peremptory challenges, juror rejections without cause, and said she wanted to pick 6 alternates because it was her practice to be quick with a hook on jurors who misbehaved, were chronically late, or had the audacity to fall asleep during testimony. I like a good supply of alternates because we usually need them, she said. The low number of peremptory challenges and the high number of alternates brought objections from both the prosecution and the defense. The judge grudgingly gave each side 2 more challenges, but warned that she would not allow voir dire to get bogged down. I want jury selection completed by the end of the day Friday. If you slow me down, then I will slow you down. I will hold the panel and every lawyer in here until Friday night if I have to. I want opening statements first thing Monday. Any objection to that? Both sides seemed properly cowed by the judge. She was clearly exerting command of her own courtroom. She next outlined the trial schedule, stating that testimony would begin each morning at 9 sharp and continue until 5, with a 90-minute lunch and morning and afternoon breaks of 15 minutes each. "That leaves a solid 6 hours a day of testimony," she said. "Any more, and I find the jurors start losing interest. So I keep it to 6 a day. It will be up to you to be in here and ready to go each morning when I step through the door at 9. Any questions?" There were none. Brightman then asked each side for estimates on how long their case would take to present. Haller said he would need no more than 4 days, depending on the length of the cross-examinations of his witnesses. This was already a shot directed at Royce and his plans to attack Sarah Ann Gleason. For his part, Royce said he needed only 2 days. The judge then did her own math, adding 4 and 2, and coming up with 5. "Well, I'm thinking an hour each for opening statements on Monday morning. I think that means we'll finish Friday afternoon and go right to closing arguments the following Monday." Neither side objected to her math. The point was clear. Keep it moving. Find ways to cut time. Of course, a trial was a fluid thing, and there were many unknowns. Neither side would be held to what was said at this hearing, but each lawyer knew that there might be consequences from the judge if they didn't keep a continuous velocity to their presentations. "Finally, we come to exhibits and electronics," Brightman said. "I trust that everyone has looked over each other's lists. Any objections to these?" Both Haller and Royce stood up. The judge nodded at Royce. "You first, Mr. Royce." "Yes, Judge. The defense has an objection to the prosecution's plans to project numerous images of Melissa Landy's body on the courtroom's overhead screens. This practice is not only barbaric, but exploitative and prejudicial." The judge swiveled in her seat and looked at Haller, who was still standing. "Your Honor, it is the prosecution's duty to produce the body, to show the crime that brings us here. The last thing we want to do is be exploitative or prejudicial. I will grant Mr. Royce that it is a fine line, but we do not plan to step across it." Royce came back with one more shot. "This case is 24 years old. In 1986, there were no overhead screens, none of this Hollywood stuff. I think it infringes on my client's right to a fair trial." Haller was ready with his own comeback. "The age of the case has nothing to do with this issue, but the defense is perfectly willing to present these exhibits the way they would have—" McPherson had grabbed his sleeve to interrupt him. He bent down and she whispered in his ear. He then quickly straightened up. "Excuse me, Your Honor, I misspoke. The prosecution is more than willing to present these exhibits in the manner they would have been presented to the jury in 1986. We would be happy to hand out color photographs to the jurors. But in earlier conversation, the court indicated that she did not like this practice. Yes, I find that handing these sorts of photos directly to the jurors to be possibly more exploitative and prejudicial," Brightman said. "Is that what you wish, Mr. Royce?" Royce had walked himself into a jam. "No, Judge, I would agree with the court on this point. The defense was simply trying to limit the scope and use of these photographs. Mr. Haller lists more than 30 photographs that he wants to put on the big screen. It seems over the top. That is all." "Judge Brightman, these are photographs of the body in the place it was found, as well as during autopsy. Each one is Mr. Haller," the judge intoned. "Let me just stop you right there. Crime scene photographs are acceptable, as long as they come with appropriate foundation and testimony. But I see no need to show our jurors this poor girl's autopsy shots. We're not going to do that." "Yes, Your Honor," Haller said. He remained standing, while Royce sat down with his partial victory. Brightman spoke while writing something. "And you have an objection to Mr. Royce's exhibit list, Mr. Haller?" "Yes, Your Honor. The defense has a variety of drug paraphernalia alleged to have once been owned by Miss Gleason on its exhibit list. It also lists photos and videos of Miss Gleason. The prosecution has not been given the opportunity to examine these materials, but we believe they only go to the point that we will be conceding at trial and eliciting indirect examination of this witness. That is, that at one time in her life she used drugs on a regular basis. We do not see the need to show photos of her using drugs or the pipes through which she ingested drugs. It's inflammatory and prejudicial. It is not needed based on the concessions of the prosecution. Royce stood back up and was ready to go. The judge gave him the floor. Judge, these exhibits are vitally important to the defense case. The prosecution of Mr. Jessup hinges on the testimony of a long-time drug addict who cannot be relied upon to remember the truth, let alone tell it. These exhibits will help the jury understand the depth and breadth of this witness's use of illegal substances over a lengthy period of time. Royce was finished, but the judge was silent as she studied the defense exhibit list. All right, she finally said, putting the document aside. You both make cogent arguments. So what we are going to do is take these exhibits one at a time. When the defense would like to proffer an exhibit, we will discuss it first out of earshot of the jury. I'll make a decision then. The lawyer sat down. Bosch almost shook his head, but didn't want to draw the judge's attention. Still, it burned him that she had not slapped the defense down on this one. 24 years after seeing her little sister abducted from the front yard, Sarah Ann Gleason was willing to testify about the awful, nightmarish moment that had changed her life forever. And for her sacrifice and efforts, the judge was actually going to entertain the defense's request to attack her with the glass pipes and accoutrements she had once used to escape what she had been through. It didn't seem fair to Bosch. It didn't seem like anything that approached justice. The hearing ended soon after that, and all parties packed their briefcases and moved through the doors of the courtroom en masse. Bosch hung back and then insinuated himself into the group right behind Jessup. He said nothing, but Jessup soon enough felt the presence behind him and turned around. He smirked when he saw it was Bosch. Well, Detective Bosch, are you following me? Should I be? Oh, you never know. How's your investigation going? You'll find out soon enough. Yes, I can't. Don't talk to him! It was Royce. He had turned and noticed. And don't you talk to him, he added, pointing a finger at Bosch. If you continue to harass him, I'll complain to the judge. Bosch held his hands out in a no-touching gesture. We're cool, counselor. Part 3. To seek a true and just verdict. Chapter 25. Monday, April 5th, 9 a.m. I watched the jury file in and take their assigned seats in the box. I watched them closely, keying on their eyes mostly, checking for how they looked at the defendant. You can learn a lot from that, a furtive glance or a strong judgmental stare. Jury selection had gone as scheduled. We went through the first panel of 90 prospective jurors in a day, but had sat only 11 after most were eliminated because of their media knowledge of the case. The second panel was just as difficult to choose from, and it wasn't until Friday evening at 5:40 that we had our final 18. I had my jury chart in front of me, and my eyes were jumping between the faces in the box and the names on my post-its, trying to memorize who was who. I already had a good handle on most of them, but I wanted the names to become second nature to me. I wanted to be able to look at them and address them as if they were friends and neighbors. The judge was on the bench and ready to go at 9 sharp. She first asked the attorneys if there was any new or unfinished business to address. Upon learning there was not, she called in the jurors. Okay, we are all here, she said. I want to thank all of the jurors and other parties for being on time. We begin the trial with opening statements from the attorneys. These are not to be construed as evidence, but merely... The judge stopped, her eyes fixed on the back row of the jury box. A woman had timidly raised her hand. The judge stared for a long moment and then checked her own seating chart before responding. "Ms. Tucci, do you have a question?" I checked my chart. Number 10, Carla Tucci. She was one of the jurors I had not yet committed to memory. A mousy brunette from East Hollywood. She was 32 years old, unmarried, and worked as a receptionist at a medical clinic. According to my color-coded chart, I had her down as a juror who could be swayed by stronger personalities on the panel. This was not a bad thing. It just depended on whether those personalities were for a guilty verdict or not. "I think I saw something I wasn't supposed to see," she said in a frightened voice. Judge Brightman hung her head for a moment, and I knew why. She couldn't get the wheels out of the mud. We were ready to go, and now the trial would be delayed before opening statements were even in the record. "Okay, let's try to take care of this quickly. I want the jury to stay in place. Everyone else stay in place, and Ms. Tucci and the attorneys and I will go quickly back to chambers and find out what this is about." As we got up, I checked my jury chart. There were 6 alternates. I had 3 of them pegged as pro-prosecution, 2 in the middle, and 1 siding with the defense. If Tucci was ejected for whatever misconduct she was about to reveal, her replacement would be chosen randomly from the alternates. This meant that I had a better than even chance of seeing her replaced with a juror who was partial to the prosecution, and only a 1 in 6 chance of getting a juror who was pro-defense. As I followed the entourage into chambers, I decided that I liked my chances, and I would do what I could to have Tucci ejected from the panel. In chambers, the judge didn't even go behind her desk, perhaps hoping this was only going to be a minor question and delay. We stood in a group in the middle of her office, all except the court reporter, who sat on the edge of a side chair so she could type. "Okay, on the record," the judge said. "Ms. Tucci, please tell us what you saw and what is bothering you." The juror looked down at the ground and held her hands in front of her. "I was riding on the metro this morning, and the man sitting across from me was reading the newspaper. He was holding it up, and I saw the front page. I didn't mean to look, but I saw a photo of the man on trial, and I saw the headline." The judge nodded. "You are talking about Jason Jessup, correct?" "Yes." "What newspaper?" "I think it was the Times." "What did the headline say, Miss Tucci?" "New trial, old evidence for Jessup." I hadn't seen the actual LA Times that morning, but had read the story online. Citing an unnamed source close to the prosecution, the story said the case against Jason Jessup was expected to be comprised entirely of evidence from the first trial and leaning heavily on the identification provided by the victim's sister. Kate Salters had the byline on it. "Did you read the story, Ms. Tucci?" Brightman asked. "No, Judge. I just saw it for a second, and when I saw his picture I looked away. You told us not to read anything about the case. It just kind of popped up in front of me." The judge nodded thoughtfully. "Okay, Ms. Tucci, can you step back into the hallway for a moment?" The juror stepped out, and the judge closed the door. "The headline tells the story, doesn't it?" she said. She looked at Royce, and then me, seeing if either of us was going to make a motion or a suggestion. Royce said nothing. My guess was that he had juror number 10 pegged the same way that I did. But he might not have considered the leanings of the 6 alternates. "I think the damage is done here, Judge," I said. "She knows there was a previous trial. Anybody with any basic knowledge of the court system knows they don't retry you if you get a not guilty. So she'll know Jessup went down on a guilty before. As much as that prejudices things in the prosecution's favor, I think to be fair, she has to go." Brightman nodded. "Mr. Royce?" "I would agree with Mr. Hollow's assessment of the prejudice, not his so-called desire to be fair. He simply wants her off the jury and one of those church-going alternates on it." I smiled and shook my head. I won't dignify that with a response. You don't want to kick her off, that's fine with me. "But it's not counsel's choice," the judge said. She opened the door and invited the juror back in. "Ms. Tucci, thank you for your honesty. You can go back to the jury room and gather your things. You are dismissed and can report back to the juror assembly room to check with them." Tucci hesitated. "Does that mean—" "Yes, unfortunately you are dismissed. That headline gives you knowledge of the case you should not have. For you to know that Mr. Jessup was previously tried for these crimes is prejudicial. Therefore, I cannot keep you on the jury. You may go now." "I'm sorry, Judge." "Yes, so am I." Tucci left the chambers with her shoulders slumped and with a hesitant walk of someone who has been accused of a crime. After the door closed, the judge looked at us. "If nothing else, this will send the right message to the rest of the jury. We're now down to 5 alternates, and we haven't even started. But we now clearly see how the media can impact our trial. I have not read this story, but I will, and if I see anyone in this room quoted in it, I'm going to be very disappointed. There are usually consequences for those who disappoint me." "Judge," Royce said, "I read the story this morning, and no one here is quoted by name. But it does attribute information to a source close to the prosecution. I was planning to bring this to your attention." I shook my head. "And that's the oldest defense trick in the book. Cut a deal with a reporter to hide behind the story. A source close to the prosecution? He's sitting 4 feet across the aisle from me. That was probably close enough for the reporter." "Your Honor," Royce blurted, "I had nothing to—" "We're holding up the trial," Brightman said, cutting him off. "Let's get back to court." We trudged back. As we went back into the courtroom, I scanned the gallery and saw Salters, the reporter, in the second row. I quickly looked away, hoping my brief eye contact had not revealed anything. I had been her source. My goal was to manipulate the story, the scene setter, as the reporter had called it, into being something that gave the defense false confidence. I hadn't intended it as a means of changing the makeup of the jury. Back on the bench, the judge wrote something on a pad and then turned and addressed the jury, once again warning the panelists about reading the newspaper or watching television news programs. She then turned to her clerk. "Audrey, the candy bowl, please." The clerk then took the bowl of individually wrapped sour balls off the counter in front of her desk, dumped the candy into a drawer, and took the bowl to the judge. The judge tore a page from her notebook, tore it again into 6 pieces, and wrote on each piece, "I have written the numbers 1 through 6 on pieces of paper, and I will now randomly select an alternate to take juror number 10's seat on the panel." She folded the pieces of paper and dropped them into the bowl. She then swirled the bowl in her hand and raised it over her head. With her other hand, she withdrew 1 piece of paper, unfolded it, and read it out loud. "Alternate number 6, Brightman said. Would you please move with any belongings you might have to seat number 10 in the jury box? Thank you." I could do nothing but sit and watch. The new juror number 10 was a 36-year-old film and television extra named Philip Kearns. Being an extra probably meant that he was an actor who had not yet been successful. He took jobs as a background extra to make ends meet. That meant that every day he went to work and stood around and watched those who had made it. This put him on the bitter side of the gulf between the haves and have-nots. And this would make him partial to the defense, the underdog facing off against the man. I had him down as a red juror, and now I was stuck with him. Maggie whispered into my ear at the prosecution table as we watched Kearns take his new seat. "I hope you didn't have anything to do with that story, Haller, because I think we just lost a vote." I raised my hands in a not me gesture, but it didn't look like she was buying it. The judge turned her chair fully toward the jury. "Finally, I believe we are ready to start," she said. "We begin with the opening statements from the attorneys. These statements are not to be taken as evidence. These statements are merely an opportunity for the prosecution and defense to tell the jury what they expect the evidence will show. It is an outline of what you can expect to see and hear during the trial, and it is incumbent upon counsel to then present evidence and testimony that you will later weigh during deliberations. We start with the prosecution statement. Mr. Haller." I stood up, and went to the lectern that was positioned between the prosecution table and the jury box. I took no legal pad, 3x5 cards, or anything else with me. I believed that it was important first to sell myself to the jury, then my case. To do that, I could not look away from them. I needed to be direct, open, and honest the whole time. Besides, my statement was going to be brief and to the point. I didn't need notes. I started by introducing myself and then Maggie. I next pointed to Harry Bosch, who was seated against the rail behind the prosecution table, and introduced him as the case investigator. Then, I got down to business. We are here today about one thing: to speak for someone who can no longer speak for herself. 12-year-old Melissa Landy was abducted from her front yard in 1986. Her body was found just a few hours later, discarded in a dumpster like a bag of trash. She had been strangled. The man accused of this horrible crime sits there at the defense table. I pointed the finger of accusation at Jessup, just as I had seen prosecutor after prosecutor pointed at my clients over the years. It felt falsely righteous of me to point a finger at anyone, even a murderer. But that didn't stop me. Not only did I point at Jessup, but I pointed again and again as I summarized the case, telling the jury of the witnesses I would call and what they would say and show. I moved along quickly, making sure to mention the eyewitnesses who identified Melissa's abductor and the finding of the victim's hair in Jessup's tow truck. I then brought it around to a big finish. Jason Jessup took the life of Melissa Landy, I said. He grabbed her in the front yard and took her away from her family and this world forever. He put his hand around this beautiful little girl's throat and choked the life out of her. He robbed her of her past and of her future. He robbed her of everything. And the state will prove this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. I nodded once to underline the promise and then returned to my seat. The judge had told us the day before to be brief in our openers, but even she seemed surprised by my brevity. It took her a moment to realize I was finished. She then told Royce he was up. As I expected he would, Royce deferred to the second half, meaning he reserved his opening statement until the start of the defense's case. That put the judge's focus back on me. Very well then, Mr. Haller, call your first witness. I went back to the lectern, this time carrying notes and printouts. I had spent most of the previous week before jury selection preparing the questions I would ask my witnesses. As a defense attorney, I'm used to cross-examining the state's witnesses and picking at the testimony brought forward by the prosecutor. It's a task quite different from direct examination and building the foundation for the introduction of evidence and exhibits. I fully acknowledge that it is easier to knock something down than to build it in the first place. But in this case, I would be the builder, and I came prepared. The people call William Johnson. I turned to the back of the courtroom. As I had gone to the lectern, Bosch had left the courtroom to retrieve Johnson from a witness waiting room. He now returned with the man in tow. Johnson was small and thin, with a dark mahogany complexion. He was 59, but his pure white hair made him look older. Bosch walked him through the gate and then pointed him in the direction of the witness stand. He was quickly sworn in by the court clerk. I had to admit to myself that I was nervous. I felt what Maggie had tried to describe to me on more than one occasion when we were married. She always called it the burden of proof, not the legal burden, but the psychic burden of knowing that you stood as representative of all the people. I had always dismissed her explanations as self-serving. The prosecutor was always the overdog, the man. There was no burden in that, at least nothing compared to the burden of the defense attorney, who stands all alone and holds someone's freedom in his hands. I never understood what she was trying to tell me. Until now. Now I got it. I felt it. I was about to question my first witness in front of the jury, and I was as nervous as I had been at my first trial out of law school. Good morning, Mr. Johnson, I said. How are you, sir? I am good, yes. That's good. Can you tell me, sir, what you do for a living? Yes, sir. I am head of operations for the El Rey Theater on Wilshire Boulevard. Head of operations, what does that mean? I make sure everything works right and runs, from the stage lights to the toilets. It's all part of my job. Mind you, I have electricians work on the lights and plumbers work on the toilets. His answer was greeted with polite smiles and modest laughter. He spoke with a slight Caribbean accent, but his words were clear and understandable. How long have you worked at the El Rey, Mr. Johnson? For going on 36 years now. I started in 1974. Wow, that's an achievement. Congratulations. Have you been head of operations for all that time? No, I worked my way up. I started as a janitor. I would like to draw your attention back to 1986. You were working there then, correct? Yes, sir. I was a janitor back then. Okay, and do you remember the date of February 16th of that year in particular? Yes, I do. It was a Sunday. Yes, I remember. Can you tell the court why? That was the day I found the body of a little girl in a trash bin out back of the El Rey. That was a terrible day. I checked the jury. All eyes were on my witness. So far, so good. I can imagine that being a terrible day, Mr. Johnson. Now can you tell us what it was that brought you to discover the body of the little girl? We were working on a project in the theater. We were putting new drywall into the ladies' room on account of a leak. So I took a wheelbarrow full of the stuff we had demoed, the old wall and some rotting wood and such, and took it out to put in the dumpster. I opened the top, and there this poor little girl was. She was on top of the debris already in the trash bin. That's right. Was she covered at all with any trash or debris? No, sir, not at all. As if whoever threw her in there had been in a hurry and didn't have time to cover. Objection! Royce had jumped to his feet. I knew he would object, but I had almost gotten the whole sentence and its suggestion to the jury. Mr. Haller is leading the witness and asking for conclusions for which he would have no expertise, Royce said. I withdrew the question before the judge could sustain the objection. There was no sense in having the judge side with the defense in front of the jury. Mr. Johnson, was that the first trip you had made to the trash bin that day? No, sir. I had been out there 2 times before. Before the trip during which you found the body, when had you last been to the trash bin? About 90 minutes before. Did you see a body on top of the trash in the bin that time? No, there was no body there. So it had to have been placed in the bin in the 90 minutes prior to you finding it, correct? Yes, that's right. Okay, Mr. Johnson, if I could draw your attention to the screen. The courtroom was equipped with 2 large flat-screen monitors mounted high on the wall opposite the jury box. One screen was slightly angled toward the gallery to allow courtroom observers to see the digital presentations as well. Maggie controlled what appeared to be the screens through a PowerPoint program on her laptop computer. She had constructed the presentation over the last 2 weeks and weekends as we choreographed the prosecution's case. All of the old photos from the case files had been scanned and loaded into the program. She now put up the trial's first photo exhibit, a shot of the trash bin Melissa Landy's body had been found in. Does that look like the trash bin in which you found the little girl's body, Mr. Johnson? That's it. What makes you so sure, sir? The address, 5515. Spray painted on the side like that. I did that. That's the address. And I can tell that's the back of the El Rey. I've worked there a long time. Okay, and is this what you saw when you raised the top and looked inside? Maggie moved to the next photo. The courtroom was already quiet, but it seemed to me that it grew absolutely silent when the photo of Melissa Landy's body in the trash bin went up on the screens. Under the existing rules of evidence as carved by a recent ruling by the 9th District, I had to find ways of bringing old evidence and exhibits to the present jury. I could not rely on investigative records. I had to find people who were bridges to the past, and Johnson was the first bridge. Johnson didn't answer my question at first. He just stared, like everyone else in the courtroom. Then, unexpectedly, a tear rolled down his dark cheek. It was perfect. If I had been at the defense table, I would have viewed it with cynicism. But I knew Johnson's response was heartfelt, and it was why I had made him my first witness. "That's her," he finally said. "That's what I saw." I nodded as Johnson blessed himself. "And what did you do when you saw her?" "We didn't have no cell phones back then, you see. So I ran back inside, and I called 911 on the stage phone." "And the police came quickly?" "They came real quick, like they were already looking for her." "One final question, Mr. Johnson. Could you see that trash bin from Wilshire Boulevard?" Johnson shook his head emphatically. "No, it was behind the theater, and you could only see it if you drove back there and down the little alley." I hesitated here. I had more to bring out from this witness. Information not presented in the first trial, but gathered by Bosch during his reinvestigation. It was information that Royce might not be aware of. I could just ask the question that would draw it out, or I could roll the dice and see if the defense opened a door on cross-examination. The information would be the same either way, but it would have greater weight if the jury believed the defense had tried to hide it. "Thank you, Mr. Johnson," I finally said. "I have no further questions." The witness was turned over to Royce, who went to the lectern as I sat down. "Just a few questions," he said. "Did you see who put the victim's body in the bin?" "No, I did not," Johnson said. "So, when you called 911, you had no idea who did it, is that correct?" "Correct." "Before that day, had you ever seen the defendant before?" "No, I don't think so." "Thank you." And that was it. Royce had performed a typical cross of a witness who had little value to the defense. Johnson couldn't identify the murderer, so Royce got that on the record. But he should have just let Johnson pass. By asking if Johnson had ever seen Jessup before the murder, he opened a door. I stood back up so I could go through it. "Redirect, Mr. Haller?" the judge asked. "Briefly, Your Honor." "Mr. Johnson, back during this period that we're talking about, did you often work on Sundays?" "No, it was my day off, usually. But if we had some special projects, I would be told to come in." Royce objected on the grounds that I was opening up a line of questioning that was outside the scope of his cross-examination. I promised the judge that it was within the scope and that it would become apparent soon. She indulged me and overruled the objection. I went back to Mr. Johnson. I had hoped Royce would object, because in a few moments it would look like he had been trying to stop me from getting to information damaging to Jessup. "You mentioned that the trash bin where you found the body was at the end of an alley. Is there no parking lot behind the El Rey Theater?" "There is a parking lot, but it does not belong to the El Rey Theater. We have the alley that gives us access to the back doors and the bins." "Who does the parking lot belong to?" "A company that has lots all over the city. It's called City Park." "Is there a wall or a fence separating this parking lot from the alley?" Royce stood again. "Your Honor, this is going on, and it has nothing to do with what I asked Mr. Johnson." "Your Honor," I said, "I will get there in 2 more questions." "You may answer, Mr. Johnson," Brightman said. "There is a fence," Johnson said. "So," I said, "from the El Rey's alley and the location of its trash bin, you can see into the adjoining parking lot, and anyone in the adjoining parking lot could see the trash bins, correct?" "Yes." "And prior to the day you discovered the body, did you have occasion to be at work on a Sunday and to notice that the parking lot behind the theater was being used?" "Yes, like a month previously, I came to work, and in the back there were many cars, and I saw tow trucks towing them in." I couldn't help myself. I had to glance over at Royce and Jessup and see if they were squirming yet. I was about to draw the first blood of the trial. They thought Johnson was going to be a non-critical witness, meaning he would establish the murder and its location, and nothing else. They were wrong. "Did you inquire as to what was going on?" I asked. "Yes," Johnson said. I asked what they were doing, and one of the drivers said they were towing cars from the neighborhood down the street and holding them there so people could come and pay and get their cars. So it was being used like a temporary holding lot, is that what you mean? Yes. And did you know what the name of the towing company was? It was on the trucks. It was called Audiobook Towing. You said trucks. You saw more than one truck there. Yeah, there were 2 or 3 trucks when I saw them. What did you tell them after you were informed what they were doing there? I told my boss, and he called City Park to see if they knew about it. He thought there could be an insurance concern, especially with people being mad about being told and all. And it turned out Audiobook wasn't supposed to be there. It wasn't authorized. What happened? They had to stop using the lot, and my boss told me to keep an eye out if I worked on weekends to see if they kept using it. So they stopped using the lot behind the theater. That's right. And this was the same lot from which you could see the trash bin in which you would later find the body of Melissa Landy. Yes, sir. When Mr. Royce asked you if you had ever seen the defendant before the day of the murder, you answered that you didn't think so, correct? Correct. You don't think so. Why are you not sure? Because I think he could have been one of the Audiobook drivers I saw using that lot, so I can't be sure I didn't see him before. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I have no further questions. Chapter 26. Monday, April 5th, 10:20 a.m. For the first time since he had been brought into the case, Bosch felt as though Melissa Landy was in good hands. He had just watched Mickey Haller score the first points of the trial. He had taken a small piece of the puzzle Bosch had come up with and used it to land the first punch. It wasn't a knockout by any means, but it had connected solidly. It was the first step down the path of proving Jason Jessup's familiarity with the parking lot and trash bin behind the El Rey Theater. Before the trial would end, its importance would be made clear to the jury. But what was even more significant to Bosch at the moment was the way Haller had used the information Harry had provided. He had hung it on the defense, made it look as though it had been their attempt to obfuscate the facts of the case that drew the information out. It was a smooth move, and it gave Bosch a big boost in his confidence in Haller as a prosecutor. He met Johnson at the gate and walked him out of the courtroom to the hallway, where he shook his hand. You did real good in there, Mr. Johnson. We can't thank you enough. You already have, convicting that man of killing that little girl. Well, we're not quite there yet, but that's the plan. Except most people who read the paper think we're going after an innocent man. No, you got the right man. I can tell. Bosch nodded and felt awkward. You take care, Mr. Johnson. Detective, your music is jazz, right? Bosch had already turned to go back to the courtroom. Now he looked back at Johnson. How'd you know that? Just a guess. We got jazz acts that come through. New Orleans jazz. You ever want tickets to a show at the El Rey, you look me up. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks. Bosch pushed through the doors leading back into the courtroom. He was smiling, thinking about Johnson's guess about his music. If he was right about that, then maybe he would be right about the jury convicting Jessup. As he moved down the aisle, he heard the judge telling Haller to call his next witness. The state calls Regina Landy. Bosch knew he was on. This part had been choreographed a week earlier by the judge and over the objection of the defense. Regina Landy was unavailable to testify because she was dead. But she had testified in the first trial, and the judge had ruled that her testimony could be read to the current jurors. Brightman now turned to the jurors to offer the explanation, guarding against revealing any hint that there had been an earlier trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has called a witness who is no longer available to testify. However, previously she gave sworn testimony that we will read to you today. You are not to consider why this witness is unable to testify, or where this previous sworn testimony is from. Your concern is the testimony itself. I should add that I have decided to allow this over the objection of the defense. The U.S. Constitution holds that the accused is entitled to question his accusers. However, as you will see, this witness was indeed questioned by an attorney who previously represented Mr. Jessup. She turned back to the court. You may proceed, Mr. Haller. Haller called Bosch to the stand. He was sworn in and then took the seat, pulling the microphone into position. He opened the blue binder he had carried with him, and Haller began. Detective Bosch, can you tell us a little bit about your experience as a law enforcement officer? Bosch turned toward the jury box and moved his eyes over the faces of the jurors as he answered. He did not leave the alternates out. I've been a sworn officer for 36 years. I've spent more than 25 of those years working homicides. I've been the lead investigator in more than 200 murder investigations in that time. And you are the lead investigator on this case? Yes, I am now. I did not take part in the original investigation, however. I came into this case in February of this year. Thank you, Detective. We will be talking about your investigation later in the trial. Are you prepared to read the sworn testimony of Regina Landy, taken on October 7th, 1986? I am. Okay, I will read the questions that were posed at the time by Deputy District Attorney Gary Lintz and Defense Counsel Charles Bernard, and you will read the responses from the witness. We start with direct examination from Mr. Lintz. Haller paused and studied the transcript in front of him. Bosch wondered if there would be any confusion from his reading the responses of a woman. In deciding to allow the testimony the week before, the judge had disallowed any reference to emotions described as having been exhibited by Regina Landy. Bosch knew from the transcript that she was crying throughout her testimony, but he would not be able to communicate that to the present jurors. Here we go, Haller said. Mrs. Landy, can you please describe your relationship with the victim, Melissa Landy? I am her mother, Bosch read. She was my daughter, until she was taken away from me. Chapter 27. Monday, April 5th, 1:45 p.m. The reading of Regina Landy's testimony from the first trial took us right up to lunch. The testimony was needed to establish who the victim was and who had identified her. But without the incumbent emotion of a parent's testimony, the reading by Bosch was largely procedural, and while the first witness of the day brought reason to be hopeful, the second witness was about as anticlimactic as a voice from the grave could possibly be. I imagined that Bosch's reading of Regina Landy's words was confusing to the jurors when they were not provided with any explanation for her absence from the trial of her daughter's alleged killer. The prosecution team had lunch at Duffy's, which was close enough to the CCB to be convenient, but far enough away that we wouldn't have to worry about jurors finding the same place to eat. Nobody was ecstatic about the start of the trial, but that was to be expected. I had planned the presentation of evidence like the unfolding of Scheherazade, the symphonic suite that starts slow and quiet and builds to an all-encompassing crescendo of sound and music and emotion. The first day was about the proof of facts. I had to bring forward the body. I had to establish that there was a victim, that she had been taken from her home and later found dead, and that she had been murdered. I had hit 2 of those facts with the first witnesses, and now the afternoon witness, the medical examiner, would complete the proof. The prosecution's case would then shift toward the accused and the evidence that would tie him to the crime. That would be when my case would really come to life. Only Bosch and I came back from lunch. Maggie had gone over to the Checkers Hotel to spend the afternoon with our star witness, Sarah Ann Gleason. Bosch had gone up.
This audiobook is completely free for you. Take a moment to breathe, enjoy a bit of relaxing music, and then we'll continue the story. Thank you for watching.
in anthem, on in far side. Put the champ in champion, the giant Lucian. Now I'm in Vietnam, R.A.W. To ghost the pens in the pen. Put the men in anthem, on in far side. Put the champion, Zion, Lucian. I'm in Vietnam, R.A.W. Oh, R.A.W.
To Washington on Saturday and flown down with her on Sunday morning. She wasn't scheduled to testify until Wednesday morning, but I had wanted her close, and I had wanted Maggie to spend as much time as possible prepping her for her part in the trial. Maggie had already been up to Washington twice to spend time with her, but I believed that any time they could spend together would continue to promote the bond I wanted them to have and the jury to see. Maggie left us reluctantly. She was concerned that I would make a misstep in court without her there, watching over me as my second. I assured her that I could handle the direct examination of a medical examiner and would call her if I ran into trouble. Little did I know how important this witness's testimony would come to be. The afternoon session got off to a late start while we waited 10 minutes for a juror who did not return from lunch on time. Once the panel was assembled and returned to court, Judge Brightman lectured the jurors again on timeliness and ordered them to eat as a group for the remainder of the trial. She also ordered the courtroom deputy to escort them to lunch. This way, no one would stray from the pack, and no one would be late. Finished with the lunch business, the judge gruffly ordered me to call my next witness. I nodded to Bosch, and he headed to the witness room to retrieve David Eisenbach. The judge grew impatient as we waited, but it took Eisenbach a few minutes longer than most witnesses to make his way into the courtroom and to the witness stand. Eisenbach was 79 years old and walked with a cane. He also carried a pillow with a handle on it, as if he were going to a USC football game at the Coliseum. After being sworn in, he placed the pillow on the hard wood of the witness chair and then sat down. "Dr. Eisenbach," I began, "can you tell the jury what you do for a living?"
"Currently, I am semi-retired and derive an income from being an autopsy consultant. A gun for hire, you lawyers like to call it. I review autopsies for a living and then tell lawyers and juries what the medical examiner did right and did wrong."
"And before you were semi-retired, what did you do?"
"I was assistant medical examiner for the County of Los Angeles. Had that job for 30 years.
As such, you conducted autopsies?"
"Yes, sir, I did. In 30 years, I conducted over 20,000 autopsies. That's a lot of dead people."
"That is a lot, Dr. Eisenbach. Do you remember them all?"
"Of course not. I remember a handful off the top of my head. The rest of them I would need my notes to remember."
After receiving permission from the judge, I approached the witness stand and put down a 40-page document. "I draw your attention to the document I have placed before you. Can you identify it?"
"Yes, it's an autopsy protocol dated February 18th, 1986. The deceased is listed as Melissa Teresa Landy. My name is also on it. It is one of mine."
"Meaning you conducted the autopsy?"
"Yes, that is what I said."
I followed this with a series of questions that established the autopsy procedures and the general health of the victim prior to death. Royce objected several times to what he termed leading questions. Few of these were sustained by the judge, but that was not the point. Royce had adopted the tactic of attempting to get me out of rhythm by incessantly interrupting, whether such interruptions were valid or not. Working around these interruptions, Eisenbach was able to testify that Melissa Landy was in perfect health until the moment of her violent death. He said she had not been sexually attacked in any determinable way. He said there was no indication of prior sexual activity. She was a virgin. He said the cause of her death was asphyxiation. He said the evidence of crushed bones in her neck and throat indicated she had been choked by a powerful force, a man's single hand. Using a laser pointer to mark locations on photographs of the body taken at autopsy, Eisenbach identified a bruise pattern on the victim's neck that was indicative of a one-handed chokehold. With the laser pointer, he delineated a thumb mark on the right side of the girl's neck and the larger forefinger mark on the left side. Doctor, did you make a determination of which hand the killer used to choke the victim to death?
Yes, it was quite simple to determine the killer had used the right hand to choke this girl to death.
Just one hand?
That is correct.
Was there any determination of how this was done? Had the girl been suspended while she was choked?
No, the injuries, particularly the crushed bones, indicated that the killer put his hand on her neck and pressed her against a surface that offered resistance.
Could that have been the seat of a vehicle?
Yes.
How about a man's leg? Royce objected, saying the question called for pure speculation. The judge agreed and told me to move on. Doctor, you mentioned 20,000 autopsies. I assume that many of these were homicides involving asphyxiation. Was it unusual to come across a case where only one hand was used to choke a victim to death? Royce objected again, this time saying the question asked for an answer outside the witness's expertise. But this time the judge went my way.
The man has conducted 20,000 autopsies, she said. I'm inclined to think that gives him a lot of expertise. I'm going to allow the question.
You can answer, Doctor, I said. Was this unusual?
Not necessarily. Many homicides occur during struggles and other circumstances. I've seen it before. If one hand is otherwise occupied, the other must suffice. We are talking about a 12-year-old girl who weighed 91 pounds. She could have been subdued with one hand if the killer needed the left hand for something else.
Would driving a vehicle fall into that category?
Objection, Royce said. Same argument. And same ruling, Brightman said. You may answer, Doctor.
Yes, Eisenbach said.
If one hand was being used to maintain control of a vehicle, the other hand could be used to choke the victim. That is one possibility.
At this point, I believed I had gotten all there was to get from Eisenbach. I ended direct examination and handed the witness over to Royce. Unfortunately for me, Eisenbach was a witness who had something for everybody, and Royce went after it. One possibility. Is that what you called it, Dr. Eisenbach?
Excuse me?
You said the scenario Mr. Haller described, one hand on the wheel, one hand on the neck, was one possibility. Is that correct?
Yes, that is a possibility.
But you weren't there, so you can't know for sure. Isn't that right, Doctor?
Yes, that is right.
You said one possibility. What are some of the other possibilities?
Well, I wouldn't know. I was responding to the question from the prosecutor.
How about a cigarette?
What?
Could the killer have been holding a cigarette in his left hand while he choked the girl with his right?
Yes, I suppose so. Yes.
And how about his penis?
His
penis, Doctor. Could the killer have choked the girl with his right hand while holding his penis with his left?
I would have to... Yes, that is a possibility, too.
He could have been masturbating with one hand while he choked her with the other, correct, Doctor?
Anything is possible, but there is no indication in the autopsy report that supports this.
What about what is not in the file, Doctor?
I'm not aware of anything.
Is this what you meant about being a hired gun, Doctor? You take the prosecution side no matter what the facts are.
I don't always work for prosecutors.
I'm happy for you. I stood up. Your Honor, he's badgering the witness with,
Mr. Royce, the judge said, please keep it civil and on point.
Yes, Your Honor. Doctor, of the 20,000 autopsies you have performed, how many of them were on victims of sexually motivated violence? Eisenbach looked across the floor to me, but there was nothing I could do for him. Bosch had taken Maggie's place at the prosecution table. He leaned over to me and whispered, "What's he doing? Trying to make our case?" I held up my hand so I would not be distracted from the back and forth between Royce and Eisenbach. "No, he's making their case," I whispered back. Eisenbach still hadn't answered.
"Doctor," the judge said, "please answer the question. I don't have a count, but many of them were sexually motivated crimes. Was this one? Based on the autopsy findings, I could not make that conclusion. But whenever you have a young child, particularly a female, and there is a stranger abduction, then you are almost always—" "Move to strike the answer as non-responsive," Royce said, cutting the witness off. "The witness is assuming facts not in evidence." The judge considered the objection. I stood up, ready to respond, but said nothing. "Doctor, please answer only the question you are asked," the judge said. "I thought I was," Eisenbach said. "Then let me be more specific," Royce said. "You found no indications of sexual assault or abuse on the body of Melissa Landy. Is that correct, Doctor?" "That is correct." "What about on the victim's clothing?" "The body is my jurisdiction. The clothing is analyzed by forensics." "Of course." Royce hesitated and looked down at his notes. I could tell he was trying to decide how far to take something. It was a case of so far, so good. Do I risk going further? Finally, he decided. "Now, Doctor, a moment ago, when I objected to your answer, you called this a stranger abduction. What evidence from the autopsy supported that claim?" Eisenbach thought for a long moment, and even looked down at the autopsy report in front of him. "Doctor?" There is nothing, I recall, from the autopsy alone that supports this." "Actually, the autopsy supports a conclusion quite the opposite, doesn't it?" Eisenbach looked genuinely confused. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Can I draw your attention to page 8 of the autopsy protocol, the preliminary examination of the body?" Royce waited a moment until Eisenbach turned to the page. I did as well, but didn't need to. I knew where Royce was going and couldn't stop him. I just needed to be ready to object at the right moment. "Doctor, the report states that scrapings of the victim's fingernails were negative for blood and tissue. Do you see that on page 8? "Yes, I scraped her nails, but they were clean. This indicates she did not scratch her attacker, her killer, correct?" "That would be the indication, yes. And this would also indicate that she knew her attack—" "Objection!" I was on my feet, but not quick enough. Royce had gotten the suggestion out and to the jury. "Assumes facts not in evidence," I said. "Your Honor, defense counsel is clearly attempting to plant seeds with the jury that do not exist." "Sustained. Mr. Royce, a warning." "Yes, Your Honor. The defense has no further questions for this prosecution witness." Chapter 28. Monday, April 5th, 4:45 p.m. Bosch knocked on the door of room 804 and looked directly at the peephole. The door was quickly opened by McPherson, who was checking her watch as she stood back to let him enter. "Why aren't you in court with Mickey?" she asked. Bosch entered. The room was a suite with a decent view of Grand Avenue and the back of the Biltmore. There was a couch and 2 chairs,
one of them occupied by Sarah Ann Gleason. Bosch nodded his hello. Because he doesn't need me there. I'm needed here. What's going on? Royce tipped his hand on the defense's case. I need to talk to Sarah about it. He started toward the couch, but McPherson put her hand on his arm and stopped him. Wait a minute. Before you talk to Sarah, you talk to me. What's going on? Bosch nodded. She was right. He looked around, but there was no place for private conversation in the suite. Let's take a walk. McPherson went to the coffee table and grabbed a key card. We'll be right back, Sarah. Do you need anything? No, I'm fine. I'll be here. She held up a sketch pad. It would keep her company. Bosch and McPherson left the room and took the elevator down to the lobby. There was a bar crowded with pre-happy hour drinkers, but they found a private spot in a sitting area by the front door. Okay, how did Royce tip his hand? McPherson asked. When he was cross-examining Eisenbach, he riffed off of Mickey's question about the killer using only his right hand to choke her. Right, while he was driving. He panicked when he heard the call on the police radio and killed her. Right, that's the prosecution theory. Well, Royce is already setting up a defense theory. On cross, he asked whether it was possible that the killer was choking her with one hand while masturbating with the other. She was silent as she computed this. This is the old prosecution theory, she said, from the first trial, that it was murder in the commission of a sex act. Mickey and I sort of figured that once Royce got all the discovery material and learned that the DNA came from the stepfather, the defense would play it this way. They're setting up the stepfather as the straw man. They'll say he killed her, and the DNA proves it. McPherson folded her arms as she worked it out further. It's good, but there are two things wrong with it. Sarah and the hair evidence. So we're missing something. Royce has got to have something or someone who discredits Sarah's ID. That's why I'm here. I brought Royce's witness list. These people have been playing hide and seek with me, and I haven't run them all down. Sarah's got to look at this list and tell me which one I need to focus on. How the hell will she know? She's got to. These are her people. Boyfriends, husbands, fellow tweakers. All of them have records. They're the people she hung out with before she got straight. Every address is a last known and worthless. Royce has got to be hiding them. McPherson nodded. That's why they call him Clever Clive. Okay, let's talk to her. Let me try first, okay? She stood up. Wait a minute, Bosch said. She looked at him. What is it? What if the defense theory is the right one? Are you kidding me? He didn't answer, and she didn't wait long. She headed back toward the elevator. He got up and followed. They went back to the room. Bosch noticed that Gleason had sketched a tulip on her pad while they had been gone. He sat down on the couch across from her, and McPherson took the chair right next to her. Sarah, McPherson said, we need to talk. We think that somebody you used to know during those lost years we were talking about is going to try to help the defense. We need to figure out who it is and what they are going to say. I don't understand, Sarah said. I was 13 years old when this happened to us. What does it matter who my friends were after? It matters because they can testify about things you might have done or said. What things? McPherson shook her head. That's what is so frustrating. We don't really know. We only know that today in court the defense made it clear that they are going to try to put the blame for your sister's death on your stepfather. Sarah raised her hands, as if warding off a blow. That's crazy. I was there. I saw that man take her. We know that, Sarah. But it's a matter of what is conveyed to the jury, and what and who the jurors believe. Now, Detective Bosch has a list of the defense's witnesses. I want you to take a look at it, and tell us what the names mean to you. Bosch pulled the list from his briefcase. He handed it to McPherson, who handed it to Sarah. "Sorry, all those notes are things I added," Bosch said, "when I was trying to track them down. Just look at the names." Bosch watched her lips move slightly as she started to read. Then they stopped moving, and she just stared at the paper. He saw tears in her eyes. "Sarah?" McPherson prompted. "These people," Gleason said in a whisper. "I thought I'd never see them again." "You may never see them again," McPherson said. "Just because they're on that list, it doesn't mean they'll be called. They pull names out of the records and load up the list to confuse us, Sarah. It's called haystacking. They hide the real witnesses, and our investigator, Detective Bosch, wastes his time checking out the wrong people. But there's got to be at least one name on there that counts. Who is it, Sarah? Help us." She stared at the list without responding. "Someone who will be able to say you two were close, who you spent time with and told secrets to." "I thought a husband couldn't testify against a wife," Gleason said. "One spouse can't be forced to testify against the other. But what are you talking about, Sarah?" "This one." She pointed to a name on the list. Bosch leaned over to read it. Edward Roman. Bosch had traced him to a lockdown rehab in North Hollywood, where Sarah had spent 9 months after her last incarceration. The only thing Bosch had guessed was that they'd had contact in group therapy. The last known address provided by Royce was a motel in Van Nuys, but Roman was long gone from there. Bosch had gotten no further with it and had dismissed the name as part of Royce's haystack. "Roman," he said. "You were with him in rehab, right?" "Yes," Gleason said. "Then we got married." "When?" McPherson said. "We have no record of that marriage." "After we got out. He knew a minister. We got married on the beach. But it didn't last very long." "Did you get divorced?" McPherson asked. "No, I never really cared. Then when I got straight, I just didn't want to go back there. It was one of those things you block out, like it didn't happen." McPherson looked at Bosch. "It might not have been a legal marriage," he said. "There's nothing in the county records." "Doesn't matter if it was a legal marriage or not," she said. "He is obviously a volunteer witness so he can testify against her. What matters is what his testimony is going to be. What's he going to say, Sarah?" Sarah slowly shook her head. "I don't know." "Well, what did you tell him about your sister and your stepfather?" "I don't know. Those years. I can hardly remember anything from back then." There was a silence, and then McPherson asked Sarah to look at the rest of the names on the list. She did, and shook her head. "I don't know who some of these people are. Some people in the life, I just knew them by street names." "But Edward Roman, you know." "Yes, we were together." "How long?" Gleason shook her head in embarrassment. "Not long. Inside rehab, we thought we were made for each other. Once we were out, it didn't work. It lasted maybe 3 months. I got arrested again, and when I got out of jail, he was gone." "Is it possible that it wasn't a legitimate marriage?" Gleason thought for a moment and half-heartedly shrugged. "Anything is possible, I guess." "Okay, Sarah, I'm going to step out with Detective Bosch again for a few minutes. I want you to think about Edward Roman. Anything you can remember will be helpful. I'll be right back." McPherson took the witness list from her and handed it back to Bosch. They left the room, but just took a few paces down the hallway before stopping and talking in whispers. "I guess you'd better find him," she said. "It won't matter," Bosch said. "If he's Royce's star witness, he won't talk to me."
Then find out everything you can about him, so when the time comes, we can destroy him.
Got it.
Bosch turned and headed down the hall toward the elevators. McPherson called after him.
He stopped and looked back. "Did you mean it?" McPherson asked. "Mean what?" "What you said down in the lobby. What you asked. You think 24 years ago she made it all up?" Bosch looked at her for a long moment, then shrugged. "I don't know." "Well, what about the hair in the truck? Doesn't that tie her story in?" Bosch held a hand up empty. "It's circumstantial, and I wasn't there when they found it." "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means sometimes things happen when the victim is a child. And that I wasn't there when they found it." "Boy, maybe you should be working for the defense." Bosch dropped his hand to the side. "I'm sure they've thought of all of this already." He turned back toward the elevators and headed down the hallway. Chapter 29. Tuesday, April 6th, 9 a.m. Sometimes the wheels of justice roll smoothly. The second day of trial started exactly as scheduled. The full jury was in the box, the judge was on the bench, and Jason Jessup and his attorney were seated at the defense table. I stood and called my first witness of what I hoped would be a productive day for the prosecution. Harry Bosch even had Izzy Gordon in the courtroom ready to go. By 5 minutes after the hour, she was sworn in and seated. She was a small woman with black-framed glasses that magnified her eyes. My record said she was 50 years old, but she looked older. "Ms. Gordon, can you tell the jury what you do for a living?" "Yes, I am a forensic technician and crime scene supervisor for the Los Angeles Police Department. I have been so employed in the forensics unit since 1986. "Were you so employed on February 16th of that year?" "Yes, I was. It was my first day of work." "And what was your assignment on that day?" "My job was to learn. I was assigned to a crime scene supervisor, and I was to get on-the-job training." Izzy Gordon was a major find for the prosecution. 2 technicians and a supervisor had worked the 3 separate crime scenes relating to the Melissa Landy case: the home on Windsor, the trash bin behind the El Rey, and the tow truck driven by Jessup. Gordon had been assigned to be at the supervisor's side, and therefore had been in attendance at all 3 crime scenes. The supervisor was long since dead, and the other techs retired and unable to offer testimony about all 3 locations. Finding Gordon allowed me to streamline the introduction of crime scene evidence. "Who was that supervisor?" "That was Art Donovan." "And you got a call out with him that day?" "Yes, we did. An abduction that turned into a homicide. We ended up going from scene to scene to scene that day, 3 related locations." "Okay, let's take those scenes one at a time." Over the next 90 minutes, I walked Gordon through her Sunday tour of crime scenes on February 16th, 1986. Using her as the conduit, I could deliver crime scene photographs, videos, and evidence reports. Royce continued his tack of objecting at will in an effort to prevent the unimpeded flow of information to the jury. But he was scoreless and getting under the judge's skin. I could tell, and so I did not complain. I wanted that annoyance to fester. It might come in handy later. Gordon's testimony was fairly pedestrian, as she first discussed the unsuccessful efforts to find shoe prints and other trace evidence on the front lawn of the Landys' house. It turned more dramatic when she recalled being urgently called to a new crime scene, the trash bin behind the El Rey. "We were called when they found the body. It was handled in whispers because the family was there in the house, and we did not want to upset them until it was confirmed that there was a body and that it was the little girl." "You and Donovan went to the El Rey Theater?" "Yes, along with Detective Closter. We met the assistant medical examiner there. We now had a homicide, so more technicians were called in, too." The El Rey portion of Gordon's testimony was largely an opportunity for me to show more video footage and photographs of the victim on the overhead screens. If nothing else, I wanted every juror in the box to be incensed by what they saw. I wanted to light the fire of one of the basic instincts: vengeance. I counted on Royce to object, and he did. But by then, he had exhausted his welcome with the judge, and his argument that the images were graphic and cumulatively excessive fell on deaf ears. They were allowed. Finally, Izzy Gordon brought us to the last crime scene, the tow truck, and she described how she had spotted 3 long hairs caught in the crack that split the bench seat, and pointed them out to Donovan for collection. "What happened to those hairs?" I asked. "They were individually bagged and tagged, and then taken to the Scientific Investigation Division for comparison and analysis." Gordon's testimony was smooth and efficient. When I turned her over to the defense, Royce did the best he could. He did not bother to assail the collection of evidence, but merely attempted once again to gain a foothold for the defense theory. In doing so, he skipped the first 2 crime scenes and zeroed in on the tow truck. "Miss Gordon, when you got to the Audiobook towing yard, were there police officers already there?" "Yes, of course." "How many?" "I didn't count, but there were several." "What about detectives?" "Yes, there were detectives conducting a search of the whole business under the authority of a search warrant." "And were these detectives you had seen earlier at the previous crime scenes?" "I think so, yes. I would assume so, but I do not remember specifically." "But you seem to remember other things specifically. Why don't you remember which detectives you were working with?" "There were several people working this case. Detective Closter was the lead investigator, but he was dealing with 3 different locations, as well as the girl who was the witness. I don't remember if he was at the tow yard when I first arrived, but he was there at some point. I think that if you refer to the crime scene attendance logs, you will be able to determine who is at what scene and when." "Ah, then we shall do just that." Royce approached the witness stand and gave Gordon 3 documents and a pencil. He then returned to the lectern. "What are those 3 documents, Ms. Gordon?" "These are crime scene attendance logs." "And which scenes are they from?" "The 3 I worked in regard to the Landy case." "Can you please take a moment to study those logs and use the pencil I've given you to circle any name that appears on all 3 lists?" It took Gordon less than a minute to complete the task. "Finished?" Royce asked. "Yes, there are 4 names." "Can you tell us?" "Yes, myself and my supervisor, Art Donovan, and then Detective Closter and his partner, Chad Steiner. You were the only 4 who were at all 3 crime scenes that day, correct?" "That is correct." Maggie leaned into me and whispered, "Cross-scene contamination." I shook my head slightly and whispered back, "That suggests accidental contamination. I think he's going for intentional planting of evidence." Maggie nodded and leaned away. Royce asked his next question. "Being one of only 4 who were at all 4 scenes, you had a keen understanding of this crime and what it meant. Isn't that correct?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "Among police personnel, were emotions high at these crime scenes?" "Well, everyone was very professional." "You mean nobody cared that this was a 12-year-old girl?" "No, we cared. And you could say things were at least tense at the first 2 scenes. We had the family at one and the dead little girl at the other. I don't really remember things being emotional at the tow yard." Wrong answer, I thought. She had opened a door for the defense. "Okay," Royce said. "But you are saying that at the first 2 scenes the emotions were high, correct?" I stood up, just to give Royce a dose of his own medicine. "Objection. Asked and answered already, Your Honor." "Sustained." Royce was undaunted. "Then how did these emotions display themselves?" he asked. "Well, we talked. Art Donovan told me to keep professional detachment. He said we had to do our best work because this had been just a little girl." "What about Detectives Closter and Steiner?" "They said the same thing, that we couldn't leave any stone unturned, that we had to do it for Melissa."
He called the victim by her name. Yes, I remember that. How angry and upset would you say Detective Closter was? I stood and objected. Assumes facts not in evidence or testimony. The judge sustained it and told Royce to move on. Miss Gordon, can you refer to the crime scene attendance log still in front of you and tell us if the arrival and departure of law enforcement personnel is kept by time? Yes, it is. There are arrival and departure times listed after each name. You have previously stated that Detectives Closter and Steiner were the only two investigators beside yourself and your supervisor to appear at all three scenes. Yes, they were the lead investigators on the case. Did they arrive at each of the scenes before you and Mr. Donovan? It took Gordon a moment to confirm the information on the lists. Yes, they did. So, they would have had access to the victim's body before you ever arrived at the El Rey Theater, correct? I don't know what you mean by access, but yes, they were on scene first. And so, they would have also had access to the tow truck before you got there and saw the 3 strands of hair conveniently caught in the seat crack, correct? I objected, saying the question required the witness to speculate on things she would not have witnessed, and was argumentative because of the use of the word conveniently. Royce was obviously playing to the jury. The judge told Royce to rephrase the question without taking editorial license. The detectives would have had access to the tow truck before you got there, and before you were the first to see the 3 strands of hair lodged in the seat crack, correct? Gordon took the hint from my objection and answered the way I wanted her to. I don't know, because I wasn't there. Still, Royce had gotten his point across to the jury. He had also gotten the point of his case across to me. It was now fair to assume that the defense would put forth the theory that the police, in the person of Closter and/or his partner Steiner, had planted the hair evidence to secure a conviction of Jessup after he had been identified by the 13-year-old Sarah. Further to this, the defense would posit that Sarah's wrongful identification of Jessup was intentional, and part of the Landy family's effort to hide the fact that Melissa had died either accidentally or intentionally at the hands of her stepfather. It would be a tough road to take. To be successful, it would take at least one person on the jury buying into what amounted to 2 conspiracies working independently of one another and yet in concert. But I could think of only 2 defense attorneys in town who could pull it off, and Royce was one of them. I had to be prepared. What happened after you noticed the hair on the tow truck seat? Do you remember? Royce asked the witness. I pointed it out to Art because he was doing the actual collection of evidence. I was just there to observe and gather experience. Were Detectives Closter and Steiner called over to take a look? Yes, I believe so. Do you recall what, if anything, they did then? I don't recall them doing anything in relation to the hair evidence. It was their case, and so they were notified of the evidence find, and that was it. Were you happy with yourself? I don't think I understand. It was your first day on the job, your first case. Were you pleased with yourself after spotting the hair evidence? Were you proud? Gordon hesitated before answering, as if trying to figure out if the question was a trap. I was pleased that I had contributed, yes. And did you ever wonder why you, the rookie, spotted the hair in the seat crack before your supervisor or the 2 lead investigators? Gordon hesitated again and then said no. Royce said he had no further questions. It had been an excellent cross, planting multiple seeds that could later bloom into something larger in the defense case. I did what I could on redirect, asking Gordon to recite the names of the 6 uniformed police officers and 2 other detectives who were listed as arriving ahead of Closter and Steiner on the crime scene attendance log, kept at the location where Melissa Landy's body was found. So, hypothetically, if Detective Closter or Steiner had wanted to take hair from the victim to plant elsewhere,
they would have had to do it under the noses of 8 other officers, or enlist them in allowing them to do it. Is that correct? Yes, it would seem so. I thanked the witness and sat down. Royce then went back to the lectern for recross. Also, hypothetically, if Kloster or Steiner wanted to plant hair from the victim at the 3rd crime scene, it would not have been necessary to take it directly from the victim's head if there were other sources for it, correct? I guess not, if there were other sources. For example, a hairbrush in the victim's home could have provided hair to them, correct? I guess so. They were in the victim's home, weren't they? Yes, that was one of the locations where they signed in. Nothing further. Royce had nailed me, and I decided not to pursue this any further. Royce would have a comeback no matter what I brought forward from the witness. Gordon was dismissed, and the judge broke for lunch. I told Bosch that he would be on the stand after the break, reading Kloster's testimony into the record. I asked if he wanted to grab lunch together to talk about the defense's theory, but he said he couldn't, that he had something to do. Maggie was heading over to the hotel to have lunch with Sarah Ann Gleason, so that left me on my own, or so I thought. As I headed down the center aisle to the rear door of the courtroom, an attractive woman stepped out of the back row in front of me. She smiled and stepped up to me. Mr. Haller, I'm Rachel Walling with the FBI. At first it didn't compute, but then the name caught on a memory prompt somewhere inside. Yes, the profiler. You distracted my investigator with your theory that Jason Jessup is a serial killer. Well, I hope it was more help than distraction. I guess that remains to be seen. What can I do for you, Agent Walling? I was going to ask if you might have time for lunch, but since you consider me a distraction, then maybe I should just... Guess what, Agent Walling? You're in luck. I'm free. Let's have lunch. I pointed to the door, and we headed out. Chapter 30. Tuesday, April 6th, 1:15 p.m. This time, it was the judge who was late returning to court. The prosecution and defense teams were seated at the appointed time and ready to go, but there was no sign of Brightman. And there had been no indication from the clerk as to whether the delay was because of personal business or some sort of trial issue. Bosch got up from his seat at the railing and approached Haller, tapping him on the back. Harry, we're about to start. You ready? I'm ready, but we need to talk. What's wrong? Bosch turned his body so his back was to the defense table and lowered his voice into a barely audible whisper. I went to see the SIS guys at lunch. They showed me some stuff you need to know about. He was being overly cryptic, but the photos Lieutenant Wright had showed him from the surveillance the night before were troubling. Jessup was up to something, and whatever it might be, it was going to go down soon. Before Haller could respond, the background hubbub of the courtroom ceased as the judge took the bench. After court, Haller whispered. He then turned back to the front of the courtroom, and Bosch returned to his seat at the railing. The judge told the deputy to seat the jury, and soon everyone was in place. I want to apologize, Brightman said. This delay was my responsibility. I had a personal matter come up, and it took far longer than I expected it would. Mr. Haller, please call your next witness. Haller stood and called for Doral Kloster. Bosch stood and headed for the witness stand while the judge once again explained to the jury that the witness called by the prosecution was unavailable, and that prior sworn testimony would be read by Bosch and Haller. Though all of this had been worked out in a pre-trial hearing and over the objection of the defense, Royce stood once again and objected. Mr. Royce, we've already argued this issue, the judge responded. I would ask that the court reconsider its ruling, as this form of testimony entirely undercuts Mr. Jessup's constitutional right to confront his accusers. Detective Costa was not asked the questions I would want to ask him, based on the defense's current view of the case. Again, Mr. Royce, this issue has been settled, and I do not wish to rehash it in front of the jury. But, Your Honor, I am being inhibited from presenting a full defense. Mr. Royce, I have been very generous in allowing you to posture in front of the jury. My patience is now growing thin. You may sit down. Royce stared the judge down. Bosch knew what he was doing, playing to the jury. He wanted them to see him and Jessup as the underdogs. He wanted them to understand that it was not just the prosecution against Jessup, but the judge as well. When he had drawn out the stare as long as he dared, he spoke again. Judge, I cannot sit down when my client's freedom is at stake. This is an egregious... Brightman angrily slammed her hand down, making a sound as loud as a shot. We're not going to do this in front of the jury, Mr. Royce. Will the jurors please return to the assembly room? Wide-eyed and alert to the tension that had engulfed the courtroom, the jurors filed out, to a person glancing back over their shoulders to check the action behind them. The whole time, Royce held his glare on the judge, and Bosch knew it was mostly an act. This was exactly what Royce wanted, for the jury to see him being persecuted and prevented from bringing his case forward. It didn't matter that they would be sequestered in the jury room. They all knew that Royce was about to get slapped down hard by the judge. Once the door to the jury assembly room was closed, the judge turned back to Royce. In the 30 seconds it had taken the jury to leave the courtroom, she had obviously calmed down. Mr. Royce, at the end of the trial, we will be holding a contempt hearing during which your actions today will be examined and penalized. Until then, if I ever order you to sit down and you refuse that order, I will have the courtroom deputy forcibly place you in your seat, and it will not matter to me if the jury is present or not. Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor, and I would like to apologize for allowing the emotions of the moment to get the best of me. Very well, Mr. Royce. You will now sit down, and we'll bring the jury back in. They held each other's eyes for a long moment, until Royce finally, and slowly, sat down. The judge then told the courtroom deputy to bring the jurors back in. Bosch glanced at the jury as they came back in. They all had their eyes on Royce, and Harry could see the defense attorney's gambit had worked. He saw sympathy in their eyes, as if they all knew that at any moment they might cross the judge and be similarly rebuked. They didn't know what happened while they were behind the closed door, but Royce was like the kid who had been sent to the principal's office and had returned to tell everyone about it at recess. The judge addressed the jury before continuing the trial. I want the members of the jury to understand that in a trial of this nature, emotions sometimes run high. Mr. Royce and I have discussed the issue, and it is resolved. You are to pay it no mind. So let's proceed with the reading of prior sworn testimony. Mr. Haller? Yes, Your Honor. Haller stood and went to the lectern with his printout of Doral Kloster's testimony. Detective Bosch, you are still under oath. Do you have the transcript of sworn testimony provided by Detective Doral Kloster on October 8th, 1986? Yes, I do. Bosch placed the transcript on the stand and took a pair of reading glasses out of his jacket's inside pocket. Okay, then once again, I will read the questions that were posed to Detective...
This audiobook is offered freely, with gratitude. Take a quiet moment for yourself, listen to the music, and we'll be back with more in just a moment. Thank you.
Feels like a dream. I'll be wherever you are. As long as we're as long as we're
Closter under oath by Deputy District Attorney Gary Lintz, and you will read the responses from the witness. After a series of questions used to elicit basic information about Closter, the testimony moved quickly into the investigation of the murder of Melissa Landy. Now, Detective, you are assigned to a detective squad at Wilshire Division, correct? Yes, I am on the homicide and major crimes table. And this case did not start out as a homicide. No, it did not. My partner and I were called in from home after patrol units were dispatched to the Landy house, and a preliminary investigation determined that it appeared to be a stranger abduction. That made it a major crime, and we were called out. What happened when you got to the Landy house? We initially separated the individuals there, the mother, father, and Sarah, the sister, and conducted interviews. We then brought the family together and conducted a joint interview. It often works best that way, and it did this time. In the joint interview, we found our investigative direction. Tell us about that. How did you find this direction? In the individual interview, Sarah revealed that the girls had been playing a hide-and-seek game, and that she was hiding behind some bushes at the front corner of her house. These bushes blocked her view of the street. She said she heard a trash truck and saw a trash man cross the yard and grab her sister. These events occurred on a Sunday, so we knew there was no city trash pickup. But when I had Sarah recount this story in front of her parents, her father quickly said that on Sunday mornings, several tow trucks patrol the neighborhood, and that the drivers wear overalls like the city sanitation workers do. And that became our first lead. And how did you follow that lead? We were able to obtain a list of city-licensed tow truck companies that operated in the Wilshire district. By this time, I had called in more detectives and we split the list up. There were only 3 companies that were operating on that day. Each pair of detectives took one. My partner and I went to a tow yard on La Brea Boulevard that was operated by a business called Aardvark Towing. And what happened when you got there? We found that they were about to shut down for the day because they essentially worked no parking zones around churches. By noon, they were done. There were 3 drivers, and they were securing things and about to head out when we got there. They all voluntarily agreed to identify themselves and answer our questions. While my partner asked preliminary questions, I went back to our car and called their names into Central Dispatch so they could check them for criminal records. Who were these men, Detective Closter? Their names were William Clinton, Jason Jessup, and Derek Wilburn. And what was the result of your records search? Only Wilburn had an arrest record. It was an attempted rape with no conviction. The case, as I recall, was 4 years old. Did this make him a suspect in the Melissa Landy abduction? Yes, it did. He generally fit the description we had gotten from Sarah. He drove a large truck and wore overalls. And he had an arrest record involving a sex crime. That made him a strong suspect in my mind. What did you do next? I returned to my partner, and he was still interviewing the men in a group setting. I knew that time was of the essence. This little girl was still missing. She was still out there somewhere, and usually in a case like this, the longer the individual is missing, the less chance you have of a good ending. So you made some decisions, didn't you? Yes, I decided that Sarah Landy ought to see Derek Wilburn to see if she could identify him as the abductor. So did you set up a lineup for her to view? No, I didn't. No? No, I didn't feel there was time. I had to keep things moving. We had to try to find that girl. So what I did was ask if the 3 men would agree to go to a separate location where we could continue the interview. They each said yes. No hesitation? No, none. They agreed. By the way, what happened when the other detectives visited the other towing companies that worked in the Wilshire district? They did not find or interview anyone who rose to the level of suspect. You mean no one with a criminal record? No criminal records and no flags came up during interviews. So you were concentrating on Derek Wilburn? That's right. So when Wilburn and the other two men agreed to be interviewed at another location, what did you do? We called for a couple of patrol cruisers, and we put Jessup and Clinton in the back of one car and Wilburn in the back of another. We then closed and locked the Aardvark tow yard and drove ahead in our car. So you got back to the Landy house first? By design. We had told the patrol officers to take a circuitous route to the Landy house on Windsor so we could get there first. When we arrived back at the house, I took Sarah upstairs to her bedroom, which was located at the front and was overlooking the front yard and street. I closed the blinds and had her look through just a crack so she would not be visibly exposed to the tow truck drivers. What happened next? My partner had stayed out front. When the patrol cruisers arrived, I had him take the three men out of the cars and have them stand together on the sidewalk. I asked Sarah if she recognized any of them. Did she? Not at first. But one of the men, Jessup, was wearing a baseball hat and he was looking down, using the brim to guard his face. Bosch flipped over 2 pages of the testimony at this point. The pages had been X'd out. They contained several questions about Jessup's demeanor and attempt to use his hat to hide his face. These questions were objected to by Jessup's then defense counsel, sustained by the trial judge, then re-sculpted and re-asked, and objected to again. In the pretrial hearing, Brightman had agreed with Royce's contention that the current jury should not even hear them. It was one of the only points Royce had won. Haller picked up the reading at the point the skirmish had ended. Okay, detective, why don't you tell the jury what happened next? Sarah asked me if I could ask the man with the hat to remove it. I radioed my partner, and he told Jessup to take off the hat. Almost immediately, Sarah said it was him. The man who abducted her sister? Yes. Wait a minute. You said Derek Wilburn was your suspect. Yes, based on his having a record of a prior arrest for a sex crime. I thought he was the most likely suspect. Was Sarah sure of her identification? I asked her several times to confirm the identification. She did. What did you do next? I left Sarah in her room and went back downstairs. When I got outside, I placed Jason Jessup under arrest, handcuffed him, and put him in the back of a patrol car. I told other officers to put Wilburn and Clinton in another car and take them down to Wilshire Division for questioning. Did you question Jason Jessup at this point? Yes, I did. Again, time was of the essence. I didn't feel that I had the time to take him to Wilshire Division and set up a formal interview. Instead, I got in the car with him, read him the Miranda warning, and asked if he would talk to me. He said yes. Did you record this? No, I did not. Frankly, I forgot. Things were moving so quickly, and all I could think about was finding that little girl. I had a recorder in my pocket, but I forgot to record this conversation. Okay, so you questioned Jessup anyway. I asked questions, but he gave very few answers. He denied any involvement in the abduction. He acknowledged that he had been on tow patrol in the neighborhood that morning and could have driven by the Landy house, but that he did not remember specifically driving on Windsor. I asked him if he remembered seeing the Hollywood sign, because if you are on Windsor, you have a straight view of it up the street and on top of the hill. He said he didn't remember seeing the Hollywood sign. How long did this questioning go on? Not long,
maybe 5 minutes. We were interrupted. By what, Detective? My partner knocked on the car's window, and I could tell by his face that whatever he had was important. I got out of the car, and that's when he told me. They had found her. A girl's body had been found in a dumpster down on Wilshire. That changed everything? Yes, everything. I had Jessup transported downtown and booked while I proceeded to the location of the body. What did you discover when you got there? There was a body of a girl, approximately 12 or 13 years old, discarded in the dumpster. She was unidentified at that time, but she appeared to be Melissa Landy. I had her photograph. I was pretty sure it was her. And you moved the focus of your investigation to this location? Absolutely. My partner and I started conducting interviews while the crime scene people and coroner's people dealt with the body. We soon learned that the parking lot adjacent to the rear yard of the theater had previously been used as a temporary auto storage point by a towing company. We learned that company was Aardvark Towing. What did that mean to you? To me, it meant there was now a second connection between the murder of this girl and Aardvark. We had the lone witness, Sarah Landy, identifying one of the Aardvark drivers as the abductor, and now we had the victim found in a dumpster next to a parking lot used by Aardvark drivers. To me, the case was coming together. What was your next step? At that point, my partner and I split up. He stayed with the crime scene, and I went back to Wilshire Division to work on search warrants. Search warrants for what? One for the entire premises at Aardvark Towing. One for the tow truck Jessup was driving that day. And 2 more for Jessup's home and personal car. And did you receive these search warrants? Yes, I did. Judge Richard Pittman was on call, and he happened to be playing golf at Wilshire Country Club. I brought him the warrants, and he signed them on the 9th hole. We then began the searches, starting at Aardvark. Were you present at this search? Yes, I was. My partner and I were in charge of it. And at some point, did you become aware of any particular evidence being found that you deemed important to the case? Yes. At one point, the forensics team leader, a man named Art Donovan, informed me that they had recovered 3 hairs that were brown in color and over a foot in length each from the tow truck that Jason Jessup was driving that day. Did Donovan tell you specifically where in the truck these hair specimens were found? Yes, he said they were caught in the crack between the lower and upper part of the truck's bench seat. Bosch closed the transcript there. Kloster's testimony continued, but they had reached the point where Haller had said he would stop, because he would have all he needed on the record. The judge then asked Royce if he wished to have any of the defense's cross-examination read into the record. Royce stood to respond, holding 2 paper-clipped documents in his hand. For the record, I am reluctant to participate in a procedure I object to, but since the court is calling the game, I shall play along. I have 2 brief readbacks of Detective Kloster's cross-examination. May I give a highlighted printout to Detective Bosch? I think it will make this much easier. Very well, the judge said. The courtroom deputy took one of the documents from Royce and delivered it to Bosch, who quickly scanned it. It was only 2 pages of testimony transcriptions. 2 exchanges were highlighted in yellow. As Bosch read them over, the judge explained to the jury that Royce would read questions posed by Jessup's previous defense attorney, Charles Bernard, while Bosch would continue to read the responses of Detective Doral Kloster. You may proceed, Mr. Royce. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, reading from the transcript, Detective, how long was it from when you closed and locked Aardvark Towing and took the 3 drivers over to Windsor and returned with the search warrant? May I refer to the case chronology,
You may." "It was about 2 hours and 35 minutes.
"And when you left Aardvark Towing, how did you secure those premises?"
"We closed the garages, and one of the drivers, I believe Mr. Clinton, had a key to the door. I borrowed it to lock the door."
"Did you return the key to him after?"
"No. I asked if I could keep it for the time being, and he said that was okay."
"So when you went back with the signed search warrant, you had the key and you simply unlocked the door to enter?"
"That is correct."
Royce flipped the page on his copy and told Bosch to do likewise. "Okay, now reading from another point in the cross-examination. Detective Closter, what did you conclude when you were told about the hair specimens found in the tow truck Mr. Jessup had been driving that day?"
"Nothing. The specimens had not been identified yet."
"At what point were they identified?"
2 days later I got a call from SID. A hair and fiber tech told me that the hairs had been examined and that they closely matched samples taken from the victim. She said that she could not exclude the victim as a source.
"So then, what did that tell you?"
"That it was likely that Melissa Landy had been in that tow truck."
"What other evidence in that truck linked the victim to it, or Mr. Jessup to the victim?"
"There was no other evidence."
"No blood or other bodily fluids?"
"No."
"No fibers from the victim's dress?"
"No."
"Nothing else?"
"Nothing."
With the lack of other corroborating evidence in the truck, did you ever consider that the hair evidence was planted in the truck?
"Well, I considered it in the way I considered all aspects of the case.
But I dismissed it because the witness to the abduction had identified Jessup and that was the truck he was driving.
I didn't think the evidence was planted. I mean, by who? No one was trying to set him up. He was identified by the victim's sister."
That ended the readback. Bosch glanced over at the jury box and saw that it appeared that everyone had remained attentive during what was most likely the most boring stage of the trial. "Anything further, Mr. Royce?" the judge asked. "Nothing further, Judge," Royce responded. "Very well," Brightman said. "I think this brings us to our afternoon break. I will see everyone back in place, and I will admonish myself to be on time in 15 minutes. The courtroom started to clear, and Bosch stepped down from the witness stand. He went directly to Haller, who was huddled with McPherson. Bosch butted into their whispered conversation.
"Atwater, right?"
Haller looked up at him.
"Yes, right.
Have her ready in 15 minutes.
"And you have time to talk after court?"
"I'll make time. I had an interesting conversation at lunch as well, I need to tell you." Bosch left them and headed out to the hall. He knew the line at the coffee urn in the little concession stand near the elevators would be long and full of jurors from the case. He decided he would hit the stairwell and find coffee on another floor. But first, he ducked into the restroom. As he entered, he saw Jessup at one of the sinks. He was leaning over and washing his hands. His eyes were below the mirror line, and he didn't realize Bosch was behind him. Bosch stood still and waited for the moment, thinking about what he would say when he and Jessup locked eyes. But just as Jessup raised his head and saw Bosch in the mirror, the door to a stall to the left opened, and juror number 10 stepped out. It was an awkward moment, as all three men said nothing. Finally, Jessup grabbed a paper towel out of the dispenser, dried his hands, and tossed it into the wastebasket. He headed to the door while the juror took his place at the sink. Bosch moved silently to a urinal, but looked back at Jessup as he was pushing through the door. Bosch shot him in the back with his finger. Jessup never saw it coming.
Chapter 31. Tuesday, April 6th, 3:05 p.m. During the break, I checked on my next witness and made sure she was good to go. I had a few spare minutes, so I tracked Bosch down in the line at the coffee concession one floor down. Juror number 6 was 2 spots in front of him. I took Bosch by the elbow and led him away. You can get your coffee later. There's no time to drink it anyway. I wanted you to know that I had lunch with your girlfriend from the bureau. What? Who? Agent Walling. She's not my girlfriend. Why did she have lunch with you? I led him to the stairwell, and we headed back upstairs as we talked. Well, I think she wanted to have lunch with you, but you split out of here too fast, so she settled for me. She wanted to give us a warning. She said she's been watching and reading the reports on the trial, and she thinks if Jessup is going to blow, it's going to be soon. She said he reacts to pressure, and he's probably never been under more than he is right now. Bosch nodded. That's sort of what I wanted to talk to you about before. He looked around to make sure no one was in earshot. The SIS says Jessup's nighttime activities have increased since the start of the trial. He's going out every night now. Has he gone down your street? No, he hasn't been back there, or to any of the other spots off Mulholland in a week. But over the last 2 nights, he's done things that are new. Like what, Harry? Like on Sunday, they followed him down the beach from Venice, and he went into the old storage area under the Santa Monica Pier. What storage area? What's this mean? It's an old city storage facility, but it got flooded by high tides so many times it's locked up and abandoned. Jessup dug underneath one of the old wood sidings and crawled in. Why? Who knows? They couldn't go in or they would risk exposing the surveillance. But that's not the real news. The real news is, last night he met with a couple of guys at the townhouse in Venice and then went out to a car in one of the beach lots. One of the guys took something wrapped in a towel out of the trunk and gave it to him. A gun? Bosch shrugged. Whatever it was, they never saw, but through the car's plates they ID'd one of the 2 guys. Marshall Daniels. He was in San Quentin in the 90s, same time as Jessup. I was now catching some of the tension and urgency that was coming off Bosch. They could have known each other. What was Daniels up there for? Drugs and weapons. I checked my watch. I needed to be back in court. Then we have to assume Jessup has a weapon. We could violate his OR now for associating with a convicted felon. Do they have pictures of Jessup and Daniels together? They have photos, but I'm not sure we want to do that. If he's got a gun, do you trust the SIS to stop him before he makes a move or does some damage? I do, but it would help if we knew what the move was. We stepped out into the hallway and saw no sign of any jurors or anyone else from the trial. Everybody was back in court but me. We'll talk about this later. I have to get back into court, or the judge will jump on my ass next. I'm not like Royce. I can't afford a contempt hearing just to make a point with the jury. Go get Atwater and bring her in. I hurried back to Department 112 and rudely pushed around a couple of courthouse gadflies who were moving slowly through the door. Judge Brightman had not waited for me. I saw everyone but me in place, and the jury was being seated. I moved up the aisle and through the gate and slipped into the seat next to Maggie. That was close, she whispered. I think the judge was hoping to even things up by holding you in contempt. Yeah, well, she may still. The judge turned away from the jurors and noticed me at the prosecution table. Well, thank you for joining us this afternoon, Mr. Haller. Did you have a nice excursion? I stood. My apologies, Your Honor. I had a personal matter come up, and it took far longer than I expected it would. She opened her mouth to deliver a rebuke, but then paused as she realized I had thrown her words from the morning's delay, right back at her. Just call your next witness, counselor. she said curtly. I called Lisa Atwater to the stand and glanced to the back of the courtroom to see Bosch leading the DNA lab technician down the aisle to the gate. I checked the clock up on the rear wall. My goal was to use up the rest of the day with Atwater's testimony, bringing her to the nuts and bolts just before we recessed for the day. That might give Royce a whole night to prepare his cross-examination, but I would happily trade that for what I would get out of the deal. Every juror going home with knowledge of the unimpeachable evidence that linked Jason Jessup to the murder of Melissa Landy. As I had asked her to, Atwater had kept her lab coat on when she walked over from the LAPD lab. The light blue jacket gave her a look of competence and professionalism that the rest of her didn't convey. Atwater was very young, only 31, and had blonde hair with a pink stripe down one side, modeling her look after a super cool lab tech on one of the TV crime shows. After meeting her for the first time, I tried to get her to think about losing the pink, but she told me she wouldn't give up her individuality. The jurors, she said, would have to accept her for who and what she was. At least the lab coat wasn't pink. Atwater identified herself and was sworn in. After she took the witness seat, I started asking questions about her educational pedigree and work experience. I spent at least 10 more minutes on this than I normally would have, but I kept seeing that ribbon of pink hair and thought I had to do all I could to turn it into a badge of professionalism and accomplishment. Finally, I got to the crux of her testimony. With me carefully asking the questions, she testified that she had conducted DNA typing and comparison on 2 completely different evidence samples from the Landy case. I went with the more problematic analysis first. Miss Atwater, can you describe the first DNA assignment you received on the Landy case? Yes. On February 4th, I was given a swatch of fabric that had been cut from the dress that the victim had been wearing at the time of her murder. Where did you receive this from? It came from LAPD's property division, where it had been kept in controlled evidence storage. Her answers were carefully rehearsed. She could give no indication that there had been a previous trial in the case, or that Jessup had been in prison for the past 24 years. To do so would create prejudice against Jessup and trigger a mistrial. Why were you sent this swatch of fabric? There was a stain on the fabric that 24 years ago had been identified by the LAPD forensics unit as semen. My assignment was to extract DNA and identify it if possible. When you examined this swatch, was there any degradation of the genetic material on it? No, sir. It had been properly preserved. Okay, so you got this swatch of material from Melissa Landy's dress, and you extracted DNA from it. Do I have that right so far? That's right. What did you do next? I turned the DNA profile into a code and entered it into the CODIS database. What's CODIS? It's the FBI's Combined DNA Index System. Think of it as a national clearinghouse of DNA records. All DNA signatures gathered by law enforcement end up here and are available for comparison. So you entered the DNA signature obtained from semen on the dress Melissa Landy wore on the day she was murdered, correct? Correct. Did you get a hit? I did. The profile belonged to her stepfather, Kensington Landy. A courtroom is a big space. There is always a low-level current of sound and energy. You can feel it, even if you can't really hear it. People whisper in the gallery. The clerk and deputy handle phone calls. The court reporter touches the keys on her steno machine. But the sound and air went completely out of Department 112 after Lisa Atwater said what she said. I let it ride for a few moments. I knew this would be the lowest point of the case. With that one answer, I had, in fact, revealed Jason Jessup's case. But from this point on, it would all be my case. And Melissa Landy's case. I wouldn't forget about her. Why was Kensington Landy's DNA in the CODIS database? I asked.
Because California has a law that requires all felony arrest suspects to submit a DNA sample. In 2004, Mr. Landy was arrested for a hit-and-run accident causing injury. Though he eventually pleaded to lesser charges, it was originally charged as a felony, thus triggering the DNA law upon his booking. His DNA was entered into the system. Okay, now getting back to the victim's dress and the semen that was on it. How did you determine that the semen was deposited on the day that Melissa Landy was murdered? Atwater seemed confused by the question at first. It was a skilled act. I didn't, she said. It is impossible to know exactly when that deposit was made. You mean it could have been on the dress for a week before her death? Yes, there's no way of knowing. What about a month? It's possible because there is, what about a year? Again, it is, objection. Royce stood. About time, I thought. Your Honor, how long does this have to go on past the point? Withdrawn, Judge. Mr. Royce is right. We're well past the point. I paused for a moment to underline that Atwater and I would now be moving in a new direction. Miss Atwater, you recently handled a second DNA analysis in regard to the Melissa Landy case, correct? Yes, I did. Can you describe what that entailed? Before answering, she secured the pink band of hair behind her ear. Yes, it was a DNA extraction and comparison of hair specimens. Hair from the victim, Melissa Landy, which was contained in a kit taken at the time of her autopsy, and hair recovered from a tow truck operated by the defendant, Jason Jessup. How many hair specimens are we talking about? Ultimately, one of each. Our objective was to extract nuclear DNA, which is available only in the root of a hair sample. Of the specimens we had, there was only one suitable extraction from the hairs recovered from the tow truck. So we compared DNA from the root of that hair to DNA from a hair sample taken from the autopsy kit. I walked over, walking her through the process, trying to keep the explanations as simple as possible. Just enough to get by, like on TV. I kept one eye on my witness and one on the jury box, making sure everybody was staying plugged in and happy. Finally, we came out of the other end of the technogenetic tunnel and arrived at Lisa Atwater's conclusions. She put several color-coded charts and graphs up on the screens and thoroughly explained them. But the bottom line was always the same thing. To feel it, jurors had to hear it. The most important thing a witness brings into a courtroom is her word. After all the charts were displayed, it came down to Atwater's words. I turned and looked back at the clock. I was right on schedule. In less than 20 minutes, the judge would recess for the evening. I turned back and moved in for the kill. Miss Atwater, do you have any hesitation or doubt at all about the genetic match you have just testified about? No, none whatsoever. Do you believe beyond a doubt that the hair from Melissa Landy is a unique match to the hair specimen obtained from the tow truck the defendant was operating on February 16th, 1986? Yes, I do. Is there a quantifiable way of illustrating this match? Yes, as I illustrated earlier, we matched 9 out of the 13 genetic markers in the CODIS protocol. The combination of these 9 particular genetic markers occurs in 1 in 1.6 trillion individuals. Are you saying it is a 1 in 1.6 trillion chance that the hair found in the tow truck operated by the defendant belonged to someone other than Melissa Landy? You could say it that way, yes. Miss Atwater, do you happen to know the current population of the world? It's approaching 7 billion. Thank you, Miss Atwater. I have no further questions at this time. I moved to my seat and sat down. Immediately I started stacking files and documents, getting it all ready for the briefcase and the ride home. This day was in the books, and I had a long night ahead of me preparing for the next one.
The judge didn't seem to begrudge me finishing 10 minutes early. She was shutting down herself and sending the jury home.
We will continue with the cross-examination of this witness tomorrow. I would like to thank all of you for paying such close attention to today's testimony. We will be adjourned until 9 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning, and I once again admonish you not to watch any news program or... Your Honor.
I looked up from the files. Royce was on his feet.
Yes, Mr. Royce?
My apologies, Judge Brightman, for interrupting.
But by my watch, it is only 4:50, and I know that you prefer to get as much testimony as possible in each day. I would like to cross-examine this witness now.
The judge looked at Atwater, who was still on the witness stand, and then back to Royce.
Mr. Royce, I would rather you begin your cross tomorrow morning, rather than start and then interrupt it after only 10 minutes. We don't go past 5 o'clock with the jury. That is a rule I will not break. I understand, Judge, but I'm not planning to interrupt it. I will be finished with this witness by 5 o'clock, and then she will not be required to return tomorrow.
The judge stared at Royce for a long moment, a disbelieving look on her face.
Mr. Royce, Ms. Atwater is one of the prosecution's key witnesses. Are you telling me you only need 5 minutes for cross-examination?
Well, of course it depends on the length of her answers, but I have only a few questions, Your Honor.
Very well, then. You may proceed. Ms. Atwater, you remain under oath.
Royce moved to the lectern, and I was as confused as the judge about the defense's maneuver. I had expected Royce to take most of the next morning on cross. This had to be a trick. He had a DNA expert on his own witness list, but I would never give up a shot at the prosecution's witness.
Miss Atwater, Royce said, did all of the testing and typing and extracting you conducted on the hair specimen from the tow truck tell you how the specimen got inside that truck?
To buy time, Atwater asked Royce to repeat the question. But even upon hearing it a second time, she did not answer until the judge intervened.
Miss Atwater, can you answer the question?
Brightman asked.
Yes, I'm sorry. My answer is no. The lab work I conducted had nothing to do with determining how the hair specimen found its way into the tow truck. That was not my responsibility.
Thank you, Royce said.
So to make it crystal clear, you cannot tell the jury how that hair, which you have capably identified as belonging to the victim, got inside the truck, or who put it there. Isn't that right?
I stood.
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence. Sustained. Would you like to rephrase, Mr. Royce? Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Atwater, you have no idea, other than what you were perhaps told, how the hair you tested found its way into the tow truck, correct? That would be correct, yes. So you can identify the hair as Melissa Landy's, but you cannot testify with the same sureness as to how it ended up in the tow truck, correct?
I stood up again.
Objection, I said. Asked and answered. I think I will let the witness answer, Brightman said. Ms. Atwater? Yes, that is correct, Atwater said. I cannot testify about anything regarding how the hair happened to end up in the truck.
Then I have no further questions. Thank you. I turned back and looked at the clock. I had 2 minutes. If I wanted to get the jury back on track, I had to think of something quick.
Any redirect, Mr. Haller? The judge asked.
One moment, Your Honor. I turned and leaned toward Maggie to whisper, What do I do?
Nothing, she whispered back. Let it go, or you might make it worse. You made your points. He made his. Yours are more important. You put Melissa inside his truck. Leave it there. Something told me not to leave it as is, but my mind was a blank. I couldn't think of a question derived from Royce's cross that would get the jury off his point and back on mine. "Mr. Haller," the judge said impatiently. I gave it up. "No further questions at this time, Your Honor." "Very well, then. We will adjourn for the day. Court will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and I admonish the jurors not to read newspaper accounts about this trial, or view television reports, or talk to family or friends about the case. I hope everyone has a good night." With that, the jury stood and began to file out of the box. I casually glanced over at the defense table and saw Royce being congratulated by Jessup. They were all smiles. I felt a hollow in my stomach the size of a baseball. It was as though I had played it to near perfection all day long, for almost 6 hours of testimony, and then in the last 5 minutes, managed to let the last out in the ninth go right between my legs. I sat still and waited until Royce and Jessup and everybody else had left the courtroom. "You coming?" Maggie said from behind me. "In a minute. How about I meet you back at the office?" "Let's walk back together." "I'm not good company, Mags." "Haller, get over it. You had a great day. We had a great day. He was good for 5 minutes, and the jury knows that." "Okay. I'll meet you there in a little bit." She gave up, and I heard her leave. After a few minutes, I reached over to the top file on the stack in front of me and opened it up halfway. A school photo of Melissa Landy was clipped inside the folder, smiling at the camera. She looked nothing like my daughter, but she made me think of Haley. I made a silent vow not to let Royce outsmart me again. A few moments later, someone turned out the lights. Chapter 32. Tuesday, April 6th, 10:15 p.m. Bosch stood by the swing set planted in the sand, a quarter-mile south of the Santa Monica Pier. The black water of the Pacific to his left was alive with the dancing reflection of light and color from the Ferris wheel at the end of the boardwalk. The amusement park had closed 15 minutes earlier, but the light show would go on through the night, an electronic display of ever-changing patterns on the big wheel that was mesmerizing in the cold darkness. Harry raised his phone and called the SIS dispatcher. He had checked in earlier and set things up. "It's Bosch again. How's our boy?" "He appears to be tucked in for the night. You must have worn him out in court today, Bosch. On the way home from the CCB, he went to Ralph's to pick up some groceries and then straight home, where he's been ever since. First night in 5 he hasn't been out and about at this time." "Yeah, well, don't count on it staying that way. They've got the back door covered, right?" "And the windows and the car and the bicycle. We got him, Detective. Don't worry." "Then I won't. You've got my number. Call me if he moves." "Will do." Bosch put the phone away and headed toward the pier. The wind was strong off the water, and a fine mist of sand stung his face and eyes as he approached the huge structure. The pier was like a beached aircraft carrier. It was long and wide. It had a large parking lot and an assortment of restaurants and souvenir shops on top. At its midpoint, it had a full amusement park with a roller coaster and the signature Ferris wheel. And at its furthest extension into the sea, it was a traditional fishing pier with a bait shop, management office, and yet another restaurant. All of it was supported on a thick forest of wood pilings that started landside and carried 700 feet out beyond the wave break and to the cold depths. Landside, the pilings were enclosed with a wooden siding that created a semi-secure storage facility for the city of Santa Monica.
only semi-secure for 2 reasons. The storage area was vulnerable to extreme high tides, which came on rare occasion during offshore earthquakes. Also, the pier spanned 100 yards of beach, which entailed anchoring the wood siding in moist sand. The wood was always in the process of rotting and was easily compromised. The result was that the storage facility had become an unofficial homeless shelter that had to be periodically cleared out by the city. The SIS observers had reported that Jason Jessup had slipped underneath the south wall the night before and had spent 31 minutes inside the storage area. Bosch reached the pier and started walking its length, looking for the spot in the wood siding where Jessup had crawled under. He carried a mini mag light and quickly found a depression where the sand had been dug out at the wall's base and partially filled back in. He crouched down, put the light into the hole, and determined that it was too small for him to fit through. He put the light down to the side, reached down, and started digging like a dog trying to escape the yard. Soon, the hole seemed big enough, and he crawled through. He was dressed for the effort. Old black jeans and work boots, and a long-sleeve t-shirt beneath a plastic raid jacket he wore inside out to hide the luminescent yellow LAPD across the front and back. He came up inside to a dark, cavernous space, with slashes of light filtering down between the planks of the parking lot above. He stood up and brushed the sand off his clothes, then swept the area with the flashlight. It had been made for close-in work, so its beam did little to illuminate the far reaches of the space. There was a damp smell, and the sound of waves crashing through the pilings only 25 yards away echoed loudly in the enclosed space. Bosch pointed the light up and saw fungus caked on the pier's crossbeams. He moved forward into the gloom and quickly came upon a boat covered by a tarp. He lifted up a loose end and saw that it was an old lifeguard boat. He moved on and came upon stacks of buoys and then stacks of traffic barricades and mobile barriers, all of them stenciled with City of Santa Monica. He next came to 3 stacks of scaffolding used for paint and repair projects on the pier. They looked long untouched and were slowly sinking in the sand. Across the rear was a line of enclosed storage rooms, but the wood sidings had cracked and split over time, making storage in them porous at best. The doors were unlocked, and Bosch went down the line finding each one empty until the second to the last. Here, the door was secured with a shiny new padlock. He put the beam of his light into one of the cracks between the planks of the siding and tried to look in. He saw what appeared to be the edge of a blanket, but that was all. Bosch moved back to the door and knelt down in front of the lock. He held the light with his mouth and extracted 2 lockpicks from his wallet. He went to work on the padlock and quickly determined that it had only 4 tumblers. He got it open in less than 5 minutes. He entered the storage corral and found it largely empty. There was a folded blanket on the ground with a pillow on top of it. Nothing else. The SIS surveillance report had said that the night before, Jessup had walked down the beach carrying a blanket. It did not say that he had left it behind under the pier, and there had been nothing in the report about a pillow. Harry wasn't even sure he was in the same spot that Jessup had come to. He moved the light over the wall, and then up to the underside of the pier, where he held it. He could clearly see the outline of a door. A trap door. It was locked from underneath, with another new padlock. Bosch was pretty sure that he was standing beneath the pier's parking lot. He had occasionally heard the sound of vehicles up above as the pier crowd went home. He guessed that the trap door had been used as some sort of loading door for materials to be stored. He knew he could grab one of the scaffolds and climb up to examine the second lock, but decided not to bother. He retreated from the corral. As he was relocking the door with the padlock, he felt his phone begin to vibrate in his pocket. He quickly pulled it out, expecting to learn from SIS dispatch that Jessup was on the move. but the caller ID told him the call was from his daughter. He opened the phone. "Hey, Maddie." "Dad, are you there?" Her voice was low, and the sound of crashing waves was loud. Bosch yelled, "I'm here. What's wrong?" "Well, when are you coming home?" "Soon, baby. I've got a little bit more work to do." She dropped her voice even lower, and Bosch had to clamp a hand over his other ear to hear her. In the background, he could hear the freeway on her end. He knew she was on the rear deck. "Dad, she's making me do homework that isn't even due until next week." Bosch had once again left her with Sue Bambrow, the assistant principal. "So next week you'll be thanking her, when everybody else is doing it and you'll be all done." "Dad, I've been doing homework all night." "You want me to tell her to let you take a break?" His daughter didn't respond, and Bosch understood. She had called because she wanted him to know the misery she was suffering, but she didn't want him to do anything about it. "I'll tell you what," he said. "When I get back, I will remind Mrs. Bambrow that you are not in school when you are at home, and you don't need to be working the whole time, okay?" "I guess. Why can't I just stay at Rory's? This isn't fair." "Maybe next time. I need to get back to work, Mads. Can we talk about it tomorrow? I want you in bed by the time I get home." "Whatever." "Good night, Madeline. Make sure all the doors are locked, including on the deck, and I'll see you tomorrow." "Good night." The disapproval in her voice was hard to miss. She disconnected the call ahead of Bosch. He closed his phone, and just as he slid it into his pocket, he heard a noise, like a banging of metal parts, coming from the direction of the hole he had slid through into the storage area. He immediately killed his flashlight and moved toward the tarp that covered the boat. Crouching behind the boat, he saw a human figure stand up by the wall and start moving in the darkness without a flashlight. The figure moved without hesitation toward the storage corral with the new lock on it. There were streetlights over the parking lot above. They sent slivers of illumination down through the cracks formed by retreating planks in the boardwalk. As the figure moved through these, Bosch saw that it was Jessup. Harry dropped lower and instinctively reached his hand to his belt just to make sure his gun was there. With his other hand, he pulled his phone and hit the mute button. He didn't want the SIS dispatcher to suddenly remember to call him to alert him that Jessup was moving. Bosch noticed that Jessup was carrying a bag that appeared to be heavily weighted. He went directly to the locked storage room and soon swung the door open. He obviously had a key to the padlock. Jessup stepped back, and Bosch saw a slash of light cross his face as he turned and scanned the entire storage area, making sure he was alone. He then went inside the room. For several seconds there was no sound or movement. Then Jessup reappeared in the doorway. He stepped out and closed the door, relocking it. He then stepped back into the light and did a 180-degree scan of the larger storage area. Bosch lowered his body even further. He guessed that Jessup was suspicious because he had found the hole under the wall freshly dug out. "Who's there?" he called out. Bosch didn't move. He didn't even breathe. "Show yourself!" Bosch snaked his hand under the raid jacket and closed his hand on his gun's grips. He knew the indications were that Jessup had obtained a weapon. If he made even a feint in Bosch's direction, Harry was going to pull his own weapon and be ready to fire first. But it never happened. Jessup started moving quickly back to the entrance hole, and soon he disappeared in the darkness. Bosch listened, but all he could hear was the crashing of the waves. He waited another 30 seconds, and then started moving toward the opening in the wall. He didn't turn on the light. He wasn't sure Jessup had actually left. As he moved around the stack of scaffolding frames, he banged his shin hard on a metal pipe that was extending out from the pile. It sent a sudden burst of pain up his left leg and shifted the balance of metal frames. The top two loudly slid off the top, clattering to the sand. Bosch threw himself to the sand next to the pile and waited. But Jessup didn't appear. He was gone. Bosch slowly got up. He was in pain, and he was angry. He pulled his phone and called SIS dispatch. "You were supposed to call me when Jessup moved," he whispered angrily. "I know that," said the dispatcher. "He hasn't moved." "What? Are you—" "Patch me through to whoever's in charge out there." "I'm sorry, Detective, but that's not how—" "Look, shithead. Jessup is not tucked in for the night. I just saw him. And it almost turned bad. Now let me talk to somebody out there, or my next call is to Lieutenant Wright at home." While he waited, Bosch moved to the sidewall so he could get out of the storage area. His leg hurt badly, and he was walking with a limp. In the darkness, he couldn't find the spot where he could slip under the wall. Finally, he put the light on, holding it low to the ground. He found the spot, but saw that Jessup had pushed sand into the hole, just as he had the night before. A voice finally came to him over the phone. "Bosch, this is Jacques. You claim you just saw a suspect?" "I don't claim I saw him. I did see him. Where are your people?" "We're sitting on his Zero, man. He hasn't left." Zero was a surveillance subject's home location. "Bullshit. I just saw him under the Santa Monica Pier. Get your people up here, now." "We got his Zero down tight, Bosch. There's no—" "Listen, jackass. Jessup is my case. I know him, and he almost just crawled up my ass. Now call your men and find out which one went off post, because—" "I'll get back to you," Jacques said curtly, and the line went dead. Bosch turned the phone's ringer back on and put it in his pocket. Once again he dropped to his knees and quickly dug out the hole, using his hands as a scoop. He then pushed his body through, half expecting Jessup to be waiting for him when he came up on the other side. But there was no sign of him. Bosch got up, gazed south down the beach in the direction of Venice, and saw no one in the light from the Ferris wheel. He then turned and looked up toward the hotels and apartment buildings that ran along the beach. Several people were on the beach walk that fronted the buildings, but he didn't recognize any of the figures as Jessup. 25 yards up the pier was a set of stairs leading topside and directly to the pier's parking lot. Bosch headed that way, still limping badly. He was halfway up the stairs when his phone rang. It was Jacques. "All right, where is he? We're on our way." "That's the thing. I lost him. I had to hide, and I thought you people were on him. I'm going to the top of the pier now. What the hell happened, Jacques?" "We had a guy step out to drop a deuce. Said his stomach was giving him trouble. I don't think he'll be in the unit after tonight." "Jesus Christ!" Bosch got to the top of the steps and walked out onto the empty parking lot. There was no sign of Jessup. "Okay, I'm up on the pier. I don't see him. He's in the wind." "Okay, Bosch, we're 2 minutes out. We're going to spread. We'll find him. He didn't take the car or the bike, so he's on foot." "He could have grabbed a cab at any one of the hotels over here. The bottom line is, we don't know where—" Bosch suddenly realized something. "I gotta go. Call me as soon as you have him, Jacques. You got that?" "Got it." Bosch ended the call and then immediately called his home on the speed dial. He checked his watch and expected Sue Bambrow to answer since it was after 11, but his daughter picked up the call. "Dad? Hey, baby, why are you still up?" "Because I had to do all that homework. I wanted a little break before I went to sleep." "That's fine. Listen, can you put Mrs. Bambrow on the line?" "Dad, I'm in my bedroom and I'm in my pajamas." "That's okay. Just go to the door and tell her to pick up the phone in the kitchen. I need to talk to her. And meantime, you have to get dressed. You're leaving the house." "What? Dad, I have—" "Madeline, listen to me. This is important. I'm going to tell Mrs. Bambrow
to take you to her house until I can get there. I want you out of the house. Why? You don't need to know that. You just need to do what I ask. Now please, get Mrs. Bambrow on the phone. She didn't respond, but he heard the door of her room open. Then he heard his daughter say, "It's for you." A few moments later, the extension was picked up in the kitchen. "Hello?" "Sue, it's Harry. I need you to do something. I need you to take Maddie to your house, right now. I will be there in less than an hour to get her." "I don't understand." "Sue, listen. We've been watching a guy tonight who knows where I live, and we lost him. Now there is no reason to panic or to believe he is heading that way, but I want to take all precautions. So I want you to take Maddie and get out of the house, right now. Go to your place and I will see you there. Can you do this, Sue?" "We're leaving right now." He liked the strength in her voice, and realized it probably came with the territory of being a teacher and assistant principal in the public school system. "Okay, I'm on my way. Call me back as soon as you get to your place." But Bosch wasn't really on his way. After the call, he put the phone away and went back down the steps to the beach. He returned to the hole he had dug under the storage area wall. He crawled back under, and this time used his flashlight to find his way to the locked storage room. He used his picks again on the padlock, and the whole time he worked, he was distracted by thoughts of Jessup's escape from the surveillance. Had it just been a coincidence that he had left his apartment at the same time the SIS watcher had left his post? Or was he aware of the surveillance, and did he break free when he saw the opportunity? At the moment, there was no way to know. Finally, he got the lock open, taking longer than he had the first time. He entered the storage room and moved the light to the blanket and pillow on the ground. The bag Jessup had carried was there. It said Ralph's on its side. Bosch dropped to his knees and was about to open it when his phone buzzed. It was Jacques. "We got him. He's on Nielsen at Ocean Park. It looks like he's walking home." "Then try not to lose him this time, Jacques. I gotta go." He disconnected before Jacques could reply. He quickly called his daughter's cell. She was in the car with Sue Bambrow. Bosch told her they could turn around and go back home. This news was not received with a thankful release of tension. His daughter was left upset and angry over the scare. Bosch couldn't blame her, but he couldn't stay on the line. "I'll be home in less than an hour. We can talk then if you're still awake. I'll see you soon." He disconnected the call and focused on the bag. He opened it without moving it from its spot next to the blanket. The bag contained a dozen single-serving-sized cans of fruit. There were diced peaches in heavy syrup, chopped pineapple, and something called fruit medley. Also in the bag was a package of plastic spoons. Bosch stared at the contents for a long moment, and then his eyes moved up the wall to the cross beams and the locked trapdoor above. "Who are you bringing here, Jessup?" he whispered. Chapter 33. Wednesday, April 7th, 1:05 p.m. All eyes were on the back of the courtroom. It was time for the main event, and while I had ringside seats, I was still going to be just a spectator, like everybody else. That didn't sit very well with me, but it was a choice I could live with and trust. The door opened, and Harry Bosch led our main witness into the courtroom. Sarah Ann Gleason told us she didn't own any dresses and didn't want to buy one to testify in. She wore black jeans and a purple silk blouse. She looked pretty, and she looked confident. We didn't need a dress. Bosch stayed on her right side, and when opening the gate for her, positioned his body between her and Jessup, who sat at the defense table, turned like everybody else toward his main accuser's entrance. Bosch let her go the rest of the way by herself. Maggie McPherce was already at the lectern, and she smiled warmly at her witness as she went by.
This was Maggie's moment, too, and I read her smile as one of hope for both women. We'd had a good morning, with testimony from Bill Clinton, the former tow truck driver, and then Bosch taking the case through to lunch. Clinton told his story about the day of the murder, and Jessup borrowing his Dodgers cap just before they became part of the impromptu lineup outside the house on Windsor Boulevard. He also testified to the Aardvark driver's frequent use of and familiarity with the parking lot behind the El Rey Theater, and Jessup's claim to Windsor Boulevard on the morning of the murder. These were good, solid points for the prosecution, and Clinton gave no quarter to Royce on cross. Then Bosch took the stand for a third time in the trial. Rather than read previous testimony, this time he testified about his own recent investigation of the case and produced the Dodgers cap, with the initials BC under the brim, from property that had been seized from Jessup during his arrest 24 years earlier. We were forced to dance around the fact that the hat, as well as Jessup's other belongings, had been in the property room at San Quentin for the past 24 years. To bring that information out would be to reveal that Jessup had previously been convicted of Melissa Landy's murder. And now, Sarah Gleason would be the prosecution's final witness. Through her, the case would come together in the emotional crescendo I was counting on. One sister standing for a long-lost sister. I leaned back in my seat to watch my ex-wife, the best prosecutor I had ever encountered, take us home. Gleason was sworn in and then took her seat on the stand. She was small and required the microphone to be lowered by the courtroom deputy. Maggie cleared her voice and began. "Good morning, Miss Gleason. How are you today?" "I'm doing pretty good." "Can you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself?" I'm 37 years old, not married. I live in Port Townsend, Washington, and I've been there about 7 years now." "What do you do for a living?" "I'm a glass artist." "And what was your relationship to Melissa Landy?" "She was my younger sister." "How much younger was she than you?" 13 months. Maggie put a photograph of the two sisters up on the overhead screen as a prosecution exhibit. It showed two smiling girls standing in front of a Christmas tree. "Can you identify this photo?" "That was me and Melissa at the last Christmas, right before she was taken." "So that would be Christmas 1985? "Yes." "I noticed that she and you are about the same size." "Yes, she wasn't really my little sister anymore. She had caught up to me." "Did you share the same clothes?" "We shared some things, but we also had our favorite things that we didn't share. That could cause a fight." She smiled, and Maggie nodded that she understood. "Now you said that she was taken. Were you referring to February 16th of the following year, the date of your sister's abduction and murder?" "Yes, I was." "Okay, Sarah, I know it will be difficult for you, but I would like you to tell the jury what you saw and did on that day." Gleason nodded, as if steeling herself for what was ahead. I checked the jury and saw every eye holding on her. I then turned and glanced at the defense table and locked eyes with Jessup. I did not look away. I held his defiant stare and tried to send back my own message. That two women, one asking the questions, the other answering them, were going to take him down. Finally, it was Jessup who looked away. "Well, it was a Sunday," Gleason said. "We were going to go to church, my whole family. Melissa and I were in our dresses, so my mother told us to go out front." "Why couldn't you use the backyard?" "My stepfather was building a pool, and there was a lot of mud in the back and a big hole. My mother was worried we might fall down and get our dresses dirty." "So you went out to the front yard?" "Yes." "And where were your parents at this time, Sarah?" "My mother was still upstairs getting ready, and my stepfather was in the TV room. He was watching sports." "Where was the TV room in the house?" "In the back, next to the kitchen." "Okay, Sarah.
I'm going to show you a photo called People's Prosecution Exhibit 11. Is this the front of the house where you lived on Windsor Boulevard? All eyes went to the overhead screen. The yellow brick house spread across the screen. It was a long shot from the street, showing a deep front yard with 10-foot hedges running down both sides. There was a front porch that ran the width of the house and was largely hidden behind ornamental vegetation. There was a paved walkway extending from the sidewalk, across the lawn, and to the steps of the front porch. I had reviewed our photo exhibit several times in preparation for the trial. But for the first time, I noticed that the walkway had a crack running down the center of its entire length, from sidewalk to front steps. It somehow seemed appropriate, considering what had happened at the home. Yes, that was our house. Tell us what happened that day in the front yard, Sarah. Well, we decided to play hide and seek while we waited for our parents. I was it first, and I found Melissa hiding behind that bush on the right side of the porch. She pointed to the exhibit photo that was still on the screen. I realized we had forgotten to give Gleason the laser pointer we had prepared her testimony with. I quickly opened Maggie's briefcase and found it. I stood and handed it to her. With the judge's permission, she gave it to the witness. Okay, Sarah, could you use the laser to show us? Maggie asked. Gleason moved the red laser dot in a circle around a thick bush at the north corner of the front porch. So she hid there, and you found her? Yes, and then when it was her turn to be it, I decided to hide in the same spot, because I didn't think she would look there at first. When she was finished counting, she came down the steps and stood in the middle of the yard. You could see her from your hiding place? Yes, through the bush I could see her. She was sort of turning in a half circle, looking for me. Then what happened? Well, first I heard a truck go by and... Let me just stop you right there, Sarah. You say you heard a truck. You didn't see it. No, not from where I was hiding. How do you know that it was a truck? It was very loud and heavy. I could feel it in the ground, like a little earthquake. Okay, what happened after you heard the truck? Suddenly, I saw a man in the yard, and he went right up to my sister and grabbed her by the wrist. Gleason cast her eyes down and held her hands together on the dais in front of her seat. Sarah, did you know this man? No, I did not. Had you ever seen him before? No, I had not. Did he say anything? Yes, I heard him say, "You have to come with me." And my sister said, "Are you sure?" And that was it. I think he said something else, but I didn't hear it. He led her away, to the street. And you stayed in hiding? Yes, I couldn't. For some reason, I couldn't move. I couldn't call for help. I couldn't do anything. I was very scared. It was one of those solemn moments in the courtroom when there was absolute silence except for the voices of the prosecutor and the witness. Did you see or hear anything else, Sarah? I heard a door close, and then I heard the truck drive away. I saw the tears on Sarah Gleason's cheeks. I thought the courtroom deputy had noticed as well because he took a box of tissues from a drawer in his desk and crossed the courtroom with them. But instead of taking them to Sarah, he handed the box to juror number 2, who had tears on her cheeks as well. This was okay with me. I wanted the tears to stay on Sarah's face. Sarah, how long was it before you came out from behind the bush where you were hiding and told your parents that your sister had been taken? I think it was less than a minute, but it was too late. She was gone. The silence that followed that statement was the kind of void that lives can disappear into. Forever. Maggie spent the next half hour walking Gleason through her memory of what came after. Her stepfather's desperate 911 call to the police,
the interview she gave to the detectives, and then the lineup she viewed from her bedroom window, and her identifying Jason Jessup as the man she saw lead her sister away. Maggie had to be very careful here. We had used sworn testimony of witnesses from the first trial. The record of that entire trial was available to Royce as well, and I knew without a doubt that he had his assistant counsel, who was sitting on the other side of Jessup, comparing everything Sarah Gleason was saying now with the testimony she gave at the first trial. If she changed one nuance of her story, Royce would be all over her on it during his cross-examination, using the discrepancy to try to cast her as a liar. To me, the testimony came off as fresh and not rehearsed. This was a testament to the prep work of the two women. Maggie smoothly and efficiently brought her witness to the vital moment when Sarah reconfirmed her identification of Jessup. Was there any doubt at all in your mind when you identified Jason Jessup in 1986 as the man who took your sister? No, none at all. It has been a long time, Sarah, but I ask you to look around the courtroom and tell the jury whether you see the man who abducted your sister on February 16th, 1986. Yes, him. She spoke without hesitation and pointed her finger at Jessup. Would you tell us where he is seated and describe an article of clothing he is wearing? He's sitting next to Mr. Royce and he has a dark blue tie and a light blue shirt. Maggie paused and looked at Judge Brightman. Let the record show that the witness has identified the defendant, she said. Maggie went right back to Sarah. After all these years, do you have any doubt that he is the man who took your sister? None at all. Maggie turned and looked at the judge. Your Honor, it may be a bit early, but I think now would be a good time to take the afternoon break. I'm going to go in a different direction with this witness at this point. Very well, Brightman said. We will adjourn for 15 minutes, and I will expect to see everyone back here at 2:35. Thank you. Sarah said she wanted to use the restroom, and left the courtroom with Bosch running interference and making sure she would not cross paths with Jessup in the hallway. Maggie sat down at the defense table, and we huddled. You have him, Maggie. This is what they've been waiting all week to hear, and it's better than they thought it was going to be. She knew I was talking about the jury. She didn't need my approval or encouragement, but I had to give it. Now comes the hard part, she said. I hope she holds up. She's doing great, and I'm sure Harry's telling her that right now. Maggie didn't respond. She started flipping through the legal pad that had her notes and the rough script of the examination. Soon, she was immersed in the next hour's work. Chapter 34. Wednesday, April 7th, 2:30 p.m. Bosch had to shoo away the reporters when Sarah Gleason came out of the restroom. Using his body as a shield against the cameras, he walked her back to the courtroom. Sarah, you're doing really well, he said. You keep it up and this guy's going right back to where he belongs. Thanks, but that was the easy part. It's going to get hard now. Don't kid yourself, Sarah. There is no easy part. Just keep thinking about your sister, Melissa. Somebody has to stand up for her, and right now that's you. As they got to the courtroom door, he realized that she had smoked a cigarette in the restroom. He could smell it on her. Inside, he walked her down the center aisle and delivered her to Maggie McPherce, who was waiting at the gate. Bosch gave the prosecutor the nod. She was doing really well herself. Finish the job, he said. We will, Maggie said. After passing the witness off, Bosch doubled back up the center aisle to the 6th row. He had spotted Rachel Walling sitting in the middle of the row. He now squeezed around several reporters and observers to get to her. The space next to her was open, and he sat down. Harry? Rachel? I think the man who was in that space was planning on coming back. That's okay. Once court starts, I have to move back up. You should have told me you were coming. Mickey said you were here the other day.
When I have some time, I like to come by. It's a fascinating case so far.
Well, let's hope the jury thinks it's more than fascinating. I want this guy back in San Quentin so bad I can taste it.
Mickey told me Jessup was moonlighting. Is that still...
She lowered her voice to a whisper when she saw Jessup walking down the aisle and back to his seat at the defense table.
happening?
Bosch matched her whisper. Yeah, and last night it almost went completely south on us. The SIS lost him.
Oh no.
The judge's door opened, and she stepped out and headed up to the bench. Everyone stood. Bosch knew he had to get back to the prosecution table in case he was needed. But I've found him, he whispered. I have to go, but are you sticking around this afternoon?
No, I have to go back to the office. I'm just on a break right now.
Okay, Rachel, thanks for coming by. I'll talk to you. As people started sitting back down, he worked his way out of the row and then quickly went back down the aisle and through the gate to take a seat in the row of chairs directly behind the prosecution table. McPherson continued her direct examination of Sarah Ann Gleason. Bosch thought that both prosecutor and witness had been doing an exceptional job so far, but he also knew that they were moving into new territory now, and soon everything said before wouldn't matter if what was said now wasn't delivered in a believable and unassailable fashion.
Sarah, McPherson began, when did your mother marry Kensington Landy?
When I was 6.
Did you like Ken Landy?
No, not really. At first things were okay, but then everything changed.
You, in fact, attempted to run away from home just a few months before your sister's death. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I show you People's Exhibit 12, a police report dated November 30th, 1985. Can you tell the jury what that is?
McPherson delivered copies of the report to the witness, the judge, and the defense table. Bosch had found the report during his record search on the case. It had been a lucky break.
It's a missing persons report, Gleason said. My mother reported me missing.
And did the police find you?
No, I just came home. I didn't have any place to go.
Why did you run away, Sarah?
Because my stepfather was having sex with me.
McPherson nodded and let the answer hang out there in the courtroom for a long moment. 3 days ago, Bosch would have expected Royce to jump all over this part of the testimony. But now he knew that this played to the defense's case as well. Kensington Landy was the straw man, and any testimony that supported that would be welcomed. When did this start? McPherson finally asked.
The summer before I ran away, Gleason responded. The summer before Melissa got taken.
Sarah, I'm sorry to put you through these bad memories. You testified earlier that you and Melissa shared some of each other's clothes, correct?
Yes.
The dress she wore on the day she was taken, that was your dress, wasn't it?
Yes.
McPherson then introduced the dress as the state's next exhibit, and Bosch set it up for display to the jury on a headless mannequin he placed in front of the jury box.
Is this the dress, Sarah?
Yes, it is.
Now, you notice that there is a square of material removed from the bottom front hem of the dress. You see that, Sarah?
Yes.
Do you know why that was removed?
Yes, because they found semen on the dress there.
You mean forensic investigators?
Yes.
Now, is this something you knew back at the time of your sister's death?
I know it now. I wasn't told about it back then.
Do you know who the semen was genetically identified as belonging to?
Yes, I was told it came from my stepfather.
Did that surprise you?
No, unfortunately.
Do you have any explanation for how it could have gotten on your dress?
Now Royce objected, saying that the question called for speculation. It also called for the witness to diverge from the defense theory, but he didn't mention that. Brightman sustained the objection, and McPherson had to find another way of getting there. Sarah, prior to your sister borrowing your dress on the morning she was abducted, when was the last time you wore it? Royce stood and objected again. Same objection. We're speculating about events 24 years old, and when this witness was only 13 years old. Your Honor, McPherson rejoined, Mr. Royce was fine with this so-called speculation when it fit with the defense's scheme of things. But now, he objects as we get to the heart of the matter. This is not speculation. Ms. Gleason is testifying truthfully about the darkest, saddest days of her life. And I don't think... Objection overruled, Brightman said. The witness may answer. Thank you, Your Honor. As McPherson repeated the question, Bosch studied the jury. He wanted to see if they saw what he saw. A defense attorney attempting to stop the forward progression of truth. Bosch had found Sarah Gleason's testimony to be fully convincing up to this point. He wanted to hear what she had to say, and his hope was that the jury was in the same boat and would look unkindly upon defense efforts to stop her. I wore it 2 nights before, Gleason said. That would have been Friday night, the 14th, Valentine's Day. Yes. Why did you wear the dress? My mother was making a nice dinner for Valentine's Day, and my stepfather said we should get dressed up for it. Gleason was looking down again, losing all eye contact with the jurors. Did your stepfather engage in a sexual act with you on that night? Yes. Were you wearing the dress at that time? Yes. Sarah, do you know if your father He wasn't my father! She yelled it, and her voice echoed in the courtroom, reverberating around 100 people who now knew her darkest secret. Bosch looked at McPherson and saw her checking out the jury's reaction. It was then Bosch knew that the mistake had been intentional. I am sorry, Sarah. I meant your stepfather. Do you know, did he ejaculate in the course of this moment with you? Yes, and some of it got on my dress. McPherson studied her notes, flipping over several pages of her yellow pad. She wanted that last answer to hang out there as long as possible. Sarah, who did the laundry at your house? A lady came. Her name was Abby. After that Valentine's Day, did you put your dress in the laundry? No, I didn't. Why not? Because I was afraid Abby would find it and know what happened. I thought she might tell my mother, or call the police. Why would that have been a bad thing, Sarah? My mother was happy, and I didn't want to ruin things for her. So what did you do with the dress that night? I cleaned off the spot and hung it in my closet. I didn't know my sister was going to wear it. So 2 days later, when she wanted to put it on, what did you say? She already had it on when I saw her. I told her I wanted to wear it, but she said it was too late because it wasn't on my list of clothes I didn't share with her. Could you see the stain on the dress? No, I looked, and because it was down at the hem, I didn't see any stain. McPherson paused again. Bosch knew from the prep work that she had covered all the points she wanted to in this line of questioning. She had sufficiently explained the DNA that was the cause of everyone's being here. She now had to take Gleason further down the road of her dark journey. Because if she didn't, Royce certainly would. Sarah, did your relationship with your stepfather change after your sister's death? Yes. How so? He never touched me again. Do you know why? Did you talk to him about it? I don't know why. I never talked to him about it. It just never happened again,
and he tried to act like it had never happened in the first place. But for you, all of this, your stepfather, your sister's death, it took a toll, didn't it? Yes. In what way, Sarah? Well, I started getting into drugs, and I ran away again. I ran away a lot, actually. I didn't care about sex. It was something I used to get what I needed. And were you ever arrested? Yes, a bunch of times. For what? Drugs, mostly. I got arrested once for soliciting an undercover, too. And for stealing. You were arrested 6 times as a juvenile, and 5 more times as an adult. Is that correct? I didn't keep count. What drugs were you taking? Crystal meth, mostly. But if there was something else available, I would probably take it. That was the way I was. Did you ever receive counseling and rehabilitation? A lot of times. It didn't work at first, and then it did. I got clean. When was that? About 7 years ago, when I was 30. You've been clean for 7 years? Yes, totally. My life is different now. I want to show you People's Exhibit 13, which is an intake and evaluation form from a private rehab center in Los Angeles called The Pines. Do you remember going there? Yes. My mother sent me there when I was 16. Was that when you first started getting into trouble? Yes. McPherson distributed copies of the evaluation form to the judge, clerk, and defense table. Okay, Sarah. I want to draw your attention to the paragraph I have outlined in yellow in the evaluation section of the intake form. Can you please read it out loud to the jury? Candidate reports PTSD in regards to the murder of her younger sister 3 years ago. Suffers unresolved guilt associated with murder and also evinces behavior typical of sexual abuse. Full psych and physical evaluation is recommended. Thank you, Sarah. Do you know what PTSD means? Post-traumatic stress disorder. Did you undergo these recommended evaluations at the Pines? Yes. Did discussion of your stepfather's sexual abuse come up? No, because I lied. How so? By then I'd had sex with other men, so I never mentioned my stepfather. Before revealing what you have today in court, did you ever talk about your stepfather and his having sex with you with anyone? Just you and Detective Bosch. Nobody else. Have you been married? Yes. More than once? Yes. And you didn't even tell your husbands about this? No. It's not the kind of thing you want to tell anybody. You keep it to yourself. Thank you, Sarah. I have no further questions. McPherson took her pad and returned to her seat, where she was greeted with a squeeze on the arm by Haller. It was a gesture designed for the jury to see, but by then all eyes were on Royce. It was his turn, and Bosch's measure of the room was that Sarah Gleason had everybody riding with her. Any effort by Royce to destroy her ran the strong risk of backfiring against his client. Royce did the smart thing. He decided to let emotions cool for a night. He stood and told the judge that he reserved the right to recall Gleason as a witness during the defense phase of the trial. In effect, he put off her cross-examination. He then retook his seat. Bosch checked his watch. It was 4:15. The judge told Haller to call his next witness, but Bosch knew there were no more witnesses. Haller looked at McPherson, and in unison they nodded. Haller then stood up. "Your Honor," he said, "the people rest." Chapter 35. Wednesday, April 7th,
7:20 p.m. The prosecution team convened for dinner at Casa Holler. I made a thick bolognese using a store-bought sauce for a base and boiled a box of bow-tie pasta. Maggie chipped in with her own recipe for Caesar salad that I had always loved when we were married, but hadn't had in years. Bosch and his daughter were the last to arrive, as Harry first took Sarah Ann Gleason back to her hotel room following court and made sure she was secure for the night. Our daughters were shy upon meeting and embarrassed by how obvious their parents were about watching the long-awaited moment. They instinctively knew to move away from us and convened in the back office, ostensibly to do their homework. Pretty soon after, we started to hear laughter from down the hall. I put the pasta and sauce into a big bowl and mixed it all together. I then called the girls out first to serve themselves and take their dishes back to the office. "How's it going back there, anyway?" I asked them while they were making their plates. "Any homework getting done?" "Dad," Haley said dismissively, as if my question were a great invasion of privacy. So I tried the cousin. "Maddie?" I'm almost finished with mine." Both girls looked at each other and laughed, as if either the question or its answer were cause for great glee. They scurried out of the kitchen then and back to the office. I put everything out on the table where the adults were sitting. The last thing I did was make sure the door to the office was closed, so the girls would not hear our conversation, and we would not hear theirs. "Well," I said as I passed the pasta to Bosch, "we're finished with our part. Now comes the hard part." "The defense," Maggie said. "What do we think they have in store for Sarah?" I thought for a moment before answering, and tried my first bow tie. It was good. I was proud of my dish. "We know they'll throw everything they can at her," I finally said. "She's the case." Bosch reached inside his jacket and brought out a folded piece of paper. He opened it on the table. I could see that it was a defense's witness list. "At the end of court today, Royce told the judge he would complete the defense's case in 1 day, he said. "He said he's calling only 4 witnesses, but he's got 23 listed on here." "Well, we knew all along that most of that list was subterfuge," Maggie said. "He was hiding his case." "Okay, so we have Sarah coming back," I said, holding up one finger. "Then we have Jessup himself. My guess is that Royce knows he has to put him on. That's 2. Who else?" Maggie waited until she finished a mouthful of food before speaking. "Hey, this is good, Holler. When did you learn to make this?" "It's a little thing I like to call Newman's Own." "No, you added to it. You made it better. How come you never cooked like this when we were married?" "I guess it came out of necessity, being a single father. What about you, Harry? What do you cook?" Bosch looked at us both like we were crazy. "I can fry an egg," he said. "That's about it." "Let's get back to the trial," Maggie said. "I think Royce has got Jessup and Sarah. Then I think he's got the secret witness we haven't found. The guy from the last rehab center." "Edward Roman," Bosch said. "Right, Roman. That makes 3, and the 4th one could be his investigator or maybe his meth expert, but is probably just bullshit. There is no 4th. So much of what Royce does is misdirection. He doesn't want anybody's eyes on the prize. Wants them looking anywhere but right at the truth." "What about Roman?" I said. "We haven't found him, but have we figured out his testimony?" "Not by a long shot," Maggie said. "I've gone over and over this with Sarah, and she has no idea what he's going to say. She couldn't remember ever talking about her sister with him." "The summary Royce provided in discovery says he will testify about Sarah's revelations about her childhood," Bosch said. "Nothing more specific than that, and, of course, Royce claims he didn't take any notes during the interview." "Look," I said, "we have his record, and we know exactly what kind of guy we're dealing with here. He's going to say whatever Royce wants him to say. It's that simple. Whatever works for the defense." So we should be less concerned by what he says, because we know it will be lies, and more concerned with knocking him out of the box. What do we have that can help us there? Maggie and I both looked at Bosch, and he was ready for us. I think I might have something. I'm going to go see somebody tonight. If it pans out, we'll have it in the morning. I'll tell you then. My frustrations with Bosch's methods of investigation and communication boiled over at that point. Harry, come on. We're part of a team here. This secret agent stuff doesn't really work when we're in that courtroom every day with our asses on the line. Bosch looked down at his plate, and I saw the slow burn. His face grew as dark as the sauce. Your ass is on the line, he said. I didn't see anywhere in the surveillance reports that Jessup was hanging around outside your house, Haller. So don't tell me about your ass being on the line. Your job is in that courtroom. It's nice and safe, and sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. But no matter what happens, you're back in court the next day. You want your ass on the line? Try working out there. He pointed out the window toward the view of the city. Hey, guys, let's just calm down here, Maggie said quickly. Harry, what's the matter? Has Jessup gone back to Woodrow Wilson? Maybe we should just revoke this guy and put him back in lockup. Bosch shook his head. Not to my street. He hasn't been back there since that first night, and he hasn't been up to Mulholland in more than a week. Then what is it? Bosch put his fork down and pushed his plate back. We already know there's a good chance that Jessup has a gun, from that meeting the SIS saw him have with a convicted gun dealer. They didn't see what he got from the guy, but since it came wrapped in a towel, it doesn't take a lot to figure out. And then, you want to know what happened last night? Some bright guy in the surveillance decides to leave his post to use the John without telling anybody, and Jessup walked right out of the net. They lost him, Maggie asked. Yeah, until I found him right before he found me, which might not have turned out so well. And you know what he's up to? He's building a dungeon for somebody, and for all I know... He leaned forward over the table and finished in an urgent whisper. It might be for my kid. Whoa, wait, Harry, Maggie said. Back up. He's building a dungeon? Where? Under the pier. There's like a storage room. He put a lock on the door and dropped canned food off there last night. Like he's getting it ready for somebody. Okay, that's scary, Maggie said. But your daughter? We don't know that. You said he went by your place only the one time. What makes you think? Because I can't afford not to think it. You understand? She nodded. Yes, I do. Then I come back to what I just said. We violate him for associating with a known criminal, the gun dealer, and pull his OR release. There's only a few days left in the trial, and he obviously didn't act out or make the mistake we thought he would. Let's be safe and put him back inside until this is over. And what if we don't get the conviction? Bosch said. What happens then? This guy walks, and that'll also be the end of the surveillance. He'll be out there without any eyes on him. That brought a silence to the table. I stared at Bosch and understood the pressure he was under. The case, the threat to his daughter, and no wife or ex-wife to help him out at home. Bosch finally broke the uneasy silence. Maggie, are you taking Haley home with you tonight? Maggie nodded. Yes, when we're finished here. Can Maddie stay with you two tonight? She brought a change of clothes in her backpack. I'd come by in the morning in time to take her to school. The request seemed to take Maggie by surprise, especially since the girls had just met. Bosch pressed her. I need to meet somebody tonight, and I don't know where it will take me, Bosch said. It might even lead to Roman. I need to be able to move without worrying about Maddie. She nodded. Okay, that's fine. It sounds like they're becoming fast friends. I just hope they don't stay up all night. Thank you, Maggie.
About 30 seconds of silence went by before I spoke. Tell us about this dungeon, Harry.
I was standing in it last night.
Why the Santa Monica Pier?
My guess is that it's because of the proximity to what's on top of the pier.
Pray.
Bosch nodded.
But what about noise? You're saying this place is directly below the pier?
There are ways of controlling human sound. And last night, the sound of waves crashing against the pilings under there was so loud, you could have screamed all night and nobody would have heard you. You probably wouldn't even hear a gunshot from down there.
Bosch spoke with a certain authority of the dark places of the world and the evil they held. I lost my appetite then and pushed my plate away. I felt dread come inside me. Dread for Melissa Landy and all the other victims in the world.
Chapter 36. Wednesday, April 7th, 11 p.m. Gilbert and Sullivan were waiting for him in a car parked on Lancashire Boulevard near its northern terminus at San Fernando Road. It was a blighted area, populated primarily with used car lots and repair shops. In the midst of all of this low-rent industry was a run-down motel advertising rooms for $50 a week. The motel had no name on display, just the lighted sign that said motel. Gilbert and Sullivan were Gilberto Reyes and John Sullivan, a pair of narcs assigned to the Valley Enforcement Team, a street-level drug unit. When Bosch was looking for Edward Roman, he put the word out in all such units in the department. His assumption from Roman's record was that he had never gotten away from the life as Sarah Gleason had. There had to be somebody in the department's narco units with a line on him. It paid off with a call from Reyes. He and his partner didn't have a beat on Roman, but they knew him from past interactions on the street, and knew where his current trick partner was holed up and apparently awaiting his return. Long-term drug addicts often partnered with a prostitute, offering her protection in exchange for a share of the drugs her earnings bought. Bosch pulled his car up behind the narc's UC car and parked. He got out and moved up to their car, getting in the back after checking the seat to make sure it was clean of vomit and any other detritus from the people they had transported lately. "Detective Bosch, I presume," said the driver, whom Bosch guessed was Reyes. "Yeah, how are you guys?" He offered his fist over the seat, and they both gave him a bump while identifying themselves. Bosch had it wrong. The one who looked to be of Latin origin was Sullivan, and the one who looked like a bag of white bread was Reyes. "Gilbert and Sullivan, huh?" "That's what they called us when we got partnered," Sullivan said. "Kind of stuck." Bosch nodded. That was enough for the meet and greet. Everybody had a nickname and a story to go with it. These guys together didn't add up to how old Bosch was, and they probably had no clue who Gilbert and Sullivan were anyway. "So you know Eddie Roman?" "We've had the pleasure," Reyes said. "Just another piece of human shit that floats around out here." "But like I told you on the phone, we ain't seen him in a month or so," Sullivan added. "So we got you his next best thing, his onion. She's over there in room 3. "What's her name?" Sullivan laughed, and Bosch didn't get it. "Her name is Sonia Reyes," said Reyes. "No relation." "That he knows of," Sullivan added. He burst into laughter, which Bosch ignored. "Spell it for me," he said. He took out his notebook and wrote it down. "And you're sure she's in the room?" "We're sure," Reyes said. "Okay, anything else I should know before I go in?" "No," Reyes said, "but we're planning on going in with you. She might get squirrely with you." Bosch reached forward and clapped him on the shoulder. "No, I got this. I don't want a crowd in the room." Reyes nodded. Message delivered. Bosch did not want any witnesses to what he might need to do here. "But thanks for the help. It will be noted."
"An important case, huh?"
Sullivan said. Bosch opened the door and got out. "They all are," he said. He closed the door, slapped the roof twice, and walked away. The hotel had an 8-foot security fence around it. Bosch had to press a buzzer and hold his badge up to a camera. He was buzzed into the compound, but walked right by the office and down a breezeway leading to the rooms. "Hey!" a voice called from behind. Bosch turned and saw a man with an unbuttoned shirt leaning out the door of the motel's office. "Where the fuck you going, dude?" "Go back inside and shut the door. This is police business." "Don't matter, man. I let you in, but this is private property. You can't just come through the—" Bosch started moving quickly back up the breezeway toward the man. The man took his measure and backed down without Bosch saying a word. "Never mind, man. You're good." He quickly stepped back inside and closed the door. Bosch turned back and found room 3 without a further problem. He leaned close to the jamb to see if he could pick up any sound. He heard nothing. There was a peephole. He put his finger over it and knocked. He waited and then knocked again. "Sonia, open up. Eddie sent me." "Who are you?" The voice was female, ragged, and suspicious. Bosch used the universal passcode. "Doesn't matter. Eddie sent me with something to hold you over till he's done." No response. "Okay, Sonia. I'll tell him you weren't interested. I've got someone else who wants it." He took his finger off the peep and started walking away. Almost immediately, the door opened behind him. "Wait!" Bosch turned back. The door was open 6 inches. He saw a set of hollow eyes looking out at him, a dim light behind them. "Let me see." Bosch looked around. "What, out here?" he said. "They got cameras all over the place."
"Eddie told me not to open the door for strangers. You look like a cop to me."
"Well, maybe I am, but that doesn't change that Eddie sent me." Bosch started to turn again. "Like I said, I'll tell him I tried. Have a nice night."
Okay. You can come in, but only to make the drop. Nothing else."
Bosch walked toward the door. She moved behind it and opened it. He entered and turned to her and saw the gun. It was an old revolver, and he saw no bullets in the exposed chambers. Bosch raised his hands chest high. He could tell she was hurting. She'd been waiting too long for somebody, putting blind junkie trust in something that wouldn't pay off. "That's not necessary, Sonia. Besides, I don't think Eddie left you with any bullets."
"I got one left. You want to try it?"
Probably the one she was saving for herself. She was skin and bones, and close to the end of the line. No junkie went the distance.
"Give it to me,"
she ordered.
"Now."
"Okay, take it easy. I have it right here." He reached his right hand into his coat pocket and pulled out a bald piece of aluminum foil he had taken from a roll in Mickey Haller's kitchen. He held it out to the right of his body, and he knew her desperate eyes would follow it. He shot his left hand out and snatched the gun out of her hand. He then stepped forward and roughly shoved her onto the bed. "Shut up and don't move," he commanded.
"What is—"
"I said shut up." He popped the gun's barrel out and checked it. She had been right. There was one bullet left. He slid it out into his palm and then put it in his pocket. He hooked the gun into his belt. Then he pulled his badge wallet and opened it for her to see. "You had that right," he said.
"What do you want?"
"We'll get to that." Bosch moved around the bed, looking about the threadbare room. It smelled like cigarettes and body odor. There were several plastic grocery bags on the floor containing her belongings. Shoes in one, clothing in a few others. On the bed's lone side table was an overloaded ashtray and a glass pipe. "What are you hurting for, Sonia? Crack? Heroin? Or is it meth?" She didn't answer. "I can help you better if I know what you need." "I don't want your help." Bosch turned and looked at her. So far, things were going exactly as he predicted they would. "Really?" he said. "Don't need my help. You think Eddie Roman is going to come back for you?" "He's coming back." "I got news for you. He's already gone. I'm guessing they got him cleaned up nice and neat, and he won't be coming back up here once he does what they want him to do. He'll take the paycheck, and when that runs out, he'll just find himself a new trick partner." He paused and looked at her. "Somebody who still has something somebody would want to buy." Her eyes took on the distant look of someone who knows the truth when she hears it. "Leave me alone," she said in a hoarse whisper. "I know I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. You've been waiting for Eddie longer than you thought you would, huh? How many days you have left on the room?" He read the answer in her eyes. "Already passed, huh? Probably given the guy in the office blowjobs to let you stay. How long's that going to last? Pretty soon he'll just want the money." "I said go away." "I will. But you come with me, Sonia, right now." "What do you want?" "I want to know everything you know about Eddie Roman." Part 4. The Silent Witness. Chapter 37. Thursday, April 8th, 9:01 a.m. Before the judge called for the jury, Clive Royce stood and asked the court for a directed verdict of acquittal. He argued that the state had failed to live up to its duty in carrying the burden of proof. He said that the evidence presented by the prosecutors failed to cross the threshold of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I was ready to stand to argue the state's side, but the judge held up her hand to signal me to stay in place. She then quickly dispensed with Royce's motion. "Motion denied," Brightman said. "The court holds that the evidence presented by the prosecution is sufficient for the jury to consider. Mr. Royce, are you ready to proceed with the defense?" "I am, Your Honor." "Okay, sir. Then we will recall the jury now. Will you have an opening statement?" "A brief one, Your Honor." "Very well. I'm going to hold you to that." The jurors filed in and took their assigned places. On many of them I saw expressions of anticipation. I took this as a good sign, as if they were wondering how in the hell the defense would be able to dig its way out of all the evidence the state had dumped on it. It was probably all wishful thinking on my part, but I'd been studying juries for most of my adult life, and I liked what I saw. After welcoming the jury back, the judge turned the courtroom over to Royce, reminding the jurors that this was an opening statement, not a listing of facts unless backed up later with testimony and evidence. Royce strode with full confidence to the lectern without a note or file in his hand. I knew he had the same philosophy as I did when it came to making opening statements. Look them in the eyes and don't flinch and don't back down from your theory, no matter how far-fetched or unbelievable. Sell it. If they don't think you believe it, they never will. His strategy of deferring his opener until the start of the defense's case would now pay dividends. He would begin the day and his case by delivering to the jury a statement that didn't have to be true, that could be as outlandish as anything ever heard in the courtroom. As long as he kept the jury riding along, nothing else really mattered. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Today begins a new phase of the trial, the defense phase. This is when we start to tell you our side of the story, and, believe me, we have another side to almost everything the prosecution has offered you over the past 3 days.
I'm not going to take a lot of your time here, because I am very eager, and Jason Jessup is very eager, to get to the evidence that the prosecution has either failed to find or chosen not to present to you. It doesn't matter which at this point. The only things that matter are that you hear it, and that it allows you to see the full picture of what transpired on Windsor Boulevard on February 16th, 1986. I urge you to listen closely, to watch closely. If you do that, you will see the truth emerge. I looked over at the legal pad on which Maggie had been doodling while Royce spoke. In large letters she had written, "Windbag." I thought, she hasn't seen anything yet. This case, Royce continued, is about one thing: a family's darkest secrets. You got only a glimpse of them during the prosecution's presentation. You got the tip of the iceberg from the prosecution. But today, you will get the whole iceberg. Today, you will get the cold, hard truth. That being that Jason Jessup is the true victim here today. The victim of a family's desire to hide their darkest secret. Maggie leaned toward me and whispered, "Brace yourself." I nodded. I knew exactly where we were going. This trial is about a monster who killed a child. A monster who defiled one young girl and was going to move on to the next when something went wrong and he killed that child. This trial is about the family that was so fearful of that monster that they went along with the plan to cover up the crime and point the finger elsewhere, at an innocent man. Royce pointed righteously at Jessup as he said this last line. Maggie shook her head in disgust, a calculated move for the jury. "Jason, would you please stand up?" Royce said. His client did as instructed and turned fully to the jury, his eyes boldly scanning from face to face, not flinching or looking away. "Jason Jessup is an innocent man," Royce said with the requisite outrage in his voice. "He was the fall guy. An innocent man caught in an impromptu plan to cover up the worst kind of crime, the taking of a child's life." Jessup sat down, and Royce paused so his words would burn into every juror's conscience. It was highly theatrical and planned that way. "There are two victims here," he finally said. "Melissa Landy is a victim. She lost her life. Jason Jessup is also a victim, because they are trying to take his life. The family conspired against him, and then the police followed their lead. They ignored the evidence and planted their own. And now, after 24 years, after witnesses are gone and memories have dimmed, they've come calling for him." Royce cast his head down, as if tremendously burdened by the truth. I knew he would now wrap things up. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are here for only one reason: to seek the truth. Before the end of this day, you will know the truth about Windsor Boulevard. You will know that Jason Jessup is an innocent man." Royce paused again, then thanked the jury and moved back to his seat. In what I was sure was a well-rehearsed moment, Jessup put his arm around his lawyer's shoulders, gave him a squeeze, and thanked him. But the judge gave Royce little time to savor the moment, or the slick delivery of his opening statement. She told him to call his first witness. I turned in my seat and saw Bosch standing in the back of the courtroom. He gave me the nod. I had sent him to get Sarah Ann Gleason from the hotel as soon as Royce had informed me upon arriving at court that she would be his first witness. "The defense calls Sarah Ann Gleason to the stand," Royce said, putting the accent on defense in a way that suggested this was an unexpected turnabout. Bosch stepped out of the courtroom and quickly returned with Gleason. He walked her down the aisle and through the gate. She went the rest of the way on her own. She again was dressed for court informally, wearing a white peasant blouse and a pair of jeans. Gleason was reminded by the judge that she was still under oath,
and turned over to Royce. This time, when he went to the lectern, he carried a thick file and a legal pad. Probably most of it, the file at least, was just an attempt to intimidate Gleason, to make her think he had a big fat file on everything she had ever done wrong in life. "Good morning, Miss Gleason." "Good morning." "Now, you testified yesterday that you were the victim of sexual abuse at the hands of your stepfather, Kensington Landy. Is that correct?" "Yes." With the first word of her testimony, I detected trepidation. She hadn't been allowed to hear Royce's opening statement, but we had prepared Gleason for the way we thought the defense case would go. She was exhibiting fear already, and this never played well with the jury. There was little Maggie and I could do. Sarah was up there, on her own. "At what point in your life did this abuse start?" "When I was 12. "And it ended when?" "When I was 13. Right after my sister's death." "I notice you didn't call it your sister's murder. You called it her death. Is there a reason for that?" "I'm not sure what you mean." "Well, your sister was murdered, correct? It wasn't an accident, was it?" "No, it was murder." "Then why did you refer to it as her death just a moment ago?" "I'm not sure." "Are you confused about what happened to your sister?" Maggie was on her feet objecting before Gleason could answer. "Counsel is badgering the witness," she said. "He's more interested in eliciting an emotional response than an answer." "Your Honor, I am simply trying to learn how and why this witness views this crime the way she does. It goes to state of mind of the witness. I am not interested in eliciting anything other than an answer to the question I asked." The judge weighed things for a moment before ruling. "I'm going to allow it. The witness may answer the question." "I'll repeat it," Royce said. "Miss Gleason, are you confused about what happened to your sister?" During the exchange between lawyers and the judge, Gleason had found some resolve. She answered forcefully while hitting Royce with a hard stare of defiance. "No, I'm not confused about what happened. I was there. She was kidnapped by your client, and after that I never saw her again. There is no confusion about that at all." I wanted to stand up and clap. Instead, I just nodded to myself. It was a fine, fine answer. But Royce moved on, acting as though he had not been hit with the tomato. "There have been times in your life when you were confused, however, correct?" "About my sister and what happened and who took her? Never." "I'm talking about times you were incarcerated in mental health facilities and the psych wards of jails and prisons." Gleason lowered her head in full realization that she would not escape this trial without a full airing of the lost years of her life. I just had to hope she would respond in the way Maggie had told her to. "After the murder of my sister, many things went wrong in my life," she said. She then looked up directly at Royce as she continued. "Yes, I spent some time in those kinds of places. I think, and my counselors agreed, that it was because of what happened to Melissa." Good answer, I thought. She was fighting. "We'll get back into that later on," Royce said. "But getting back to your sister. She was 12 at the time of her murder, correct?" "That's right." "This would have been the same age you were when your stepfather began to sexually abuse you. Am I right?" "About the same, yes." "Did you warn your sister about him?" There was a long pause as Gleason considered her answer. This was because there was no good answer. "Ms. Gleason," the judge prompted, "please answer the question." "No, I didn't warn her. I was afraid to." "Afraid of what?" Royce asked. "Him. As you've already pointed out, I've been through a lot of therapy in my life. I know that it is not unusual for a child to be unable to tell anyone. You get trapped in the behavior, trapped by fear. I've been told that many times.
In other words, you go along to get along. Sort of, but that is a simplification. It was more... But did you live with a lot of fear in your life back then? Yes, Did your stepfather tell you not to tell anyone about what he was doing to you? Yes, he said... Did he threaten you? He said that if I told anyone, I would be taken away from my mother and sister. He said he would make sure that the state would think my mother knew about it, and they would consider her unfit. They would take Melissa and me away. Then we would get split up, because foster homes couldn't always take two at a time. Did you believe him? Yes, I was 12. I believed him. And it scared you, didn't it? Yes, I wanted to stay with my family. Wasn't it that same fear and control that your stepfather had over you that made you go along to get along after he killed your sister? Again, Maggie jumped up to object, stating that the question was leading and assumed facts not in evidence. The judge agreed and sustained the objection. Undeterred, Royce went at Gleason relentlessly. Isn't it true that you and your mother did and said exactly what your stepfather told you to in the cover-up of Melissa's murder? No, that's not... He told you to say it was a tow truck driver and that you were to pick one of the men the police brought to the house. No, he didn't. Objection! There was no hide-and-seek game outside the house, was there? Your sister was murdered inside the house by Kensington Landy. Isn't that true? Your Honor! Maggie was now shouting. Counsel is badgering the witness with these leading questions. He doesn't want her answers. He just wants to deliver his lies to the jury. The judge looked from Maggie to Royce. All right, everyone, just calm down. The objection is sustained. Mr. Royce, ask the witness one question at a time and allow her the time to answer. And you will not ask leading questions. Need I remind you, you called her as a witness. If you wanted to lead her, you should have conducted a cross-examination when you had the opportunity. Royce put on his best look of contrition. It must have been difficult. I apologize for getting carried away, Your Honor, he said. It won't happen again. It didn't matter if it happened again. Royce had already gotten his point across. His purpose was not to get an admission from Gleason. In fact, he expected none. His purpose was to get his alternate theory to the jury. In that, he was being very successful. Okay, let's move on, Royce said. You mentioned earlier that you spent a considerable part of your adult life in counseling and drug rehab, not to mention incarceration. Is that correct? To a point, Gleason said. I have been clean and sober and Just answer the question that was asked, Royce quickly interjected. Objection, Maggie said. She is trying to answer the question he asked, but Mr. Royce doesn't like the full answer and is trying to cut her off. Let her answer the question, Mr. Royce, Brightman said tiredly. Go ahead, Miss Gleason. I was just saying that I've been clean for 7 years and a productive member of society. Thank you, Miss Gleason. Royce then led her through a tragic and sordid history, literally going arrest by arrest and revealing all the details of the depravity Sarah wallowed in for so long. Maggie objected often, arguing that it had little to do with Sarah's identification of Jessup, but Brightman allowed most of the questioning to continue. Finally, Royce wrapped up his examination by setting up his next witness. Getting back to the rehabilitation center in North Hollywood, you were there for 5 months in 1999, correct? I don't remember exactly when or for how long. You obviously have the records there. But you do remember meeting another client, named Edward Roman, known as Eddie. Yes, I do. And you got to know him well? Yes. How did you meet? We were in group counseling together. How would you describe the relationship you had with Eddie Roman back then? Well, in counseling, we sort of realized that we knew some of the same people and liked doing the same things, meaning drugs. So we started hanging out, and it continued after we were both released.
Was this a romantic relationship?
Gleason laughed in a way that was not supposed to impart humor. What passed for romance between two drug addicts, she said. I think the term is enablers. By being together, we were enabling each other. But romance is not a word I would use. We had sex on occasion, when he was able to. But there was no romance, Mr. Royce.
But didn't you in fact believe at one point that you two were married?
Eddie set something up on the beach with a man he said was a minister, but it wasn't real. It wasn't legal.
But at the time you thought it was, didn't you?
Yes.
So were you in love with him?
No, I wasn't in love with him. I just thought he could protect me.
So you were married, or at least thought you were. Did you live together?
Yes.
Where?
In different motels in the valley.
All this time you lived together, you must have confided in Eddie, yes?
About some things, yes.
Did you ever confide in him about your sister's murder?
I'm sure I did. I didn't keep it a secret. I would have talked about it in group therapy in North Hollywood, and he was sitting right there.
Did you ever tell him that your stepfather killed your sister?
No, because that didn't happen.
So if Eddie Roman were to come to this courtroom and testify that you did indeed tell him that, then he would be lying.
Yes.
But you have already testified yesterday and today that you have lied to counselors and police. You have stolen and committed many crimes in your life. But you're not lying here. Is that what we are to believe?
I'm not lying. You were talking about a period in my life when I did those things. I don't deny that. I was human trash, okay? But I'm past that now, and have been past it for a long time. I'm not lying now.
Okay, Miss Gleason. No further questions.
As Royce returned to his seat, Maggie and I put our heads together and whispered.
She held up really well, Maggie said. I think we should let it stand, and I'll just hit a couple high notes.
Sounds good.
Ms. McPherson, the judge prompted.
Maggie stood.
Yes, Your Honor. Just a few questions.
She went to the lectern with her trusty legal pad. She skipped the build-up and got right to the matters she wanted to cover.
Sarah, this man Eddie Roman and the phony marriage, whose idea was it to get married?
Eddie asked me to get married. He said we would work together as a team and share everything, that he would protect me, and that we could never be forced to testify against each other if we got arrested.
And what did working together as a team mean in that circumstance?
Well, he wanted me to sell myself, so we would have money to buy drugs and to have a motel room.
Did you do that for Eddie?
For a little bit of time, and then I got arrested.
Did Eddie bail you out?
No.
Did he come to court?
No.
Your record shows that you pleaded guilty to soliciting and were sentenced to time served. Is that correct?
Yes.
How long was that?
I think it was 13 days.
And was Eddie there waiting when you got out of jail?
No.
Did you ever see him again?
No, I didn't.
Maggie checked her notes, flipped up a couple pages and found what she was looking for. Okay, Sarah, you mentioned several times during your testimony earlier today that you did not remember specific dates and occurrences that Mr. Royce asked you about during the time you were a drug user. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, that's true.
During all of those years of drug abuse and counseling and incarceration, were you ever able to forget what happened to your sister Melissa?
No, never. I thought about it every day. I still do.
Were you ever able to forget about the man who crossed your front yard and grabbed your sister while you watched from the bushes. No, never. I thought about him every day, and still do. Have you ever had a moment of doubt about the man you identified as your sister's abductor? No. Maggie turned and pointedly looked at Jessup, who was looking down at a legal pad and writing what were probably meaningless notes. Her eyes held on him, and she waited. Just as Jessup looked up to see what was holding up the testimony, she asked her last question. Never a single doubt, Sarah? No, never. Thank you, Sarah. No further questions. Chapter 38. Thursday, April 8th, 10:35 a.m. The judge followed Sarah Gleason's testimony by announcing the mid-morning break. Bosch waited in his seat at the railing until Royce and Jessup got up and started to file out. He then stood and moved against the grain to get to his witness. As he passed by Jessup, he clapped him hard on the arm. "I think your makeup's starting to run, Jason." He said it with a smile as he went by. Jessup stopped and turned and was about to respond to the taunt when Royce grabbed him by the other arm and kept him going. Bosch moved forward to collect Gleason from the witness stand. After parts of 2 days on the stand, she looked like she was both emotionally and physically drained, like she might need help just getting up from the chair. "Sarah, you did great," he told her. "Thank you. I couldn't tell if anybody believed me." "They all did, Sarah. They all did." He walked her back to the prosecution table, where Haller and McPherson had similar reviews of her testimony. McPherson got up out of her seat and hugged her. "You stood up to Jessup, and you stood up for your sister," she said. "You can be proud of that for the rest of your life." Gleason suddenly burst into tears and held her hand over her eyes. McPherson quickly pulled her back into the hug. I know. You've held it together and stayed strong. It's okay to let it go now." Bosch walked over to the jury box and grabbed the box of tissues. He brought them to Gleason, and she wiped away her tears. "You're almost done," Haller said to her. "You've totally finished testifying, so now all we want you to do is sit in court and observe the trial. We want you to sit up here in the front row when Eddie Roman testifies. After that, we can put you on a plane home this afternoon." "Okay, but why?" "Because he's going to tell lies about you. And if he's going to do that, then he's going to have to tell them to your face. I don't think he's going to have a problem with that. He never did." "Well, then the jury will want to see how you react. And how he'll react. And don't worry, we've got something else cooking that'll make Eddie feel some heat." At that, Haller turned to Bosch. "You ready with this? Just give me the sign." "Can I ask something?" Gleason said. "Sure," Haller said. "What if I don't want to get on a plane today? What if I want to be here for the verdict, for my sister?" "We would love that, Sarah," Maggie said. "You are welcome and can stay as long as you like." Bosch stood in the hallway outside the courtroom. He had his phone out and was slowly typing a text to his daughter with one finger. His efforts were interrupted when he received a text. It was from Haller and was only one word: "Now." He put his phone away and walked to the witness waiting room. Sonia Reyes was slumped in a chair with her head down, 2 empty coffee cups on the table in front of her. "Okay, Sonia, rise and shine. We're going to do this. You okay? You ready?" She looked up at him with tired eyes. "That's too many questions, policeman." "Okay, I'll settle for one. How are you feeling?" "About how I look. You got any more of that stuff they gave me at the clinic?" "That was it. But I'm going to have someone take you right back there as soon as we're finished here." "Whatever you say, policeman."
I don't think I've been up this early since the last time I was in county lockup."
"Yeah, well, it's not that early. Let's go." He helped her up, and they headed toward Department 112. Reyes was what they called a silent witness. She wouldn't be testifying in the trial. She was in no condition to. But by walking her down the aisle and putting her in the front row, Bosch would make sure she would be noticed by Edward Roman. The hope was that she'd knock Roman off his game, maybe even make him change it up. They were banking on his not knowing the rules of evidence, and therefore not understanding that her appearance in the gallery precluded her from testifying at the trial and exposing his lies. Harry hit the door with a fist as he pushed it open, because he knew it would draw attention inside the court. He then ushered Reyes in and walked her down the aisle. Edward Roman was already on the stand, sworn in and testifying. He wore an ill-fitting suit borrowed from Royce's client closet and was clean-shaven with short, neat hair. He stumbled verbally when he saw Sonia in the courtroom.
"We had group counseling twice."
"Only twice?" Royce asked, unaware of the distraction in the aisle behind him.
"What? You said you only had group counseling with Sarah Gleason twice." "No, man. I meant twice a day."
Bosch escorted Reyes to a seat with a reserve sign on it. He then sat down next to her. "And approximately, how long did this last?" Royce asked.
"Each one was 50 minutes, I think,"
Roman answered, his eyes holding on Reyes in the audience.
"I mean, how long were you both in counseling? A month, a year? How long?" "Oh, it was for 5 months."
"And did you become lovers while you were in the center?" Roman lowered his eyes.
Yeah, that's right."
"How did you manage that? I assume there are rules against that."
"Well, if there's a will, there's always a way, you know? We found time. We found places."
"Did this relationship continue after you two were released from the center?"
"Yes. She got out a couple of weeks ahead of me. Then I got out and we hooked up."
"Did you live together?"
"Uh-huh."
"Is that a yes?"
"Yes. Can I ask you a question?"
Royce paused. He hadn't expected this.
"No, Mr. Roman," the judge said. "You can't ask a question. You are a witness in these proceedings." "But how can they bring her in here like that?" "Who, Mr. Roman?"
Roman pointed out to the gallery and right at Reyes.
"Her."
The judge looked at Reyes and then at Bosch, sitting next to her. A deep look of suspicion crossed her face.
"I'm going to ask the jury to step back into the jury room for a few moments. This should not take long."
The jurors filed back into the jury room. The moment the last one in closed the door, the judge zeroed in on Bosch.
"Detective Bosch."
Harry stood up.
"Who is the woman sitting to your left?"
"Your Honor," Haller said, "can I answer that question?"
"Please do."
Detective Bosch is sitting with Sonia Reyes, who has agreed to help the prosecution as a witness consultant. The judge looked from Haller to Reyes and back to Haller.
"You want to run that by me again, Mr. Haller?"
"Judge, Ms. Reyes is acquainted with the witness. Because the defense did not make Mr. Roman available to us prior to his testimony here, we have asked Miss Reyes to give us advice on how to proceed with our cross-examination." Haller's explanation had done nothing to change the look of suspicion on Brightman's face.
"Are you paying her for this advice?"
"We have agreed to help her get into a clinic."
"I should hope so."
"Your Honor," Royce said, "may I be heard?"
"Go ahead, Mr. Royce."
"I think it is quite obvious that the prosecution is attempting to intimidate Mr. Roman. This is a gangster move, Judge.
Not something I would expect to see from the district attorney's office. Well, I strongly object to that characterization, Haller said. It is perfectly acceptable within the canon of courtroom procedure and ethics to hire and use consultants. Mr. Royce employed a jury consultant last week, and that was perfectly acceptable. But now that the prosecution has a consultant that he knows will help expose his witness as a liar and someone who preys on women, he objects. With all due respect, I would call that the gangster move. Okay, we're not going to debate this now, Brightman said. I find that the prosecution is certainly within bounds in using Miss Reyes as a consultant. Let's bring the jury back. Thank you, Judge, Haller said as he sat down. As the jurors filed back into the box, Haller turned and looked back at Bosch. He gave a slight nod, and Bosch knew that he was happy. The exchange with the judge could not have worked better in delivering a message to Roman. The message being that we know your game, and come our turn to ask the questions, so will the jury. Roman now had a choice. He could stick with the defense or start playing for the prosecution. Testimony continued once the jury was back in place. Royce quickly established through Roman that he and Sarah Gleason had a relationship that lasted nearly a year and involved the sharing of personal stories as well as drugs. But when it came to revealing those personal stories, Roman did a cut and run, leaving Royce hanging in the wind. Now, did there come a time when she spoke about her sister's murder? A time? There were lots of times. She talked about it a lot, man. And did she ever tell you in detail what she called the real story? Yes, she did. Can you tell the court what she told you? Roman hesitated and scratched his chin before answering. Bosch knew this was the moment that his work either paid off or went for naught. She told me that they were playing hide-and-seek in the yard, and a guy came and grabbed her sister, and that she saw the whole thing. Bosch's eyes made a circuit of the room. First he checked the jurors, and it seemed that even they had been expecting Roman to say something else. Then the prosecution table. He saw that McPherson had grabbed Haller by the back of his arm and was squeezing it. And lastly, Royce, who was now the one hesitating. He stood at the lectern looking down at his notes, one arm cocked with his fist on his hip like a frustrated teacher who could not draw the correct answer from a student. That is the story you heard Sarah Gleason tell in group counseling at the rehabilitation center, correct? He finally asked. That's right. But isn't it true that she told you a different version of events, what she called the real story, when you were in more private settings? No. She pretty much stuck to the same story all the time. Bosch saw McPherson squeeze Haller's arm again. This was the whole case, right here. Royce was like a man left behind in the water by a dive boat. He was treading water, but he was in the open sea, and it was only a matter of time before he went down. He tried to do what he could. Now, Mr. Roman, on March 2nd of this year, did you not contact my office and offer your services as a witness for the defense? I don't know about the date, but I called there, yeah. And did you speak to my investigator, Karen Revell? I spoke to a woman, but I can't remember her name. And didn't you tell her a story that is quite different from the one you just recounted? But I wasn't under oath or nothing then. That's right, sir. But you did tell Karen a different story, true? I might have. I can't remember. Didn't you tell Karen at that time that Miss Gleason had told you that her stepfather had killed her sister? Haller was up with the objection, arguing that not only was Royce leading the witness, but that there was no foundation for the question, and that counsel was trying to get testimony to the jury that the witness was not willing to give. The judge sustained the objection.
Your Honor, Royce said, the defense would like to request a short break to confer with its witness. Before Haller could object, the judge denied the request. By this witness's own testimony this morning, you have had since March 2nd to prepare for this moment. We go to lunch in 35 minutes. You can confer with him then, Mr. Royce. Ask your next question. Thank you, Your Honor. Royce looked down at his legal pad. From Bosch's angle, he could tell he was looking at a blank page. Mr. Royce, the judge prompted. Yes, Your Honor. Just rechecking a date. Mr. Roman, why did you call my office on March 2nd? Well, I'd seen something about the case on the TV. In fact, it was you. I seen you talking about it. And I knew something about it from knowing Sarah like I did. So I called up to see if I was needed. And then you came to my offices, correct? Yeah, that's right. You sent that lady to pick me up. And when you came to my office, you told me a different story than you are telling the jury now. Isn't that right? Like I said, I don't remember exactly what I said then. I'm a drug addict, sir. I say a lot of things I don't remember and don't really mean. All I remember is that the woman who came said she'd put me up in a nicer hotel, and I had no money for a place at that time. So I sort of said what she told me to say. Bosch made a fist and bounced it once on his thigh. This was an unmitigated disaster for the defense. He looked over at Jessup to see if he realized how badly things had just turned for him. And Jessup seemed to sense it. He turned and looked back at Bosch, his eyes dark with growing anger and realization. Bosch leaned forward and slowly raised a finger. He dragged it across his throat. Jessup turned away. Chapter 39. Thursday, April 8th, 11:30 a.m. I've had many good moments in court. I've stood next to men at the moment they knew they were going free because of my good work. I've stood in the well in front of a jury and felt the tingle of truth and righteousness roll down my spine. And I have destroyed liars without mercy on the witness stand. These are the moments I live for in my professional life. But few of them measured up to the moment I watched Jason Jessup's defense unravel with the testimony of Edward Roman. As Roman crashed and burned on the stand, my ex-wife and prosecution partner squeezed my arm to the point of pain. She couldn't help it. She knew it too. This was not something Royce was going to recover from. A key part of what was already going to be a fragile defense was crumbling before his eyes. It wasn't so much that his witness had pulled a 180 on him. It was the jury seeing a defense that was now obviously built upon a liar. The jury would not forgive this. It was over, and I believed everyone in the courtroom, from the judge to the gadflies in the back row of the gallery, knew it. Jessup was going down. I turned and looked back to share the moment with Bosch. After all, the silent witness maneuver had been his idea, and I caught him giving Jessup the throat slash, the internationally recognized sign that it was over. I looked back to the front of the court. Mr. Royce, the judge said, are you continuing with this witness? A moment, Your Honor, Royce said. It was a valid question. Royce had few ways with which to go with Roman at this point. He could cut his losses and simply end the questioning. Or he could ask the judge to declare Roman to be a hostile witness, a move that was always professionally embarrassing when the hostile witness is one you called to the stand. But it was a move that would allow Royce more latitude in asking leading questions that explored what Roman had initially said to the defense investigator and why he was dissembling now. But this was fraught with danger, especially since this initial interview had not been recorded or documented in an effort to hide Roman during the discovery process. "Mr. Royce," the judge barked, "I consider the court's time quite valuable. Please ask your next question, or I will turn the witness over to Mr. Haller for cross-examination." Royce nodded to himself as he came to a decision. "I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no further questions at this time." Royce walked dejectedly back to his seat and a waiting client who was visibly upset with the turnabout. I stood up and started moving to the lectern, even before the judge turned the witness over to me. "Mr. Roman," I said, "your testimony has been somewhat confusing to me. So let me get this straight. Are you telling this jury that Sarah Ann Gleason did or did not tell you that her stepfather murdered her sister?" "She didn't. That's just what they wanted me to say." "Who is they, sir?" "The defense. The lady investigator and Royce." "Besides a hotel room, were you to receive anything else if you testified to such a story today?" "They just said they'd take care of me. That a lot of money was at—" "Objection!" Royce yelled. He jumped to his feet. "Your Honor, the witness is clearly hostile and acting out a vindictive fantasy." "He's your witness, Mr. Royce. He can answer the question. Go ahead, sir." "They said there was a lot of money at stake and they would take care of me," Roman said. It just kept getting better for me and worse for Jessup. But I had to make sure I didn't come off to the jury as gleeful or vindictive myself. I recalibrated and focused on what was important. "What was the story that Sarah told you all those years ago, Mr. Roman?" "Like I said, that she was in the yard and she was hiding and she saw the guy who grabbed her sister." "Did she ever tell you she identified the wrong man?" "No." "Did she ever tell you that the police told her who to identify?" "No." "Did she ever once tell you that the wrong man was charged with her sister's murder?" "No." No further questions. I checked the clock as I returned to my seat. We still had 20 minutes before the lunch break. Rather than break early, the judge asked Royce to call his next witness. He called his investigator, Karen Ravel. I knew what he was doing, and I was going to be ready. Ravel was a mannish-looking woman who wore slacks and a sport jacket. She had ex-cop written all over her dour expression. After she was sworn in, Royce got right to the point, probably hoping to stem the flow of blood from his case before the jurors went to lunch. "What do you do for a living, Miss Ravel?" "I'm an investigator for the law firm of Royce & Associates." "You work for me, correct?" "That is correct." "On March 2nd of this year, did you conduct a telephone interview with an individual named Edward Roman?" "I did." "What did he tell you in that call?" I stood and objected. I asked the judge if I could discuss my objection at a sidebar conference. "Come on up," she said. Maggie and I followed Royce to the side of the bench. The judge told me to state my objection. "My first objection is that anything this witness states about a conversation with Roman is clearly hearsay and not allowed. But the larger objection is to Mr. Royce trying to impeach his own witness. He's going to use Ravel to impeach Roman, and you can't do that, Judge. It's damn near suborning perjury on Mr. Royce's part, because one of these two people is lying under oath, and he called them both." "I strongly object to Mr. Haller's last characterization," Royce said, leaning over the sidebar and moving in closer to the judge. "Suborning perjury? I've been practicing law for more than—" "First of all, back up, Mr. Royce, you're in my space," Brightman said sternly. "And second, you can save your self-serving objection for some other time. Mr. Haller is correct on all counts. If I allow this witness to continue her testimony, you are not only going to go into hearsay, but we will have a situation where one of your witnesses has lied under oath. You can't have it both ways, and you can't put a liar on the stand. So this is what we're going to do. You are going to get your investigator off the stand. Mr. Haller is going to make a motion to strike what little testimony she has already given, and I will agree to that motion. Then we're going to lunch. During that time, you and your client can get together and decide what to do next. But it's looking to me like your options got really limited in the last half hour. That's all. She didn't wait for any of us to respond. She simply rolled her chair away from the sidebar. Royce followed the judge's advice and ended his questioning of Ravel. I moved to strike, and that was that. A half hour later, I was sitting with Maggie and Sarah Gleason at a table at the Water Grill, the place where the case had started for me. We had decided to go high-end because we were celebrating what appeared to be the beginning of the end for Jason Jessup's case, and because the Water Grill was just across the street from Sarah's hotel. The only one missing at the table was Bosch, and he was on his way, after dropping our silent witness Sonia Reyes at the drug rehab facility at County USC Medical Center. Wow, I said after the three of us were seated. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before in a courtroom. Me neither, Maggie said. Well, I've been in a few courtrooms, but I don't know enough to know what it all means, said Gleason. It means the end is near, Maggie said. It means the entire defense imploded, I added. See, the defense's case was sort of simple. Stepfather killed the girl, and the family concocted a cover-up. They came up with the story about hide and seek and the man on the lawn to throw the authorities off of stepdad. Then sister, that's you, made a false identification of Jessup. Just sort of randomly set him up for a murder he did not commit. But what about Melissa's hair in the tow truck? Gleason asked. The defense claims it was planted, I said, either in conspiracy or independent of the family's cover-up. The police realized they didn't have much of a case. They had a 13-year-old girl's ID of a suspect and almost nothing else. So they took hair from the body or a hairbrush and planted it in the tow truck. After lunch, if Royce is foolish enough to continue this, he will present investigative chronology reports and time logs that will show Detective Closter had enough access and time to make the plant in the tow truck before a search warrant was obtained and forensics opened the truck. But that's crazy, Gleason said. Maybe so, Maggie said. But that was their case, and Eddie Roman was the linchpin because he was supposed to testify that you told him your stepfather did it. He was supposed to plant the seed of doubt. That's all it takes, Sarah. One little doubt. Only he took one look at who was in the audience, namely Sonia Reyes, and thought he was in trouble. You see, Eddie did the same thing with Sonia as he did with you. Met her, got close, and turned her out to keep him in meth. When he saw her in court, he knew he was in trouble. Because he knew if Sonia got on the stand and told the same story about him as you did, then the jury would know what he was, a liar and predator, and wouldn't trust a single thing he said. He also had no idea what Sonia might have told us about crimes they committed together. So he decided up there that his best out was the truth, to screw the defense and make the prosecution happy. He changed his story. Gleason nodded as she began to understand. Do you think Mr. Royce really told him what to say and was going to pay him off for his lies? Of course, Maggie said. I don't know, I said quickly. I've known Clive a long time. I don't think that's how he operates. What? Maggie said. You think Eddie Roman just made it all up on his own? No, but he spoke to the investigator before he ever got to Clive. Plausible denial. You're just being charitable, Haller. They don't call him Clever Clive for no reason. Sarah seemed to sense that she had pushed us into a zone of contention that had existed long before this trial. She tried to move us on. Do you really think it's over? She asked. I thought for a moment about it and then nodded. I think if I was clever Clive, I'd be thinking of what's best for my client, and that would be not to let this go to a verdict. I'd start thinking about a deal. Maybe he'll even call during lunch. I pulled my phone out and put it down on the table, as if being ready for Royce's call would make it happen. Just as I did so, Bosch showed up and took the seat next to Maggie. I grabbed my water glass and raised it to him. Cheers, Harry. Smooth move today. I think Jessup's house of cards is falling down. Bosch raised a water glass and clicked it off mine. Royce was right, you know, he said. It was a gangster move. Saw it in one of the Godfather movies way back. He then held his water glass up to the two women. Anyway, cheers, he said. You two are the real stars. Great work yesterday and today. We all clicked glasses, but Sarah hesitated. What's wrong, Sarah? I asked. Don't tell me you're afraid of clicking glass. I smiled, proud of my own humor. It's nothing, she said. I think it's supposed to be bad luck to toast with water. Well, I said, quickly recovering, it's going to take more than bad luck to change things now. Bosch changed the subject. What happens next? He asked. I was just telling Sarah that I don't think this will go to a jury. Clive has to be thinking disposition. They really don't have any other choice. Bosch turned serious. I know there's money on the line, and your boss probably thinks that's the priority, he said. But this guy's got to go back to prison. Absolutely, Maggie said. Of course, I added. And after what happened this morning, we have all the leverage. Jessup has to take what we offer, or we... My phone started to buzz. The ID screen said unknown. Speak of the devil, Maggie said. I looked at Sarah. You might be on that plane home tonight after all. I opened the phone and said my name. Mickey, District Attorney Williams here. How are you? I shook my head at the others. It wasn't Royce. I'm doing fine, Gabe. How are you? My informality didn't seem to faze him. I'm hearing good things out of court this morning. His statement confirmed what I had thought all along. While Williams had never once shown his face in the courtroom, he had a plant in the gallery, watching. Well, I hope so. I think we'll know more about which way this will go after lunch. Are you considering a disposition? Well, not yet. I haven't heard from opposing counsel, but I assume that we may soon enter into discussions. He's probably talking to his client about it right now. I would be if I were him. Well, keep me in the loop on that before you sign off on anything. I paused as I weighed this last statement. I saw Bosch put his hand inside his jacket and pull out his own phone to take a call. Tell you what, Gabe. As independent counsel, I prefer to stay independent. I'll inform you of a disposition if and when I have an agreement. I want to be part of that conversation, Williams insisted. I saw some sort of darkness move into Bosch's eyes. Instinctively, I knew it was time to get off my call. I'll get back to you on that, Mr. District Attorney. I've got another call coming in here. It could be Clive Royce. I closed the phone, just as Bosch closed his and started to stand up. What is it? Maggie asked. Bosch's face looked ashen. There's been a shooting over at Royce's office. There's 4 on the floor over there. Is Jessup one of them? I asked. No. Jessup's gone. Chapter 40. Thursday, April 8th, 1:05 p.m. Bosch drove, and McPherson insisted on riding with him. Haller had split off with Gleason to head back to court. Bosch pulled a card out of his wallet and got Lieutenant Stephen Wright's number off it. He handed the card and his phone to McPherson and told her to punch in the number. It's ringing, she said. He took the phone
and got it to his ear just as Wright answered. "It's Bosch. Tell me your people are on Jessup." "I wish." "Damn it! What the hell happened? Why wasn't SIS on him?" "Hold your horses, Bosch. We were on him. That's one of my people on the floor in Royce's office." That hit like a punch. Bosch hadn't realized a cop was one of the victims. "Where are you?" he asked Wright. "On my way there. I'm 3 minutes out." "What do you know so far?" "Not a hell of a lot. We had a light tail on him during court hours. You knew that. One team during court and full coverage before and after. Today they followed him from the courthouse to Royce's office at lunchtime. Jessup and Royce's team walked over. After they were in there a few minutes, my guys heard gunshots. They called it in and then went in. One was knocked down, the other pinned down. Jessup went out the back and my guy stayed to try CPR on his partner. He had to let Jessup go." Bosch shook his head. The thought of his daughter pushed through everything. She was at school for the next 90 minutes. He felt that she would be safe, for now. "Who else was hit?" he asked. "As far as I know," Wright said, "it was Royce and his investigator and then another lawyer, a female. They were lucky it was lunchtime. Everybody else in the office was gone." Bosch didn't see much that was lucky about a quadruple murder and Jessup out there somewhere with a gun. Wright kept talking. "I'm not going to shed a tear over a couple of defense lawyers, but my guy on the floor in there's got 2 little kids at home, Bosch. This is not a good goddamn thing at all." Bosch turned onto First, and up ahead he could see the flashing lights. Royce's office was in a storefront on a dead-end street that ran behind the Kyoto Grand Hotel on the edge of Japantown. Easy walking distance to the courthouse. "Did you get Jessup's car out on a broadcast?" "Yes, everybody has it. Somebody will see it." "Where's the rest of your crew?" "Everybody's heading to the scene." "No, send them out looking for Jessup. At all the places he's been. The parks, everywhere, even my house. There's no use for them at the scene." "We'll meet there, and I'll send them out." "You're wasting time, Lieutenant." "You think I can stop them from coming to the scene first?" Bosch understood the impossibility of Wright's situation. "I'm pulling up now," he said. "I'll see you when you get here." 2 minutes. Bosch closed the phone. McPherson asked him what Wright had said, and he quickly filled her in as he pulled the car to a stop behind a patrol car. Bosch badged his way under the yellow tape, and McPherson did the same. Because the shooting had occurred only 25 minutes earlier, the crime scene was largely inhabited by uniformed officers, the first responders, and was chaotic. Bosch found a patrol sergeant issuing orders regarding crime scene protection and went to him. "Sergeant, Harry Bosch, RHD. Who is taking this investigation?" "Isn't it you?" "No, I'm on a related case, but this one won't be mine." "Then I don't know, Bosch. I was told RHD will handle." "Okay, then they're still on their way. Who's inside?" "Couple of guys from Central Division, Roche and Stout." Babysitters, Bosch thought. As soon as RHD moved in, they would be moved out. He pulled his phone and called his lieutenant. "Gandil." "Lieutenant, who's taking the 4 on the floor by the Kyoto?" "Bosch? Where are you?" "At the scene. It was my guy from the trial, Jessup." "Shit. What went wrong?" "I don't know. Who are you sending and where the hell are they?" "I'm sending 4, Penzler, Kirschbaum, Krikorian, and Russell. But they were all at lunch up at Bird's. I'm coming over too, but you don't have to be there, Harry." "I know. I'm not staying long." Bosch closed the phone and looked around for McPherson. He had lost her in the confusion of the crime scene. He spotted her crouching down next to a man sitting on the sidewalk curb in front of the bail bonds shop next door to Royce's office. Bosch recognized him from the night he and McPherson rode on the surveillance of Jessup. There was blood on his hands and shirt from his efforts to save his partner. Bosch went to them. He went to his car when they got back here, for just a minute, got in, and then got out. He then went into the office. Right away we heard shots. We moved, and Manny got hit as soon as we opened the door. I got off a couple of rounds, but I had to try to help Manny. So Jessup must have gotten the gun from his car, right? Must have. They've got the metal detectors at the courthouse. He didn't have it in court today. But you never saw it? No, never saw the weapon. If we had seen it, we would have done something. Bosch left them there and went to the door of Royce & Associates. He got there just as Lieutenant Wright did. Together, they entered. "Oh my God," Wright said when he saw his man on the floor just inside the front door. "What was his name?" Bosch asked. "Manuel Branson. He's got 2 kids, and I have to go tell his wife." Branson was on his back. He had bullet entry wounds on the left side of his neck and upper left cheek. There had been a lot of blood. The neck shot appeared to have sliced through the carotid artery. Bosch left right there and moved past a reception desk and down a hallway on the right side. There was a wall of glass that looked into a boardroom with doors on both ends. The rest of the victims were in here, along with 2 detectives who wore gloves and booties and were taking notes on clipboards. Roche and Stout. Bosch stood in the first doorway of the room, but did not enter. The 2 detectives looked at him. "Who are you?" one asked. "Bosch, RHD. You taking this?" "Not exactly. I'm on something related. The others are coming." "Christ, we're only 2 blocks from the PAB." "They weren't there. They were at lunch up in Hollywood, but don't worry, they'll get here. It's not like these people are going anywhere." Bosch looked at the bodies. Clive Royce sat dead in a chair at the head of a long board table. His head was snapped back, as if he was looking at the ceiling. There was a bloodless bullet hole in the center of his forehead. Blood from the exit wound at the back of his head had poured down the back of his jacket and chair. The investigator, Karen Revelle, was on the floor on the other side of the room near the other door. It appeared that she had tried to make a run for it before being hit by gunfire. She was face down, and Bosch could not see where or how many times she had been hit. Royce's pretty associate counsel, whose name Bosch could not remember, was no longer pretty. Her body was in a seat diagonal to Royce, her upper body down on the table, an entry wound at the back of her head. The bullet had exited below her right eye and destroyed her face. There was always more damage coming out than going in. "What do you think?" asked one of the Central guys. "Looks like he came in shooting. Hit these 2 first, and then tagged the other as she made a run for the door. Then backed into the hall and opened up on the SIS guys as they came in." "Yeah, looks that way. I'm going to check the rest of the place out." Bosch continued down the hall and looked through open doors into empty offices. There were nameplates on the wall outside the doors, and he was reminded that Royce's associate was named Denise Graydon. The hallway ended at a break room where there was a kitchenette with a refrigerator and a microwave. There was another communal table here, and an exit door that was 3 inches ajar. Bosch used his elbow to push the door open. He stepped into an alley lined with trash bins. He looked both ways and saw a pay parking lot a half block down to his right. He assumed it was the lot where Jessup had parked his car and had gone to retrieve his gun. He went back inside and this time took a longer look in each of the offices. He knew from experience that he was treading in a gray area here. This was a law office, and whether the lawyers were dead or not, their clients were still entitled to privacy and attorney-client privilege. Bosch touched nothing and opened no drawer or file. He simply moved his eyes over the surface of things, seeing and reading what was in plain sight. When he was in Revelle's office, He was joined by McPherson. "What are you doing?"
"Just looking."
"We might have a problem going into any of their offices. As an officer of the court, I can't—"
"Then wait outside. Like I said, I'm just looking. I am making sure the premises are secure."
"Whatever. I'll be out front. The media's all over the place out there now. It's a circus." Bosch was leaning over Ravel's desk. He didn't look up.
Good for them.
McPherson left the room. At the same moment, Bosch read something off a legal pad that was on top of a stack of files on the side of the desk near the phone.
"Maggie, come back here."
She returned.
"Take a look at this."
McPherson came around the desk and bent over to read the notes on the top page of the pad. The page was covered with what looked like random notes, phone numbers, and names. Some were circled, others scratched out. It looked like a pad Ravel jotted on while on the phone. "What?" McPherson asked. Without touching the pad, Bosch pointed to a notation in the bottom right corner. All it said was, "Checkers, 804. But that was enough. "Shit," McPherson said. "Sarah isn't even registered under her name. How did Ravel get this?"
"She must have followed us back after court, paid somebody for the room number. We have to assume that Jessup has this information."
Bosch pulled his phone and called Mickey Haller on speed dial.
"It's Bosch. You still have Sarah with you?"
"Yes, she's here in court. We're waiting for the judge."
"Look, don't scare her, but she can't go back to the hotel."
"All right, how come?"
"Because there's an indication here that Jessup has that location. We'll be setting up on it."
"What do I do then?"
"I'll be sending a protection team to the court, for both of you. They'll know what to do."
"They can cover her. I don't need it."
"That'll be your choice. My advice is you take it."
He closed the phone and looked at McPherson.
"I gotta get a protection team over there. I want you to take my car and get my daughter and your daughter and go somewhere safe. You call me then, and I'll send a team to you too."
"My car's 2 blocks from here. I can just—"
"That'll waste too much time. Take mine and go now. I'll call the school and tell them you're coming for Maddie."
"Okay."
"Thank you. Call me when you have—"
They heard shouting from the front of the office suite. Angry male voices. Bosch knew they came from the friends of Manny Branson. They were seeing their fallen comrade on the floor and getting fueled with outrage and the scent of blood for the hunt.
"Let's go," he said.
They moved back through the suite to the front. Bosch saw Wright standing just outside the front door, consoling 2 SIS men with angry, tear-streaked faces. Bosch made his way around Branson's body and out the door. He tapped Wright on the elbow. "I need a moment, Lieutenant." Wright broke away from his 2 men and followed. Bosch walked a few yards to where they could speak privately, but he need not have worried about being overheard. In the sky above, there were at least 4 media choppers circling over the crime scene and laying down a cover of camouflage sound that would make any conversation on the block private.
"I need 2 of your best men," Bosch said, leaning toward Wright's ear.
"Okay, what do you have going?"
"There's a note on one of the victims' desk. It's the hotel and room number of our prime witness. We have to assume our shooter has that information. The slaughter inside there indicates he's taking out the people associated with the trial, the people he thinks did him wrong. That's a long list, but I think our witness would be at the top of it."
"Got it. You want to set up at the hotel?"
Bosch nodded. "Yeah, 1 man outside, 1 man inside, and me in the room. We wait and see if he shows."
Wright shook his head.
"We use 4, 2 inside and 2 outside. But forget waiting in the room because Jessup will never get by the surveillance. Instead, you and I find a viewpoint up high and set up the command post. That's the right way to do it."
Bosch nodded.
"Okay, let's go." Except there's one thing.
What's that?
If I bring you in on this, then you stay back. My people take him down."
Bosch studied him for a moment, trying to read everything hidden in what he was saying. "There are questions," Bosch said, "about Franklin Canyon and the other places. I need to talk to Jessup." Wright looked over Bosch's shoulder and back toward the front door of Royce & Associates.
"Detective, one of my best people is dead on the floor in there. I'm not guaranteeing you anything. You understand?"
Bosch paused and then nodded. "I understand." Chapter 41. Thursday, April 8th, 1:50 p.m. There was more media in the courtroom than there had been at any other point of the trial. The first 2 rows of the gallery were shoulder to shoulder with reporters and cameramen. The rest of the rows were filled with courthouse personnel and lawyers who had heard what had happened to Clive Royce. Sarah Gleason sat in a row by the courtroom deputy's desk. It was marked as reserved for law enforcement officers, but the deputy put her there so the reporters couldn't get to her. Meantime, I sat at the prosecution table, waiting for the judge like a man on a desert island. No Maggie, no Bosch, nobody at the defense table. I was alone. "Mickey," someone whispered from behind me. I turned to see Kate Salters from the Times leaning across the railing. "I can't talk now. I have to figure out what to say here." "But do you think your total destruction of this morning's witness is what could have—" I was saved by the judge. Brightman entered the courtroom and bounded up to the bench and took her seat. Salter took hers, and the question I wanted to avoid for the rest of my life remained unasked, at least for the moment. "We are back on the record in California versus Jessup. Michael Haller is present for the people, but the jury is not present, nor is defense counsel or the defendant. I am aware, through unconfirmed media reports, of what has transpired in the last 90 minutes at Mr. Royce's office. Can you add anything to what I have seen and heard on television, Mr. Haller?" I stood up to address the court. "Your Honor, I don't know what they are putting out to the media at the moment, but I can confirm that Mr. Royce and his co-counsel on this case, Miss Graydon, were shot and killed in their offices at lunchtime. Karen Revelle is also dead, as well as a police officer who responded to the shooting. The suspect in the shooting has been identified as Jason Jessup. He remains at large." Judging by the murmur from the gallery behind me, those basic facts had probably been speculated upon, but not yet confirmed to the media. "This is, indeed, very sad news," Brightman said. "Yes, Your Honor," I said. "Very sad. But I think at this moment we need to put aside our emotions and act carefully here. The issue is, how do we proceed with this case? I'm pretty sure I know the answer to that question, but I'm willing to listen to counsel before ruling. Do you wish to be heard, Mr. Haller?" "Yes, I do, Judge. I ask the court to recess the trial for the remainder of the day and sequester the jury while we await further information. I also ask that you revoke Mr. Jessup's pre-trial release and issue a capias for his arrest." The judge considered these requests for a long moment before responding. "I will grant the motion revoking the defendant's release and issue the capias, but I don't see the need to sequester the jury. Regrettably, I see no alternative to a mistrial here, Mr. Haller." I knew that would be her first thought. I had been considering my response since the moment I had returned to the courthouse. "The people object to a mistrial, Judge. The law is clear that Mr. Jessup waives his right to be present at these proceedings by voluntarily absenting himself from them. According to what the defense represented earlier, he was scheduled to be the last witness today, but he has obviously decided not to testify.
So, taking all of this into... Mr. Haller, I'm going to have to stop you right there. I think you are missing one part of the equation, and I'm afraid the horse is already out of the barn. You may recall that Deputy Solence was assigned lunch duty with our jurors after we had the issue of tardiness on Monday. Yes? Well, lunch for 18 in downtown Los Angeles is a tall order. Deputy Solence arranged for the group to travel by bus together and eat each day at Clifton's cafeteria. There are TVs in the restaurant, but Deputy Solence always keeps them off the local channels. Unfortunately, one TV was on CNN today when the network chose to go live with what was occurring at Mr. Royce's office. Several jurors saw the live report and got the gist of what was happening before Deputy Solence managed to kill the feed. As you can imagine, Deputy Solence is not very happy with himself at the moment, and neither am I. I turned and looked over at the courtroom deputy's desk. Solence had his eyes down in humiliation. I looked back at the judge, and I knew I was dead in the water. Needless to say, your suggestion of sequestering the jury was a good one, just a little late. Therefore, and after taking all things into consideration, I find that the jury in this trial has been prejudiced by events which have occurred outside the court. I intend to declare a mistrial and continue this case until such time as Mr. Jessup has been brought again before this court. She paused for a moment to see if I had an objection, but I had nothing. I knew what she was doing was right and inevitable. "Let's bring in the jury now," she said. Soon the jurors were filing into the box, many of them glancing over at the empty defense table. When everyone was in place, the judge went on the record and turned her chair directly to the jurors. In a subdued tone, she addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I must inform you that because of factors that are not fully clear to you, but will soon become so, I have declared a mistrial in the case of California versus Jason Jessup. I do this with great regret, because all of us here have invested a great deal of time and effort in these proceedings." She paused and studied the confused faces in front of her. "No one likes to invest so much time without seeing the case through to a result. I am sorry for this. But I do thank you for your duty. You were all dependable and for the most part on time every day. I also watched you closely during the testimony, and you were all attentive. The court cannot thank you enough. You are dismissed now from this courtroom and discharged from jury duty. You may all go home." The jurors slowly filed back into the jury room, many taking a last look back at the courtroom. Once they were gone, the judge turned back to me. "Mr. Haller, for what it's worth, I thought you acquitted yourself quite well as a prosecutor. I'm sorry it ended this way, but you are welcome back to this court any time, and on either side of the aisle." "Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that. I had a lot of help." "Then I commend your whole team as well." With that, the judge stood and left the bench. I sat there for a long time, listening to the gallery clear out behind me, and thinking about what Brightman had said at the end. I wondered how and why such a good job in court had resulted in such a horrible thing happening in Clive Royce's office. "Mr. Haller?" I turned, expecting it to be a reporter, but it was 2 uniformed police officers. "Detective Bosch sent us. We're here to take you and Miss Gleason into protective custody." "Only Miss Gleason, and she's right here." Sarah was waiting on the bench next to Deputy Solence's desk. "Sarah, these officers are going to take care of you until Jason Jessup is in custody, or—" I didn't need to finish. Sarah got up and walked over to us. "So there's no more trial?" she asked. "Right. The judge declared a mistrial. That means if Jessup is caught, we would have to start over with a new jury." She nodded and looked a little dumbfounded.
I had seen the look on the faces of many people who venture naively into the justice system. They leave the courthouse wondering, what just happened? Sarah Gleason would be no different. You should go with these men now, Sarah. We'll be in touch as soon as we know what happens next. She just nodded, and they headed for the door. I waited a while, alone in the courtroom, and then headed out to the hallway myself. I saw several of the jurors being interviewed by the reporters. I could have watched, but at the moment I wasn't interested in what anybody had to say about the case. Not anymore. Kate Salters saw me and broke away from one of the clusters. "Mickey, can we talk now?" "I don't feel like talking. Call me tomorrow." "The story's today, Mick." "I don't care." I pushed by her in the direction of the elevators. "Where are you going?" I didn't answer. I got to the elevators and jumped through the open doors of a waiting car. I moved into the rear corner and saw a woman standing by the panel. She asked me the same question as Salters. "Where are you going?" "Home," I said. She pushed the button marked G, and we went down. Part 5. The Takedown. Chapter 42. Thursday, April 8th, 4:40 p.m. Bosch was stationed with Wright in a borrowed office across the street from the Checkers Hotel. It was the command post, and although no one thought Jessup would be stupid enough to walk in the front door of the hotel, the position gave them a good view of the entire property, as well as 2 of the other surveillance positions. "I don't know," Wright said, staring out of the window. "This guy is smart, right?" "I guess so," Bosch said. "Then I don't see him making this move, you know? He'd have already been here if he was. He's probably halfway to Mexico by now, and we're sitting here watching a hotel." "Maybe." "If I were him, I'd get down there and lie low. Try to spend as many days on the beach as I could before they found me and put me back in the queue." Bosch's phone began to buzz, and he saw that it was his daughter. "I'm going to step out to take this," he said to Wright. "You got it covered here?" "I've got it." Bosch answered the phone as he left the office for the hallway. "Hey, Mads, everything all right?" "There's a police car outside now?" "Yeah, I know. I sent it there. Just an added precaution." They had talked an hour earlier, after Maggie McPherson had gotten them safely to a friend's home in Porter Ranch. He had told his daughter about Jessup being out there, and what had happened at Royce's office. She didn't know about Jessup's nocturnal visit to their house 2 weeks earlier. "So they didn't catch that guy yet?" "We're working on it, and I'm in the middle of stuff here. Stay close to Aunt Maggie and stay safe. I'll come get you as soon as this is over." "Okay. Here, Aunt Maggie wants to talk to you." McPherson took the phone. "Harry, what's the latest?" "Same as before. We're out looking for him, and sitting on all the known locations. I'm with Wright at Sarah's hotel." "Be careful." "Speaking of that, where's Mickey? He turned down protection." "He's at home right now, but said he's coming up here." "Okay, sounds good. I'll talk to you later." "Keep us posted." "I will." Bosch closed the phone and went back into the office. Wright was still at the window. "I think we're wasting our time and should shut this down," he said. "Why? What's going on?" "Just came over the radio. They found the car Jessup was using, in Venice. He's nowhere near here, Bosch." Bosch knew that dumping the car in Venice could merely be a misdirection. Drive out to the beach, leave the car, and then double back in a cab to downtown. Nonetheless, he found himself agreeing with Wright. They were spinning their wheels here. "Damn it," he said. "Don't worry, we'll get him. I'm keeping one team here and one on your house. Everybody else I'm moving down into Venice." "And the Santa Monica Pier?" "Already covered. Got a couple teams on the beach and nobody's gone in or out of that location." Wright went on the SIS band on the radio and started redeploying his men. As Bosch listened, he paced the room, trying to figure Jessup out. After a while, he stepped back out to the hallway so as not to disturb Wright's radio choreography and called Larry Gandil, his boss at RHD. "It's Bosch, just checking in." "You still at the hotel?" "Yeah, but we're about to clear and head to the beach. I guess you heard they found the car." "Yeah, I was just there." Bosch was surprised. With 4 victims at Royce's office, he thought Gandil would still be at the murder scene. "The car is clean," Gandil said. "Jessup still has the weapon." "Where are you now?" Bosch asked. "On Speedway," Gandil said. "We just hit the room Jessup was using. Took a while to get the search warrant." "Anything there?" "Not so far. This fucking guy. You see him in court wearing a suit and you think... I don't know what you think, but the reality was he was living like an animal." "What do you mean?" "There are empty cans all over the place. Food still rotting in them. Food rotting on the counter, trash everywhere. He hung blankets over the windows to black it out like a cave. He made it like a prison cell. He was even writing on the walls." All at once it hit him. Bosch knew who Jessup had prepared the dungeon under the pier for. "What kind of food?" he asked. "What?" Gandil asked. "The canned food. What kind of food?" "I don't know. Fruit and peaches. All kinds of stuff you can get fresh in any store you walk into. But he had it in cans. Like prison." "Thanks, Lieutenant." Bosch closed the phone and walked quickly back into the office. Wright was off the radio now. "Did your people go under the pier and check the storage room or just set up surveillance?" "It's a loose surveillance." "Meaning they didn't check it out?" "They checked the perimeter. There was no sign that anybody went under the wall, so they backed out and set up." "Jessup's there. They missed him." "How do you know?" "I just know. Let's go." Chapter 43. Thursday, April 8th, 6:35 p.m. I stood at the picture window at the end of my living room and looked out at the city with the sun dropping behind it. Jessup was out there someplace. Like a rabid animal, he would be hunted, cornered, and, I had no doubt, put down. It was the inevitable conclusion to his play. Jessup was legally to blame, but I couldn't help but think about my own culpability in these dark matters. Not in any legal sense, but in a private, internal sense. I had to question whether consciously or not, I had set all of this in motion on the day I sat with Gabriel Williams and agreed to cross a line in the courtroom, as well as within myself. Maybe by allowing Jessup his freedom, I had determined his fate as well as that of Royce and the others. I was a defense attorney, not a prosecutor. I stood for the underdog, not for the state. Maybe I had taken the steps and made the maneuvers so that there would never be a verdict, and I would not have to live with it on my record and conscience. Such were the musings of a guilty man. But they didn't last long. My phone buzzed, and I pulled it from my pocket without looking away from my view of the city. Holler. "It's me. I thought you were coming up here." Maggie McPherce. "Soon. I'm just finishing up here. Everything all right?" "For me, yes. But probably not for Jessup. Are you watching the TV news?" "No. What are they showing?" "They've evacuated the Santa Monica Pier. Channel 5 has a chopper over it. They're not confirming that it's related to Jessup, but they said that LAPD's SIS unit sought an okay from SMPD to conduct a fugitive apprehension. They're on the beach moving in." "The dungeon? Did Jessup grab somebody?" "If he did, they're not saying." "Did you call Harry?" "I just tried, but he didn't pick up. I think he's probably down there on the beach." I broke away from the window and grabbed the television remote off the coffee table. I snapped on the TV and punched in Channel 5. "I have it on here," I told Maggie. On the screen was an aerial view of the pier and the surrounding beach. It looked like there were men on the beach, and they were advancing on the pier's underside from both the north and south. "I think you're right," I said. "It's gotta be him. The dungeon he made down there was actually for himself, like a safe house he could run to. Like the prison cell he was used to. I wonder if he knows they're coming in on him. Maybe he hears the helicopters. Harry said the waves under there are so loud you couldn't even hear a gunshot." "Well, we might be about to find that out." We watched in silence for a few moments before I spoke. "Maggie, are the girls watching this?" "God, no. They're playing video games in the other room." "Good." They watched in silence, the newscaster's voice echoing over the line as he inanely described what was on the screen. After a while, Maggie asked the question that had probably been on her mind all afternoon. "Did you think it would come to this, Holler?" "No. Did you?" "No, never. I guess I thought everything would sort of be contained in the courtroom, like it always is." "Yeah. At least Jessup saved us the indignity of the verdict." "What do you mean? We had him and he knew it." "You didn't watch any of the juror interviews, did you?" "What, on TV?" "Yeah. Juror number 10 is on every channel, saying he would have voted not guilty." "You mean Kearns?" "Yeah. The alternate that got moved into the box. Everybody else interviewed said guilty, guilty, guilty. But Kearns said not guilty, that we hadn't convinced him. He would have hung the jury, Holler, and you know Williams wouldn't have signed on for round 2. Jessup would have walked." I considered this, and could only shake my head. Everything was for nothing. All it took was one juror with a grudge against society, and Jessup would have walked. I looked up from the TV screen and out toward the western horizon, to the distance where I knew Santa Monica hugged the edge of the Pacific. I thought I could see the media choppers circling. "I wonder if Jessup will ever know that," I said. Chapter 44. Thursday, April 8th, 6:55 p.m. The sun was dropping low over the Pacific and burning a brilliant green path across the surface. Bosch stood close to Wright on the beach, 100 yards south of the pier. They were both looking down at the 5x5 video screen contained in a front pack strapped to Wright's chest. He was commanding the SIS takedown of Jason Jessup. On the screen was a murky image of the dimly lit storage facility under the pier. Bosch had been given ears, but no mic. He could hear the operations communications, but could not contribute to them. Anything he had to say would have to go through Wright. The voices over the comm were hard to hear because of the background sound of waves crashing beneath the pier. "This is 5. We're in." "Steady the visual," Wright commanded. The focus on the video tightened, and Bosch could see that the camera was aimed at the individual storage rooms at the rear of the pier facility. "This one." He pointed to the door he had seen Jessup go through. "Okay," Wright said. "Our target is the second door from the right. Repeat, second door from the right. Move in and take positions." The video moved in a herky-jerky fashion to a new position. Now the camera was even closer. 3 and 4 are... The rest was wiped out by the sound of a crashing wave. 3 and 4, say again, Wright said. 3-4, in position. Hold until my go. Topside, you ready? Topside ready. On the upper level of the evacuated pier, there was another team, which had placed small explosives at the corners of the trap door above the storage corral, where they believed Jessup was holed up.
On Wright's command, the SIS teams would blow the trapdoor and move in from above and below. Wright wrapped his hand around the mic that ran along his jawline and looked at Bosch. "You ready for this?" "Ready." Wright released his grip and gave the command to his teams. "Okay, let's give him a chance," he said. 3, you have the speaker up?" "That's a go on the speaker. You're hot in 3, 2, 1. Wright spoke, trying to convince a man hidden in a room 100 yards away to give himself up. "Jason Jessup, this is Lieutenant Stephen Wright of the Los Angeles Police Department. Your position is surrounded top and bottom. Step out with your hands behind your head, fingers laced. Move forward to the waiting officers. If you deviate from this order, you will be shot." Bosch pulled his earplugs out and listened. He could hear the muffled sound of Wright's words coming from under the pier. There was no doubt that Jessup could hear the order, if he was under there. "You have 1 minute," Wright said, as his final communication to Jessup. The lieutenant checked his watch and they waited. At the 30-second mark, Wright checked with his men under the pier. "Anything?" "This is 3. I got nothing." 4, clear." Wright gave Bosch a wishful look, like he had hoped it wouldn't come to this. "Okay, on my mark we go. Keep tight and no crossfire. Topside, if you shoot, you make sure you know who you—" There was movement on the video screen. A door to one of the storage corrals flung open, but not the door they were focused on. The camera made a jerking motion left as it redirected its aim. Bosch saw Jessup emerge from the darkness behind the open door. His arms came up and together as he dropped into a combat pose. "Gun!" Wright yelled. The barrage of gunfire that followed lasted no more than 10 seconds. But in that time, at least 4 officers under the pier emptied their weapons. The crescendo was punctuated by the unneeded detonation from the topside. By then, Bosch had already seen Jessup go down in the gunfire. Like a man in front of a firing squad, his body seemed at first to be held upright by the force of multiple impacts from multiple angles. Then gravity set in, and he fell to the sand. After a few moments of silence, Wright was back on the comm. "Everybody safe? Count off." All officers under and on top of the pier reported in safe. "Check the suspect." In the video, Bosch saw 2 officers approach Jessup's body. One checked for a pulse, while the other held his aim on the dead man. "He's 10-7. "Secure the weapon." "Got it." Wright killed the video and looked at Bosch. "And that's that," he said. "Yeah. I'm sorry you didn't get your answers." "Me too." They started walking up the beach to the pier. Wright checked his watch and went on the comm, announcing time of death as 7:18 p.m. Bosch looked off across the ocean to his left. The sun was now gone. Part 6. All That Remains. Chapter 45. Friday, April 9th, 2:20 p.m. Harry Bosch and I sat on opposite sides of a picnic table, watching the ME's disinterment team dig. They were on the 3rd excavation, working beneath the tree where Jason Jessup had lit a candle in Franklin Canyon. I didn't have to be there, but wanted to be. I was hoping for further evidence of Jason Jessup's villainy, as though that might make it easier to accept what had happened. But so far, in 3 excavations, they had found nothing. The team moved slowly, stripping away the dirt 1 inch at a time, and sifting and analyzing every ounce of soil they removed. We had been here all morning,
and my hope had waned into a cold cynicism about what Jessup had been doing up here on the nights he was followed. A white canvas sheet had been strung from the tree to 2 poles planted outside the search zone. This shielded the diggers from the sun, as well as from the view of the inquisitive media helicopters above. Someone had leaked word of the search. Bosch had the stack of files from the missing persons cases on the table. He was ready to go with records and descriptors of the missing girls, should any human remains be found. I had simply come armed with the morning's newspaper, and I read the front-page story for a second time. The report on the events of the day before was the lead story in the Times, and was accompanied by a color photo of 2 SIS officers pointing their weapons into the open trap door on the Santa Monica Pier. The story was also accompanied by a front-page sidebar story on the SIS. Headline: Another case, another shooting. SIS's bloody history. I had the feeling this would be a story with legs. So far, no one in the media had found out that the SIS knew Jessup had obtained a gun. When that got out, and I'm sure it would, there would no doubt be a firestorm of controversy, further investigations, and police commission inquiries. The chief question being, once it was established that it was likely that this man had a weapon, why was he allowed to remain free? It all made me glad I was no longer even temporarily in the employ of the state. In the bureaucratic arena, those kinds of questions and their answers have the tendency to separate people from their jobs. I needed not worry about the outcome of such inquiries for my livelihood. I would be returning to my office, the back seat of my Lincoln town car. I was going back to being private counsel for the defense. The lines were cleaner there, the mission clearer. "Is Maggie McPherce coming?" Bosch asked. I put the paper down on the table. "No, Williams sent her back to Van Nuys. Her part in the case is over." "Why isn't Williams moving her downtown?" "The deal was that we had to get a conviction for her to get downtown. We didn't." I gestured to the newspaper. "And we weren't going to get one. This one holdout juror is telling anybody who'll listen that he would have voted not guilty. So I guess you can say Gabriel Williams is a man who keeps his word. Maggie's going nowhere fast." That's how it worked in the nexus of politics and jurisprudence. And that's why I couldn't wait to go back to defending the damned. We sat in silence for a while after that, and I thought about my ex-wife, and how my efforts to help her and promote her had failed so miserably. I wondered if she would begrudge me the effort. I surely hoped not. It would be hard for me to live in a world where Maggie McPherce despised me. "They found something," Bosch said. I looked up from my thoughts and focused. One of the diggers was using a pair of tweezers to put something from the dirt into a plastic evidence bag. Soon she stood up and headed toward us with the bag. She was Kathy Cole, the ME's forensic anthropologist. She handed Bosch the bag and he held it up to look. I could see that it contained a silver bracelet. "No bones," Cole said. "Just that. We're at 32 inches down, and it's rare that you find a murder interment much further down than that. So this one's looking like the other two. You want us to keep digging?" Bosch glanced at the bracelet in the bag and looked up at Cole. "How about another foot? That going to be a problem?" "A day in the field beats a day in the lab any time. You want us to keep digging? We'll keep digging." "Thanks, Doc." "You got it." She went back to the excavation pit, and Bosch handed the evidence bag to me to examine. It contained a charm bracelet. There were clots of dirt in the links and its charms. I could make out a tennis racket and an airplane. "Do you recognize it?" I asked. "From one of the missing girls?" He gestured to the stack of files on the table. "No, I don't remember anything about a charm bracelet in the lists." It could have just been lost up here by somebody. 32 inches down in the dirt? "So you think Jessup buried it then?" "Maybe. I'd hate to come away from this empty-handed.
The guy had to have come up here for a reason. If he didn't bury them here, then maybe this was the kill spot. I don't know. I handed the bag back to him. I think you're being too optimistic, Harry. That's not like you. Well, then what the hell do you think Jessup was doing up here all those nights? I think he and Royce were playing us. Royce? What are you talking about? We were had, Harry. Face it. Bosch held the evidence bag up again and shook it to loosen the dirt. It was a classic misdirection, I said. The first rule of a good defense is a good offense. You attack your own case before you ever get to court. You find its weaknesses, and if you can't fix them, then you find ways of deflecting attention away from them. Okay. The biggest weakness to the defense's case was Eddie Roman. Royce was going to put a liar and a drug addict on the stand. He knew that given enough time, you would either find Roman or find out things about him, or both. He needed to deflect, keep you occupied with things outside the case at hand. You're saying he knew we were following Jessup? He could have easily guessed it. I put up no real opposition to his request for an OR release. That was unusual, and probably got Royce thinking. So he sent Jessup out at night to see if there was a tail. As we already considered before, he probably even sent Jessup to your house to see if he would engage a response and confirm surveillance. When it didn't, when it got no response, Royce probably thought he was wrong and dropped it. After that, Jessup stopped coming up here at night. And he probably thought he was in the clear to go build his dungeon under the pier. It makes sense, doesn't it? Bosch took a long time to answer. He put his hand on top of the stack of files. So what about all these missing girls? He asked. It's all just coincidence? I don't know, I said. We may never know. All we know is that they're still missing. And if Jessup was involved, then that secret probably died with him yesterday. Bosch stood up, a troubled look on his face. He was still holding the evidence bag. I'm sorry, Harry. Yeah, me too. Where do you go from here? Bosch shrugged. The next case. My name goes back into the rotation. What about you? I splayed my hands and smiled. You know what I do. You sure about that? You made a damn good prosecutor. Yeah, well, thanks for that, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Besides, they'd never let me back on that side of the aisle. Not after this. What do you mean? They're going to need somebody to blame for all of this, and it's going to be me. I was the one who let Jessup out. You watch. The cops, the Times, even Gabriel Williams will eventually bring it around to me. But that's okay, as long as they leave Maggie alone. I know my place in the world, and I'm going to go back to it. Bosch nodded, because there was nothing else to say. He shook the bag with the charm bracelet again and worked it with his fingers, removing more dirt from its surfaces. He then held it up to study closely, and I could tell he saw something. What is it? His face changed. He was keying on one of the charms, rubbing dirt off it through the plastic bag. He then handed it to me. Take a look. What is that? The charm was still tarnished and dirty. It was a square piece of silver less than a half-inch wide. On one side there was a tiny swivel at center, and on the other, what looked like a bowl or a cup. Looks like a teacup on a square plate, I suggested. I don't know. No, turn it over. That's the bottom. I did, and I saw what he saw. It's one of those... a mortarboard. A graduation cap, and this swivel on the top was for the tassel. Yeah, the tassel's missing, probably still in the dirt. Okay, so what's it mean? Bosch sat back down and quickly started looking through the files. You don't remember? The first girl I showed you and Maggie, Valerie Schlichter. She disappeared a month after graduating from Riverside High.
Okay, so you think... Bosch found the file and opened it. It was thin. There were 3 photos of Valerie Schlichter, including one of her in her graduation cap and gown. He quickly scanned the few documents that were in the file. Nothing here about a charm bracelet, he said. Because it probably wasn't hers, I said. This is a long shot, don't you think? He acted as though I had said nothing, his mind shutting out any opposing response. I'm going to have to go out there. She had a mother and a brother. See who's still around and can look at this thing. Harry, you sure you think I have a choice? He stood back up, took the evidence bag back from me and gathered up the files. I could almost hear the adrenaline buzzing through his veins. A dog with a bone. It was time for Bosch to go. He had a long shot in his hand, but it was better than no shot. It would keep him moving. I got up too and followed him to the excavation. He told Cole that he had to go check out the bracelet. He told her to call him if anything else was found in the hole. We moved to the gravel parking lot, Bosch walking quickly and not looking back to see if I was still with him. We had driven separately to the dig. Hey, I called to him. Wait up. He stopped in the middle of the lot. What? Technically, I'm still the prosecutor assigned to Jessup. So before you go rushing off, tell me what the thinking is here. He buried the bracelet here but not her? Does that even make sense? Nothing makes sense until I ID the bracelet. If somebody tells me it was hers, then we try to figure it out. Remember, when Jessup was up here, we couldn't get close to him. It was too risky. So we don't know exactly what he was doing. He could have been looking for this. Okay, I can maybe see that. I gotta go. He continued onto his car. It was parked next to my Lincoln. I called after him. Let me know, okay? He looked back at me when he got to his car. Yeah, he said. I will. He then dropped into the car, and I heard it roar to life. Bosch drove like he walked, pulling out quickly and throwing dust and gravel into the air. A man on a mission. I got in the Lincoln and followed him out of the park and up to Mulholland Drive. After that, I lost him on the curving road ahead. Acknowledgements. The author wishes to thank several people for their help in the research and writing of this book. They include Asya Muchnick, Michael Peach, Pamela Marshall, Bill Massey, Jane Davis, Shannon Byrne, Daniel Daly, Roger Mills, Rick Jackson, Tim Marcia, David Lamkin, Dennis Wojciechowski, John Houghton, Judge Judith Champagne, Terrell Lee Lankford, John Lewin, Jay Stein, Philip Spitzer, and Linda Connelly. The author also greatly benefited from reading Defending the Damned, Inside a Dark Corner of the Criminal Justice System by Kevin Davis. This has been an Hachette audio production of The Reversal, written by Michael Connelly, read by Peter Giles. Executive producer, Michelle McGonigal. Produced and directed by Dennis Kao. Sound editing by Jennifer Nix. Mixing and mastering by John Kovarik. Recorded at the Invisible Studios by Wes Dewberry. The Reversal is also available in print from Little Brown and Company, a division of Hachette Book Group. Text copyright 2010 by Hieronymus Inc. Audio production copyright 2010, Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the written permission of the publisher. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.